Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
We welcome all the Paramashivoham Level 2 participants to the first session of the day, Nityananda Yoga. Let us all now settle down on our yoga mats and get ready for today's Vidya Vinyasa Krama yoga session. Have your Panchapatram and Udani ready, 1 cup with a spoon and some water for the ritualistic cleansing. Wear your Abharanam, your Rakshamala. Apply the Kumkum on your third eye. All the male bodies, please remove your upper cloth and apply the Vibhuti on the 16 places over your body, or the female bodies, wear the Vibhuti on your forehead. Settle down in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji as we open this session with a Satguru Vandanam.
Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasudrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalavacharam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to invoke Paramashiva's presence by chanting the Shiva Mula mantra, Om Ham Ham Shivaya Namaha. Please follow along internally as we chant it 11 times.
Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
Next up is the Tadvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Keep your Panchapatram and Udani ready. Take your right hand and keep it in the Gokarna Mudra, in the shape of a cow's ear. Take 1 Udani of water, 1 spoon of water, pour it into your right palm, and Each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your palm and take another udani of water for a total.
ॐ आत्मतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा। ॐ विद्यातत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा। ॐ शिवतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा।
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatana
ॐ हां हृदयाय नमः।
and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb. Then wash your hand once more and with your index, middle and ring finger joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Then wash your hand again. With index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and your left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, your right ear and your left ear. Wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb, touch your navel, your right chest and your left chest. And with all the fingertips joined together, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder and your heart center. Wash your hand again. Now, place your right hand on top of the left and place both hands on the right thigh. Close your eyes and set Sankalpa as we hold the visualization of what we want to manifest. Chant along as you chant the Sankalpa mantra.
ॐ ममोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षयद्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च अद्य पूर्वोक्त एवं गुण विशेषेण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये।
Now wash your right hand once more.
ॐ अप उपस्पृश्य
And keep your Panchapatra method on your side, out of harm's way. Let us now briefly cover the components of Kailasas Nityananda Yoga. Nityananda Yoga has 12 components, starting off with asana, the physical body postures. What is commonly known as yoga is aligning the physical body to various asanas to the cosmic geometry, aligning your body to Paramashiva, awakening the Kundalini Shakti. But this is only one of the many components of Kailasas Nityananda Yoga. The next component is pranayama, the breathing techniques, controlling the inhalation, retention, and exhalation of the breath, infusing intense prana into the system, and preparing the nervous system to hold the intense energy. Mudras, energy circuits, performed with your hands, limbs, various other body parts, directing the prana throughout the body in a particular way, awakening the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Next up is bandhas, energy locks, performed by contracting certain muscles and diaphragms of the body, preventing the retained prana from seeping out into the space around you, and leading the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine. The bandhas we are going to perform are the Mula Bandha, the root lock, contracting your perineal floor and pulling it up. The Uddiyana Bandha, abdominal lock, pulling your stomach muscles in and up towards your spine as you contract them. And the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, locking your throat against the chest and internally contracting the throat muscles. Performing all three bandhas together forms Mahamudra Bandha, to which we are going to refer throughout this asana sequence various times. You can always see which bandha you are supposed to perform if you check the left center of the screen where it says bandha. The Mula Bandha is resembled by a red circle and will be performed in every single asana. Uddiyana Bandha is resembled by a yellow circle. Means if you see the yellow circle, pull your stomach in and up. And the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, is resembled by a blue circle. So when you see the blue circle, tuck your chin to the chest and lock it. The 3 arrows signifies Mahamudra Bandha, that all 3 bandhas are to be engaged. Next is the karnas, the sacred dance postures as preserved throughout the temples in India, moving your body in synchronicity, all the parts of your body, brings intense awareness into every single part of your body, aligning your body movements to the cosmic body movements. Next is the visualization. As you can see in the top right corner of the screen, we are predicting a visualization for every single asana. Embody the qualities of that deity, the animals or plants, mountains. Embody what you are supposed to visualize. Don't just create a picture of it in your mind. Feel that you are that. This will align your thinking to Paramashiva and manifest Mano Shakti, the power of thought. The next component is Vak, the japa, the internal repetition of mantras. As you continuously repeat a japa in your inner space without making a sound, visualizing the japa rotating around your throat, you cleanse your Vishuddhi chakra and manifest Vak, the power of speech, as you align your speech to Paramashiva. Next up is the external chanting of mantras. Our Acharya here is going to chant the various scriptural references for all the asanas, which include the instructions and benefits in the Sanskrit language. Sanskrit carries a phonetic significance, so even if you do not understand the Sanskrit language, simply by listening to Sanskrit, your subtle brain grooves will be awakened and your energy will be raised, since these are the words of Mahadeva himself. The next component is weightlifting. Keep some weights at the side of your yoga mat and intensify the yoga practice where it is recommended. Bodybuilding is a spiritual practice as per the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and not limited to only male bodies. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recommends everyone should intensely work on their physical body and strengthen the nervous system to hold the spiritual energy for a long period of time, being able to retain the intense energy that is being showered during the darshans. So build your body exactly the way that you want it through Nityananda Yoga. The next component is mandala, the two-dimensional representation of certain gods and goddesses. You can see in the background of our acharyas, we're protecting the Sri Yantra, which is the reflection of the entire cosmos. As you gaze at the Sri Yantra intensely but gently, like you would gaze at a rose, you will reflect its geometric figures, its triangles, circles, and flower petals, and mirror the cosmic energies, awakening your cosmic DNA. Next up is Avara, the sacred Rudraksha jewelry. As you can see, our acharyas are all wearing the Rudraksha beads on their body. Rudraksha beads function like a spiritual battery, holding on to spiritual energy for a long period of time. And as you keep them on your skin, you receive this energy over time. So you will be held in the high energy space as long as you wear the Rudraksha beads. They are capable of holding on to more energy than any stone. So make sure you always wear some Rudraksha on your body. Finally, we come to Aushadha, the sacred alchemy products, the Siddha medicines, which are herbal remedies and powders to be applied on the skin or ingested. They infuse intense energy into the system, capable of curing even chronic diseases. Finally, we obviously have the darshan, the energy darshan, the diksha of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Shaktipada or Shaktinipada, awakening the Kundalini Shakti of us directly, enabling us to perform any asana on the spot if we are in the deep feeling connection and surrender to our beloved Guru Swamiji. With all the components of Kailasa Nityananda Yoga covered, let us get ready to enter into the asana practice after just a short moment.
Nityananda, thank you for watching, and if you found the video enlightening,
please give it a like, share it with your loved ones, and subscribe to stay connected with us.
don't forget to click the bell icon to receive the notifications.
Yes. Now let us enter into the first asana of the sequence, Sukhasana. Sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Keep your hands in Bindu Mudra on top of the respective knees. Visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. As you perform Samana Kumbhaka, inhale deeply into your navel region. Hold your breath. Then exhale deeply, hold your breath, and visualize a flame being kindled in your navel, rising up your spine. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas, the root lock, abdominal lock, and the throat lock. Internally chant the japa Soham without striking a sound. Visualize it rotating around your throat in Sukhasana.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
We move on to Parvatasana. Now place your feet on top of opposite thighs. Sit in Padmasana. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head. Perform Mahamudra Bandha. Engage all the bandhas and visualize yourself as Mount Kailash in Parvatasana.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलम् यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
Next up is Halipavasana. Now extend your feet away from the body. Bring the soles of the feet together and interlock your fingers behind your back in Parashumudra as you lean forward and down. Bring your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Gaze to your nose. Perform Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in Halipavasana.
गोडाबामापादिकी आशमाहिलिसोय दक्षिचरणको वारलौता परिगुल्फसमोय.
Next up is Nagipavasana. With the soles of the feet together in front, stretch your arms out and cup your palms. Place them on the ground in front of the feet. Gaze towards the tip of your nose. Perform Mahamudra Bandha and visualize yourself as a snake in Nagipavasana.
पूर्वविधिपर्यागाने नीचौहौ विकहूनि भणास्यो लगायि.
Next up is Kokilasana. Keep your hands in Prana Mudra, index and middle fingers together while the thumbs hold on to the ring and little fingers. Hold index and middle fingers around the big toes and stretch your legs forward and up. Then cross them into Padmasana. As you lean forward and down, place your elbows on the ground. Engage all the bandhas and visualize yourself as a bird.
अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः अकस्माद्वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
Next up is Nityasana. Now stack your ankles and knees. Hold on to opposite elbows and start rotating your arms in a circular motion. Engage all the bandhas, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And every once in a while change the direction of the movement.
गोडाबावापादिकी आशमाहिलिसोय दक्षिचरणको वारलौता परिगुल्फसमोय.
Now place your hands flat on the ground and raise your hips up high. Scoop your head and chest forward and down again and again as you pull your stomach in and up towards your spine and visualize yourself as an elephant in Gajasana.
निब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भुजामस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
The next asana is Rikshasana. From the same position, press one heel into the mat as you lift the other heel up. Alternate the position again and again. Perform Uddiyana Bandha. Pull your stomach in and up as you visualize yourself as a bear in Rikshasana.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् रक्षासनं भवति.
Rise up. Stand on the tips of your big toes. With your hands at the chest in Hridaya Mudra, index, middle and ring fingers joined together. As you pull your stomach in and up, visualize Swamiji in Vaishyasana.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वादिष्टे दधोमुखः अथ वैश्याः वक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
Next up is Urdhva Janu Karana, the first Karana of the sequence. As you stand in Arimandi posture, heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bend. Bring your hands to the chest and raise one knee up along the center of your body, following along with the respective hand in a circular motion again and again. Next up is Balalingasana. Now, interlock your fingers from the outside in Sarva Shankari Mudra and raise one knee up towards your chest. Pull it close with your hands as you engage Mahamudra Bandha and visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानुरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now, take the foot and pull it behind towards your buttocks, holding it with both hands interlocked in Padasha Mudra. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Parapitanasana, engage all the bandhas.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत् तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Now pull the foot behind towards your buttocks. Now hold the sole of the foot and kick the leg back and up as you extend the front hand in Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now repeat Balalingasana on the other side. Pull the other knee up towards your chest with the hands interlocked in Sarva Shankari Mudra. As you visualize yourself holding a baby, perform Mahamudra Bandha.
एकं जानुरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now catch the foot behind and pull it towards your buttocks with your hands interlocked in Padasha Mudra. Perform Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in Parapitanasana.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत् तनुम्.
Next up is Natarajasana. On the other side, hold the sole of the foot, kick the leg back and up, and lean forward, extend your arm with the hand in Bindu Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Ardha Rechita Karana from Harimandi position. Bring your hands to the chest and step the right foot behind the left. Swing the right arm back and forth like a pendulum. Gracefully move your fingers one by one and place your hand over the nose and cross your ankles and step the left foot behind to repeat the movement on the other side. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now visualize yourself as a skeleton and shake your body intensely. Hold the visualization of your bone structure and move your body intensely. Next up is Katichina Karana. From Arimandi position, cross your arms over top of your head with the palms facing back. Turn your body to one side. Open up your arms, cross them back to the center, and repeat this movement as you follow along with your breath. The next asana is Tadasana. Now stand on the tips of your toes and raise your arms up, parallel above your head. Visualize yourself as a palm tree, perform Mahamudra Bandha, and internally chant the new japa Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासन विभेदकान् विनोतानं सदा कुर्यात् अन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया.
Now lean forward and down, place your hands on the ground. Bring your hands as low as possible and your head towards the knees. As you perform Mahamudra Bandha, engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji in Uttanasana.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासन विभेदकान् विनोतानं सदा कुर्यात् अन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया.
Next up is Tadakshvasana. With your hands flat, step your feet back into a plank position. Lock your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and rotate your head from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गजासनवत् स्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत्.
Now lower your body down onto your stomach. Keep the hands flat on the ground next to your shoulders. Raise your head and chest by the strength of your lower back and open your mouth wide to inhale through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujangasana.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि.
Now push your body up into the plank position. Alternate pulling your knees in towards your chest, back and forth. Breathe in Sahajra Kumbhaka Lita Prana along your spine as you breathe through your nose, holding the breath on and off along the various chakras along your spine as you visualize Swamiji in Shashasana.
गजासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमागुञ्च वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
Now step one foot in between the two hands. Simultaneously jump the front foot back and bring the other foot in between the hands again and again. Visualize yourself pulling a chariot in Rathasana.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Now rise up. Keep the front leg bent at a 90-degree angle and the back toes facing sideways as you raise your arms up parallel above your head. Keep your hips facing forward. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Vidavata in Vidavatasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Exchange the position of your feet. Step one foot forward, the other foot far back. Bend the front knee, raise your arms, gaze up, pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as Lord Vidavata.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now raise one foot off the ground, bring it towards your perineum with the sole against the opposite inner thigh. Raise your arms up and join your hands in Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows straight, perform Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree in Vrikshasana.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतो तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Now bring the raised foot on top of the opposite hip. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Now repeat Vrikshasana, the tree posture on the other side. Raise the foot to the inner opposite thigh, raise your arms up and pull your stomach in and up.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतो तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Now bring the raised foot on top of the opposite hip and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Now step one foot forward and the other foot far back. With your back toes facing sideways. Keep your legs straight, extend your arms out parallel to the ground. Lean forward and down. Bring one hand to the foot, the other hand pointing up towards the sky. Gaze up along the raised arm as you visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Again, extend your arms out, lean forward and down, and repeat Trikonasana, the triangle posture on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Nikuttaka Karana from Arimandi position. Heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands in front of your chest with the palms facing each other. Stomp the raised heel down as you raise the other heel up and simultaneously exchange the position of your hands again and again. We move on to Angushtasana. Now, lower your body down, raise your heels off the mat, tuck your toes and sit on the raised heels. Keep your knees off the mat and join together. Bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and start buzzing like a bee on the in and exhalation in Brahmari Kumbhaka, internally chanting the new japa Sadashivoham in Angushtasana.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा.
Now step 1 foot forward. Keep the hands at the side of your body with the palms facing forward. In Bada Mudra, fingertips just touching the ground. Visualize Swamiji as you keep buzzing like a bee in Saurasana.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now hold on to the big toe of the front foot in Prana Mudra. Hold on to the back heel with the other hand. As you balance in Vidunanasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Step the other foot forward with the hands at the side, palms facing forward. Visualize Swamiji in Saudasana on the other side.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now hold on to the big toe of the front foot and the back heel. Visualize Swamiji in Vidunanasana.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण.
Next up is Brahmajarankushasana. Step both feet in and sit on raised heels. Separate your knees and place your hands on top with the palms facing up. Lock your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and gaze through the gap between the palms as you visualize Swamiji in Brahmajarankushasana.
दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एडी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरबक दलिया की माहिली आयसमा हेरा शेमिली.
The next asana is Kapilasana. Now drop your knees to the mat. Sit on raised heels. Keep the toes tucked. Place your hands on the thighs. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. And visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni, the founder of Mahanirvani Akara.
उभय पगदले समटहरावे तिनको माहिली कोर मिलावे.
Next up is Patragurukasana. From the same position, now relax your abdomen. Gaze towards your third eye. And visualize Swamiji in Bhadragurukasana.
दो पगदले संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपरि धरे.
Now raise your knees off the ground. Bring the soles of the feet together. Heels raised. Sit on the heels and separate your knees as you bring your thumbs and little fingers together, opening up the palms resembling a lotus flower in Padma Mudra. Raise your arms up above your head. Gaze through the gap between the palms. As you pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha, visualize Lord Surya in Suryasana.
एडी दो गुदातरियाणे फणा पानी बैठक पुनिठाने.
Now place your feet flat, bring your knees onto the mat. Keep your hands on top of your knees as you gaze up towards your third eye. Press your tongue flat against the palate of your mouth. Visualize yourself as a frog and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Mandukasana.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन् मण्डूकासनम्.
Maintain your legs in the same position and bring your hands behind your back, holding on to opposite shoulders. Gaze up towards your third eye. Press your tongue up flat in Manduki Mudra. Visualize yourself as a frog as you perform Uddiyana Bandha in Uttana Mandukasana.
मण्डूकासन मध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्भेकवदुत्तानम् एतदुत्तानमण्डूकम्.
Now cross your feet. Sit on the raised heel. Keep your hands on top of your knees. Gaze to the nose. Stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully again and again as you visualize yourself as a lion in Simhasana.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तथेतरं हस्तौश्च जान्वो संस्थाप्य साङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च.
Now bring the soles of your feet together behind with the toes pointing back. Separate your knees and sit on the heels. Cross your arms behind your back and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Lock your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji returning to buzzing like a bee in Bhadrasana.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
Now place your feet flat. Keep your knees raised. Bring your arms in and around the raised knees and your hands behind your back. Interlock your fingers in Padusha Mudra as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhushanti Asana.
प्रथमे वेसकौ कटठाने दो हाथ पगं च आने.
Next up is Pavasana. Place your hands flat on the ground and bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, raise your hips, and lift your feet off the ground. Balance on your arms as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण आशी दुष्टा होई तो आछी होई.
The next asana is Kapali Asana. This is going to be the first inverted posture of the sequence. We request all the participants who suffer from any neck or spine injuries, high blood pressure, as well as women who are currently in pregnancy, please don't perform any of the inverted postures before consulting your doctor whether this is safe for you. All the pregnant women, please also refrain from performing any of the forward bends of this sequence. Now let us enter into Kapali Asana. Place your head on the ground, forming a triangle between your hands and your head. Bring your knees onto your arms, your hips above the shoulders, and then raise your legs up straight into a headstand. Gaze towards the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji. You can lean against the wall for support if needed.
शीश शीशा धरती टेकी पगदो वो मिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे.
Gently lower your legs down. Come to a squatting position. As we perform Rechaka Kumbhaka, exhale as deeply as possible, and after exhaling, hold your breath after every exhalation. Now keep your hands flat on the ground and twist your body to one side. Align the knee and hip with your elbows. Lean forward, lift your body off the ground, and extend your legs out to the side as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a peacock in Paramashivoham.
मयूरम दंडवत कुर्यान मायूरम दंड नामकम.
Now twist your body to the opposite side. Lift your body up onto your elbows. Extend your legs out, gaze up. Visualize yourself as a peacock in Paramashivoham on the other side.
मयूरम दंडवत कुर्यान मायूरम दंड नामकम.
Now walk your hands forward, step your feet back into a plank position, Tadakshvasana. Step one foot outside the respective shoulder in between the two hands. Push your hips forward, raise your head, gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasan.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
Step the front foot back and simultaneously bring the other foot to the front. Exchange the position of your feet as you gaze up and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava repeating Bhairaganathasan on the other side.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
Now step the front foot back and now bring your forearms on the ground from the plank position. Keep your hips raised. Walk your feet slightly forward to raise your hips even further. Try to bring your heels down to the ground. Intensely stretch your calves and open your back, open your hips. Strengthen your shoulders as you gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pitasana.
भून्यस्तौ जानुनी हस्तौ चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम् उत्थापिताङ्घ्रियुगल कटिस्थलम अभिरुका.
Now rise back up onto your hands and now rotate your body. Raise one arm off the ground, point the hand to the sky. Gaze up along the raised arm as you visualize yourself as sage Vashishta in Vashishtasana.
ऊर्ध्व कुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहल मत्स्यकम्.
Place the raised hand down and lift the other arm up towards the sky. Gaze up. Keep your body straight as a plank as you visualize yourself as sage Vashishta in Vashishtasana on the other side.
ऊर्ध्व कुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहल मत्स्यकम्.
Now come to a seated position with the legs extended forward. Yes, completing with the participants, we had some technical difficulties. Let us now move on to Paschimottanasana. Now lean forward and down and catch the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Lean forward and down as low as possible. Intensely stretch your back, stretch the hamstrings, and open up your hips. As you perform Mahamudra Bandha, engage the root lock, the abdominal lock, and the throat lock as you visualize Swamiji in Paschimottanasana.
जानु परिललाटन्तु पश्चिमं ताणमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते.
Rise up, slightly separate your feet and interlock your fingers around your neck. As you lean forward and down, bring your head in between the knees if you can. Squeeze your core. Try to push yourself down as low as possible. Exhale deeply and hold your breath as you perform Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana.
स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुपरि शिरोन्यसेत् आसनोऽग्रविदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनम्.
Now rise up and step one foot in towards the perineum. Keep the knee raised, bring your arm in and around the raised knee and interlock your fingers behind your back. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi Asana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now drop the waist into the side. Keep the heel against the perineum as you lean forward and down and hold onto the front foot with both hands. Gaze towards the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji. Exhale fully in Rechaka Kumbhaka and perform Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
Now extend both legs, then step the other foot in towards the perineum. Keep the knee raised, bring your arm in and around, and interlock your fingers behind as you bring your head down. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi in Marichi Asana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now drop the waist into the side, heel against the perineum, lean forward and down, hold on to the front foot. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Mahamudasana on the other side.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
Now bring both your feet in towards the perineum with the soles of the feet together. Hold on to the toes with the fingers interlocked. Push your knees down towards the ground as much as possible. Try to touch your knees to the ground as you gaze up towards your third eye. And visualize Swamiji in Bhadrasana too.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
Now keep your hands on the respective knees and extend your legs away from the body. Keep the toes together and heels apart as you gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Lock it into the chest in Jalandhara Bandha in Gvalipavasana.
पूरव चर्पट चौक कक्ष्यो सोई वाही विधि जो कीजे सोई यामे एडी भिन्न जो राशे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे.
Now bring your feet back in towards your perineum. Hold the soles of the feet with all 10 fingers. Visualize Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti, projected in the top right corner of your screen. As you gaze to the nose, lean forward and down, bring your head to the mat in Joni Asana.
दोवु पगदली संपुट करे एडी मेड के ढिंग दरे अर्ध हाथ को अंतर राशे लिलाट पगधलियां ऊपर दाशे.
Next up is Midaki Pavasana. Now extend your feet away from the body. Keep the heels together and the toes apart. Extend your arms out wide and lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the ground behind the heels and the palms flat on the mat as far away from your body as possible. Gaze towards the tip of the nose. Make sure you bend from your hip. Don't curl your back. Push your entire body down as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Midaki Pavasana.
पूरव विधि परिपगधली संपुट शोल एडी मिली राशे.
Now bring your feet back in towards the perineum. Keep the toes together and the heels apart. Scoop your hands below the shins, palms facing up, and bring your face down on the ground in front of your feet. Try to touch your toes against your throat. You can pull yourself closer with your arms as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana.
दोवु पगदली संपुट करे सोले मेढ़ आगा में धरे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे एडी को ऐसे विधि दाशे.
Next up is Chinaki Pavasana. With the feet in towards the perineum, keep the heels together, separate the toes. As you hold onto the feet, open them up like a book, pressing your elbows onto your thighs. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Chinaki Pavasana.
दोवु पगा की एडी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे.
Now bring the soles of the feet together. Place your hands on top of the respective knees and gently push your knees down towards the ground. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Charapata Chokasana.
दोबू पगदली संपुट धारे आगा ने करे जारे पसारे गोड़ा भूसो लगता राशे हाथ दोबू गोड़ा परिदाशे.
Now raise your heels off the ground and bring the toes to the mat. Twist your feet. You can use the support of your hands if needed. Then push your knees to the ground and place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra with index fingers and thumbs together. Gaze up towards your third eye. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana.
गुल्फो संपीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वोः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्.
Now keep one heel against your perineum and lift the sole of the other foot against your chest with both hands. Gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji. Exhale deeply and hold your breath in the Muladhara Chakra in Samanasana.
समानासनमावक्ष्य सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात् एकपादमुरौ दत्वा गुह्योऽन्यलिङ्गवक्त्रके.
Next up is Apanasana. Now lift the raised foot over your shoulder and extend the opposite leg forward and up as you keep your hands at the side for balance. Gaze up and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो.
Now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel against the perineum and lift the sole of the opposite foot against your chest. Gaze up as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
समानासनमावक्ष्य सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात् एकपादमुरौ दत्वा गुह्योऽन्यलिङ्गवक्त्रके.
Now lift the leg over your shoulder and extend the opposite leg forward and up. Gaze up and visualize Swamiji in Apanasana.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो.
Now stack your knees in front of your body. Keep the heels outside the respective hips, outside the opposite hips. Interlock your fingers on the top knee as you gaze towards the tip of your nose. Visualize the face of a cow in the inner space. Breathe in, Siddhkari Kumbhaka. Press your tongue against the palate of your mouth and hiss through your teeth as you inhale, without the tongue touching the teeth. Internally chant Om Nityanandoham in Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजये दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा.
Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself as Rishika Nasuya in Nasuyasana.
दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचो ठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पतपुनि दे संधि पसारी.
Now interlock your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down. Bring your chin over the knee. Gaze to the nose as you bring the nose to the mat in Anasuyasana.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरड़ा वा गोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा सिवले पकथल्यालो आड़वाई सुधा राशे.
Now place the right foot flat on the mat with the knee raised against your chest. Bring the left heel against your perineum, hands on the respective knees. Gaze towards the tip of your nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana.
डाबो पगमोड़ी येडी माहिलो गुल्फमूल द्वारनी चैदे बैसे जीमणि पकतली धरती टेकी गोड़ो ऊंचो उभौ राशे.
And next up is Naradasana. Now raise your perineum onto the heel. Interlock your fingers around your neck and twist your elbows around the raised knee as you gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as Sage Narada in Naradasana.
पिष्टिज वाम पकतली केरी भूपरिता ही लगा वे फेरी गोड़ा सुधो फणो है जोगी छिपा शिती राशे सोगी.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Place the left foot on top of the right thigh. Keep the right knee raised. Hold on to the right shin with your left hand and the right big toe with your right hand in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तु गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
Next up is Gomukhasana on the other side. Now stack your knees in front of your body once more, with the other knee on top this time. Keep your heels at the outside of the opposite hip. Interlock your fingers on the top knee. Gaze towards the tip of your nose. Visualize the face of a cow. Keep breathing in Sitkari Kumbhaka without your tongue touching the teeth, hissing through your teeth on every inhalation in Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फन्तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजये दक्षिणे अपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं यथा.
Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Pull your stomach in and up and gaze towards the tip of the nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana on the other side.
दक्षिण गोड़ों नीचे उठाने, बाहों ताके ऊपर आने, गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी, आड़ा पद पुनि दे संधि पसारी.
Now again, interlock your fingers behind your back. Lean down, gaze to the nose, bring the chin over the knee, the nose to the mat. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana too.
जीवना गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वा गोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे, गोड़ा सेवले पगतल्यालो आड़वाई सुधा राशे.
Next up is Garudasana too. Now step the left foot flat on the mat and bring the right heel against your perineum. Keep your hands on the respective knees and gaze towards the tip of the nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana too.
दावो पगमोडी येडी माहिलो गुल्फमूल द्वारणी चैदे.
Now raise your perineum onto the heel and interlock your fingers around your neck as you twist your elbows around the raised knee. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Sage Narada in Naradasana on the other side.
पिष्टिचुवाम पगतली केरी भूपरी ताही लगावे फेरी, गोड़ा सुधो फणो है जोजी दछिपा शिती राशे सोजी.
Now place the right foot onto the left thigh. Hold onto the left shin with your right hand and the left big toe in Prana Mudra with the left hand. Hug your knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
The next asana is Matsyendasana. As you extend your legs out, now place the left foot on the right thigh and raise the right knee. Bring your left elbow around the raised knee and place the hand by the neck as you place the right hand on the ground behind you. Twist your spine. Gaze up and visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga in Matsyendasana.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्.
Now extend the front hand down to the foot, hold onto the big toe in Prana Mudra. Gaze up towards your third eye as you place the other hand on the ear behind. Gaze up and visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Now drop the hand from the ear to the ground behind you. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga in Matsyendasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्र पीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचंड रुक्मंडल खंडनास्त्रम्.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Bring the other foot, the right foot, on the left thigh. Raise the left knee. Twist the right elbow around the raised knee. Hand by the neck, the other hand on the ground. Gaze up and visualize Sage Matsyendranath in Matsyendasana.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्.
Now extend your front hand to the foot, hold onto the big toe in Prana Mudra. As you place the other hand on the ear, gaze up and visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Now drop the hand from the ear to the ground behind you. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath in Matsyendasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्र पीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचंड रुक्मंडल खंडनास्त्रम्.
Next up is Padmasana. Now place your feet on top of opposite thighs. Keep your hands on top of your knees. As you gaze to the tip of the nose, perform Mahamudra Bandha. Lock the throat, pull your stomach in and up, and contract the perineal floor. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva as you breathe in. Sitali Kumbhaka. Press your tongue against the back of the teeth this time. As you hiss through your teeth on the inhalation, exhale through your nose, and internally chant Om Nityananda Mahasadashivoham.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा ऊर्ध्वोरुपरि चेद्धत्ते उभे पादतले यथा.
Now cross your arms in front of your body and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards the tip of your nose as you visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Lord Shiva, in Padmasana 2.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थो प्रयत्नतः ऊरु मध्ये तथोत्तानो पाणी कृत्वा तु तादृशौ.
Next up is Kukutasana. Now bring your hands through the legs and place your palms flat on the ground with your legs still in Padmasana. Gaze forward as you lift your entire body off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
पद्मासनं संस्थाप्य नान्भोरौरन्तरे करौ.
Next up is Baddha Asana. From Padmasana, rise up onto your knees. Bring your hands on the ground, fingers pointing towards your body. Bend your elbows and bring them towards your navel. Lean forward and lift your knees off the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
धरामवष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्कूर्परिस्थापिता नाभिपार्श्वः.
Now extend your legs back. Keep your elbows at the navel. Lean forward, find balance, and lift your legs up straight, visualizing yourself as a peacock in Mayurasana.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now lay down on your stomach. Interlock your fingers around your neck as you place your forehead on the ground. Turn your feet so the toes are pointing to the side. The heels on the mat. Visualize yourself as a crocodile in Makarasana.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानो शिरश्च धृत्वा करदण्डयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं तत्.
Next up is Shalabhasana. Now keep your hands at the side of the shoulders and lift your legs off the mat completely as you visualize yourself as a locust.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्यां पादौ च शून्ये च वितस्ति चोर्ध्वं वदन्ति पीठं शलभं मुनीन्द्राः.
Next up is Ushtrasana. Now bend your knees and hold onto your feet, pulling the heels outside of the hips towards the ground. Try to touch your heels to the mat as you visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम् आकुञ्चयेत् सम्यक् उदरास्य गाढम् उष्ट्रं च पीठं योगिनो वदन्ति.
Now hold onto your feet and kick your legs back and up. As you raise your head and chest, gaze up towards your third eye, bend your back, and visualize yourself as Pinaka Lord Shiva's bow in Dhanurasana.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुजदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
Next up is Bhagasana. Come to a kneeling position. Sit in between your heels. Heels outside the hips with the toes touching behind your back. Keep your hands on the respective knees. Gaze up towards your third eye. And visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe calmly through your nose and internally chant the new japa. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham in Bhagasana.
उल्टा मोड़ी पावदो वैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक ऐसे पावन महिला गुल्पज होबु कुला पाशतीला वेसोबु.
We are now moving on to another inverted posture. Get ready. Set yourself up in front of a wall if needed. Now place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers in Padasha Mudra and place your head on the ground. Support your head with your hands. Raise your hips. Straighten your legs. Bring your hips above the shoulders and lift your feet off the ground. Pull your knees in towards your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball. Try to touch your knees to the chin. As you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Gohi Asana.
दो हाथ की कहोनी जोजी पुनः कलाई जाने दो जी.
Now extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana, the headstand posture. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Next up is Podiasana. Come to a seated posture with the legs extended forward. We're going to enter a sequence of rapid exhalations in Bhastika Kumbhaka. Throughout the next few asanas, push the air out by contracting your abdomen again and again. Don't inhale. Let the air flow back into your lungs naturally. Push the air out again and again like the bellows of a blacksmith. As we start this sequence with Podiasana, now bring your hands to the calves and raise your legs up vertically in front of your face. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने गोड़ा तरे काकसी ठाने.
Now bring your hands behind your back and hold on to opposite shoulders. Gaze up towards your third eye. Keep your legs raised and visualize yourself as a mace in Parigasana.
उत्तान शयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Now extend your arms out in front. You can place your forearms on the ground if needed. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
उत्तान शयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now pull your feet in towards your chest. Scoop the hands below. Keep performing Bhastika Kumbhaka as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana.
उत्तान शयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now relax. Breathe calmly. As you lay down on your back with your feet flat, the knees raised. Place your palms on the ground just behind your heels. Push your hips up. And then contract the perineal floor and contract your throat as well. Lock the throat as you push the air upwards against the throat lock, preventing it from escaping by performing Jalandhara Bandha. This is Mocha Kumbhaka, which forces the energy upwards to the higher energy centers and leads to a state of swooning in the yogi. Gaze towards your nose and visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pitasana too.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानूनि कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेत्तु पीठ उन्मुखनामके.
Now lay down flat on your back. Relax every single muscle in your body. Forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine and Shakti Charan Mudra from the Muladhara all the way to the Sahasrara Chakra. Unclutch from any micro movements of the body and mind. Lay completely still as you visualize your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you in Shivasana as you internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda.
Now, let's return to the physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and knees. Move your arms and legs and pull your knees towards your chest. And circle your legs with your arms and squeeze your body into a ball. Rock your body from side to side and slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations! You completed the Pratama Vinyasa Karma, the first 108 asanas of this sequence. Let us all get ready for the remaining asanas. Have a sip of water, but immediately come back to the mat as we're going to continue the Ditya Vinyasa Karma.
Nityananda, thank you for watching, and if you found the video enlightening,
Please give it a like, share it with your loved ones, and subscribe to stay connected with us.
don't forget to click the bell icon to receive the notifications.
Now, let us move on to the next asana of the sequence. Yathasana Ishthasana. Sit in a comfortable position that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Keep your hands on top of your knees in Bindu Mudra. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe deeply in Samana Kumbhaka. As you internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham in Yathasana Ishthasana.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यतसंस्तं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. From a cross-legged position, place your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra and inhale and exhale as deeply as possible again and again as you visualize Swamiji.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Muktasana. Now bring the left heel against the perineum and place the right foot on top of the left. Now keep your hands flat on your knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
निपीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्भतः वामं यां येन गुल्फेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
Maintain the posture but shift your gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in Siddhasana.
स्थानः संयमितेन्द्रियोचलदृशा पश्यन् ध्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Shift your gaze to the ground in front of you. Perform Mahamudra Bandha or Bandhas engaged, root lock, abdominal lock and throat lock as you visualize Swamiji in Siddhyasana.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितास कोठानो दक्षिपादके आडीजोजी एडीजोजी मेडुमदिलगावे सोजी.
Now keep your hands on your knees in Bindu Mudra with index fingers and thumbs together. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana 2.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण राखे एक जुगति ऐसे विधि दाखे.
Maintain the same posture but shift your gaze to the tip of your nose. Embody tranquility and an unshakable nature in Santadunasana.
आसन की गुण मन की चन चलता मीट.
Next up is Siddhasana 2. Now cup your hands in front of your navel in Sampata Mudra resembling a lotus flower as you visualize Swamiji in Siddhasana 2.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now maintain your legs in the same position. Set the Sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation and get ready to enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Inhale all the way. Hold your breath and then close your lips with little and ring fingers, your nostrils with the middle fingers, your eyes with the index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु यत्कृत्वा खेचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा.
The next asana is Vedasana. Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and bring the left foot underneath the right thigh. Keep your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra and gaze forward as you embody the state and space of bravery.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः इतरस्मिंस्तथा चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
Maintain your legs in the same position, your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize the great sage Valmiki, poet and author of Ramayana and Valmikasana.
दावा पग की पगथली पुनि एड़ी है जोय.
Now place your hands flat on your knees and gaze towards the tip of your nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala, visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti in Joni Mudrasana.
वामपाद की पगथली जाहि माहिली कोर.
Maintain the posture. Hold the visualization of Yoni Mandala as you shift your gaze to the third eye and perform Yoni Asana.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफलेनिलं तत्कालफललं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
Now bring the soles of your feet together in front, heels against the perineum. Interlock your fingers around the toes and push your knees to the ground. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Viraraja in Bhadrasana.
गुल्पौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्फं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्फं तु दक्षिणे.
The next asana is Agorasana. Now maintain the legs in the same position. Place the left hand on the left knee. Gaze up towards your third eye and curl your tongue back. Press your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra as you bring your right hand over top of your mouth, closing the left nostril with your index finger. Inhale through the right nostril. Then hold your breath, close both the nostrils. Then exhale through the left. Inhale again through the left. Hold your breath and exhale through the right. Invert the breathing flow again and again in Abhyantara Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as an Agori in Agorasana.
पूर्व कहो अभिश्रिका जोजी वाही विधि जो कीजे सोजी.
Now bring your elbows down onto your heels. Separate the heels. Keep your toes together and rest your chin on your hands as you gaze towards the tip of the nose. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Exhale fully and hold your breath in Rechaka Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kanadi Kavasana.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कख्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि तैसे.
The next asana is Parasana. Now scoop your hands below the feet and interlock your fingers. Lift your feet off the ground, gaze towards the tip of the nose, and visualize Swamiji in Parasana.
ततोर्ध्वं रेचयेत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Now interlock your fingers around the toes from the top and pull your feet against your chest. Rest your chin on the toes, gaze towards the tip of your nose, and embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana.
पूरव विधिपगा का अंगूठा कंठकूपराशे.
Now scoop your hands below the feet and interlock your fingers around the toes from below. Pull your feet up against your chest. Rest your chin on the fingers as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize your body free from any defects in Uddarasana.
दोगु पगदली संपुट ठाने उभय हस्त करिउरद हिताने.
Next up is Vishishtasana. Now lift your feet even higher in front of your face. Keep the fingers interlocked around the toes in front of your forehead as you visualize yourself excelling in everything.
दोगु पगदली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
Now lift your legs over top of your shoulders and bend your elbows upwards. Hold on to your neck with your fingers as you visualize yourself as a cobra in Vajrasana.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनम् अतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनम् इहोच्यते.
With your legs over top of your shoulders, bend your elbows down, bring your hands behind your back. Interlock your fingers behind your back if you can as you gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana.
दो हाथ पगम नीच आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
Now place the top of the left foot flat on the mat and sit on the left heel. Stack the right knee over top of the left with the heel outside the opposite hip. Place your hands on opposite knees, gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on any external objects. Just focus on the object within as you visualize yourself as an elegant swan. Perform Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth on the in and exhalation in Sankatasana.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टयेद् वामपादकम्.
Next up is Dhenukasana. Now slide the left foot outside the hip, sit in between the heels. Keep your hands on the top knee. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
Anushaginakara panchadam vrishihilindagalyamni.
Now slide the right foot onto the left thigh and bring the left foot on top of the right knee. Bring your left arm behind your back, twist your spine. Hold on to opposite thighs with your hands. Once you catch a hold, twist your spine even further. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Machandasana.
Vamajanga paridachinathane vamahastapishti disaane.
Untwist your spine. Hold on to the big toes as you lean forward and down and place your forehead on the mat. Visualize Swamiji in Machandasana too.
प्रथम जीवण चरण जोजी वामजंग परिराखे सोजी ताकी एड़ी कड़ी सोलावे बहुरी जुगति और करावे.
Next up is Guru Asana. Now interlock your fingers on the top knee. Perform Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
Now place the top of the right foot flat on the mat and sit on the right heel. Stack the left knee over top with the heel outside the opposite hip. Keep your hands on opposite knees, gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra, and visualize yourself as an elegant swan in Sankatasana on the other side.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Now slide the right foot outside the hip, sit in between your heels with your hands on top of the knees. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुशाकिनकर पंचडं वृषिहिलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Now bring the left foot onto the right thigh and the right foot on top of the left knee. Twist your right arm behind your back. Hold on to opposite thighs as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Machandasana on the other side.
वामजंग परदक्षिणठाने वामहस्तपिष्टि दिसाने.
Untwist your spine, hold on to the big toes and lean forward and down as you visualize Swamiji in Machandasana.
प्रथम जीवनो चरण जोजी वामजंग परिराखे सोजी.
Rise up, interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Perform Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
Now place your feet flat and raise your knees against your chest. Pull your knees in with your hands as you curl your tongue back and press it up in Kechari Mudra. Gaze towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Pashasana.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जाननि उरसि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् ऊरुसहितचङ्गे निबध्य तिष्ठेत् पाशासनं भवति.
Now hold on to opposite wrists with your hands. Pull your knees in, rest your chin on the hands. Rest your chin on the knees as you gaze towards the tip of the nose. Press your tongue up and visualize yourself residing in an abode of bliss in Bodha Shukasana.
दो भूपगतली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे.
Now bring your hands underneath the knees and hold on to opposite elbows. Gaze towards the tip of the nose, press your tongue up and visualize Swamiji in Kudakatasana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर लियावे गोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे आम्हा साम्हा ऐसे करे आपस में को हनि पकड़े.
Now across the right ankle over the left with the toes pointing up. Now curl your tongue back and push it up. Gaze to your nose and visualize Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारी धरती परिधाने डावा पग परिदच पद आने.
Now extend your legs forward, interlock your fingers and raise your arms up with the wrists pointing outwards. Be straight as a stick as you perform all the bandhas. Gaze to your nose, curl your tongue up, and visualize Swamiji in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Now lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot with both hands. In Prana Mudra, hold on to the big toes. Bring your head towards the knees. As you inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other alternatingly in Nadi Shodamu, visualize Swamiji in Arambhasana.
दो पग मिलवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीलाट गोड़ा लगावे.
Rise up, slightly separate your feet and raise your knees as you bring your hands underneath the shins and hold on to the soles of the feet from the outside as you bring your head down to the mat. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Bidukasana.
प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पसारी कच्छ को उर्त को कोरडो डारे.
Now bring the heels together in front and scoop your hands below the shins, palms facing up, and rest your chin on the heels. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Jalandhari Bhavasana.
दो एड़ी मैले के दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
Now rise up, extend your legs, and lift one leg behind your neck. As you lean forward and down, hold onto the front foot with both hands. Perform the Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize the prana flowing upwards through the 9 points of your body as you Virpa Mahadeva, which are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of the forehead, and the Brahmaranda, the crown of your head. Visualize Swamiji in Urdhva Paschimottanasana.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the leg behind your neck. Hold onto the foot behind your head. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize that you are infinite, endless, eternal, Ananta in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side. Keep holding onto the foot behind your head as you gaze to your nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयितः एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरहस्तं कर्णमूले स्थापयेत्.
The next asana is Durushasana. As you lay on your back, pull your knees towards your chest and encircle them with your arms. Squeeze your body into a ball and rock your body from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in Durushasana.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनी हृदयेवष्टम्बा जङ्घासहित ऊरूनि करद्वये बद्ध्वा सव्यापसव्यं लोडयेत्.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Now lift the other leg behind your neck. Lean forward and down and hold on to the front foot with both hands as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the leg behind your neck. As you extend the opposite leg forward, visualize you are infinite, eternal, endless in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य इतरहस्तेन पावाग्रं गृहीत्वा.
Now roll onto the side of the hand which is holding onto the foot behind your head. Gaze to your nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयितः एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरहस्तं कर्णमूले स्थापयेत्.
Next up is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lay on your back, one by one, lift your legs behind your head. If you can't bring your legs behind your head, you can pull them towards your chest. And then interlock your fingers around the lower back. Gaze towards the tip of the nose. And visualize Swamiji in your inner space, still focusing on the upward flowing prana and Pratyahara Pranayama.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
Now with the legs over top of your shoulders, bend your elbows up and interlock your fingers around your neck as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within in Atma Ramasana.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सुधोसो वे.
The next asana is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, extend your arms out to the side at shoulder level and pull your knees up towards your chest with the soles of the feet facing up towards the sky. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ छीदा सा करे तिन सौ उबे से पा करे.
Next up is the Jatara Parivriti. 1, 2, and 3. Drop one knee to the side and extend the opposite leg down. Step 1. Bend both knees to the side. Step 2. Now extend both legs to the side, hold on to the feet and gaze in the opposite direction. Step 3. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now return to the center position and drop the other knee down, extend the opposite leg. Drop both knees, bend to the side. Extend your legs to the side, hold on to the feet and gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Now place your feet flat and hold on to your ankles. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you push your hips up high. Lock your throat, push the air up as you visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge in Viparapita.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठ सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
Now bring your hands over top of your shoulders with the fingers pointing towards your feet. Now lift your entire body off the ground and push your hips up high as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Breathe calmly through your nose in Paryankasana.
उत्तानशयनमस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिवष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Now lay down on your back and bring your hands on the respective shoulders. Pull your knees towards your chest and move your hips in a circular motion. Visualize yourself as a dog, playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana.
शवच्छरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभुवाणिज्यम्.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Lay down on your back and raise your legs and your hips up. Point your toes to the sky. Keep your hands on the ground for balance. As you move your legs in a circular motion, visualize Swamiji in the Viparita Karani.
भूतले सुशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Point the toes to the sky. Keep your hands on the ground and feel the digestive fire increasing in Viparita Karani too.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाठराग्निविवर्धनी.
Now drop your toes down over top of your head. Touch the ground with your toes as you interlock your fingers behind your back. Visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Now hold on to your feet over top of your head. Visualize Paramashiva as this is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself, Shaita Paschimottanasana.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. Holding onto the feet, separate your legs wide over top of your head. Keep your hips above the shoulder level for balance as you visualize Swamiji in Supta Konasana.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Now join your feet back together. Hold onto your ankles and roll onto your back, keeping your arms and legs straight, visualizing yourself as a chakra or wheel in Chakrasana.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रमेतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
Next up is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. Now hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra and extend your legs up. Keep the legs vertical as you then separate your legs wide to the side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now, join your feet back together. Keep the legs vertical. Hold on to the big toes and pranamutta in Supta Parangushtasana as you visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
From Supta Parangushtasana, cross your legs into Padmasana. Hold on to opposite elbows above your head. Bring your knees to the mat as you gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana. From the same position, place the right hand on top of the left palm, palms facing up over top of your head. Gaze to the nose and visualize the Rama in your inner space.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सुधोसो वे.
Now raise your knees and hips off the ground and support your lower back with your hands, elbows resting on the ground. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize Swamiji in Sarvangasana.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमं यत्कृत्वा योगनिपुणो विद्याभिः पंडितो यथा.
Now lower your body down. Keep the right foot on the left thigh and raise your knees towards your chest. Extend your arms over top of your head. Fingers hooked forward like the sting of a scorpion. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as a scorpion of Vrishikasana.
प्रथमशयन सुधोषि शिके सन्धि सुदाखे.
Exchange the position of your feet as you repeat Vrishikasana on the other side.
प्रथमशयन सुधोषि शिके सन्धि सुदाखे.
Now lay down flat on your back and interlock your fingers around your neck. Lift your legs off the ground as you alternate pulling your knees in towards your chest back and forth. Visualize Swamiji and breathe calmly in Sahaja Kumbhaka and Vrishabharakripasana.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिक्कन्दरां बद्ध्वा.
Next up is Maruttanasana. Now, with your hands at the side of your hips, pull your knees up and touch your ears with the respective knees again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
श्रोतानवत् संस्थिति कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
Now place your feet flat and stand up and lay down again and again. Visualize yourself as a wolf in Vrikasana.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Lutasana. Squat down and roll over completely again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Finally, lay down on your stomach with the hands at the side of your shoulders.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
As you lay on your stomach with your hands by the shoulders, contract your lips and make a whistling sound like a flute as you inhale through your mouth. Visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on the chariot back in Saratasana.
दिव्यशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय स्तम्भद्वस्ताभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य.
With your hands flat on the ground, raise your hips, push your body up into a plank position and jump your feet in between the hands back and forth as you visualize yourself transcend body and mind in Tehal Ulanganasana.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय.
Next up is Jatyasana. As you lean forward and down, place your hands on the ground. Walk around on hands and feet as you visualize yourself as a wise 6-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जातिस्मरो भवेत् हस्तान्द्रिभूमौ च गमनम् आगमनं ततः.
I bless you all. let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now move on to Lolitika Karana. Stand in Adimandi posture. Heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Raise your elbows to the shoulder level and tilt your head back. Rotate your arms around the body as you move your head in all directions. Next up is Sarvasana. As you tie your feet if you have a rope available. Stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your elbows close to the body. Hands on your thighs. And visualize that your Kundalini Devi is rising and curling upwards around your body like a snake in Sarvasana.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपानाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत्तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
Next up is Ushtrasaranasana. Now lean forward, hold on to the toes from the front, keeping your hands and fists. Walk around like a camel as you visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasaranasana.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Ashvasana. Now hold the toes from the side. Keep your hands and fists and walk around on the mat like a horse in Ashvasana, the horse posture.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapotanitakasana. As you keep the heels together and interlock your fingers behind your back. Lean back, bring your hands down towards your calves. Open up your chest. Breathe deeply through your nose. On every exhalation, lean a little bit deeper into the back bend as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतनिटकं भवति.
Next up is the Tala Pushpa Putam Karana. With your heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Bow down to one side, open up your palms, raise the respective heel. Visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. The next asana is Khadgasana. As you stand on your mat, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Then lay down on your stomach and jump your feet back up towards your hands and stand with the hands extended in Namaskara Mudra, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Now, stand with your legs separate. Hold on to weights as you sit down or squat down as low as possible and stand up again and again. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in the Uttanottanam.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् अस्थितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. Raise your arms up above your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत् वारं वारम् उड्डानं कृत्वा.
Now pull one foot up towards your chest as you sit down and stand back up with the other leg. Alternate on both sides as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Utshirshakasana.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् उत्शीर्षकं भवति.
Next up is Parshvajanukarana. Now keep the toes of the right foot pointing outwards and lift the left knee towards your chest and circle the raised leg with your arm. Keep the hand in a fist and place the other hand on the inner respective thigh. As you get ready to enter Tandavasana. Extend your arms and one leg forward. As you sit down and stand back up, hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana, visualizing yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति।
Next up is Brahmanasana. Now raise the left leg against the inner opposite thigh with the heel against the perineum. Keep your hands at the side of your body. Visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within in Brahmanasana.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्।
Now bring the left foot over and around the right knee and tuck the toes behind the right calf. Bring the left arm below the right and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda and Garudasana 3.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्।
Next up is Ekapadasana. Place the left foot on the right thigh and stand on one leg. Keep your hands by the side and visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च।
Next up is Dhuruvasana, the post-up posture. Now hold on to the left big toe as you extend the leg out to the side. Rotate quickly on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the North Poster.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पदस्य अग्रं धृत्वा।
Now lift the left leg behind your neck and stand tall on the mat. Visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within as you sit down and stand back up, performing the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu in Trivikramasana.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति।
Now repeat the Padshajanu on the other side. Keep the toes of the left foot pointing outwards. Raise the right knee against your chest and encircle it with your hand in a fist. Now repeat Dandavasana. Extend your arms and the right leg forward. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva as you sit down and stand back up.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति।
Now repeat Brahmanasana. Lift the right leg against the left thigh with the heel against the perineum. Hands relaxed by the side. Visualize Lord Brahma is blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्। एकपादमुरो दत्त्वा तिष्ठेत् दण्डाकृतिर्भुवि।
Now bring the right leg over and around the left knee. Tuck the toes behind the left calf. Bring the right arm below the left and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda with big wings on your back in Garudasana 3.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्।
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and keep your hands relaxed by the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च।
Now repeat Dhuruvasana, the post-up posture. Hold onto the right big toe in Prana Mudra as you extend the leg out to the side. Rotate quickly on the standing leg as you visualize yourself as the North Poster.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा।
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Lift the right leg behind your neck. Stand tall on the mat. Sit down and stand back up as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति।
Next up is Sammanaka Karana. Stand with the heels touching, toes pointing outwards and your hands slightly extended away from your hips. Fingers pointing one by one. Breathe calmly and relax after this intense sequence of asanas. as we get ready for the final 100 asanas of this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. So quickly have some water and immediately return back, as we are going to continue in just a few moments.
Nityanandam, thank you for watching, and if you found the video enlightening,
Please give it a like, share it with your loved ones, and subscribe to stay connected with us.
don't forget to click the bell icon to receive the notifications.
Yes, now let us move on to the next asana of the sequence. Everyone, please settle down on your yoga mats. Stand on your mat with your legs separate and squat down as you bring your arms from the outside in between the legs. Interlock your fingers in front of your navel as you visualize the great sage Goraknath in Gorak Anjali Asana. Breathe in Jivachara Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply, hold your breath, and freely move the prana within your system by the force of your will.
प्रथमहि बोहो ये बाहुरी नीचो पुनिहोवे.
Next up is Kanchi Asana. From a squatting position, interlock your fingers around your lower back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Kanchi Asana.
ऊरुमध्याधहस्तो निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत्. काञ्च्यासनं भवति.
Now bring your heels together. Squat down with your heels close to your perineum. Interlock your fingers around the lower back in Parashva Mudra. Gaze down towards your navel as you visualize Bhagavan Kalabhairava, the Lord of Time, in Bhairava Asana.
दोवूपक की थल्या की माहिली कोर मिलागी फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे दोन्यों एडी जोनि स्थान राशे.
Next up is Varahasana. Squat with the heels together, toes separate. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra and bring them behind your head with the fingers pointing down, your back straight, elbows raised high. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu in Varahasana.
पाकथली की माहिली कोर मिलागी फना पानी उकड़ वैसे.
Next up is Ripitasana. Now hold on to the big toes and Prana Mudra. Raise your hips up to the same level as your knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितमं जानुप्रदेश आनीय तिष्ठेत्.
Now place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. As you lean forward, raise your hips up and lift your feet off the ground, balancing on your arms. Visualize yourself as a crow in Bakasana.
हस्ताभ्यामवनिमवष्टम्भ जानुद्वयं नाभौ सम्मील्य.
The next asana is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Now place your head on the ground, forming a triangle between your head and your hands. Lift your hips above the shoulders, knees on the elbows, and raise your legs up. Cross your legs into Padmasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Sushtanga Kapali Asana.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होगी.
Lower your legs down. Come to a kneeling posture. Keep your heels outside the hips and the toes touching behind your back. Place your hands on your knees. Gaze towards the tip of your nose and visualize you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru in Guptasana.
जानूर्भोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्. पादोपरि च संस्थाप्य गुदं गुप्तासनं विदुः.
The next asana is Vrikshasana 2. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and raise your legs up over top of your body into a handstand. Lean against the wall for support if needed, or ask a partner to assist you as you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground in Vrikshasana 2.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
Next up is Shivasana from the handstand. Now gaze towards your third eye and visualize Tejas is flowing towards your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
दोवूपक जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
Next up is Matsyasana 2. Place your hands flat on the ground and step your feet back into a plank position. Now lower your body down towards the ground and push it back up again and again as you visualize yourself as a fish in Matsyasana 2.
नुब्जशयनं कुर्परो पार्श्वभागायामूर्धकृत्य.
Now lay down on your stomach and keep your hands on the hips Lift your head and chest from left to right and visualize yourself as a snake in Sarvasana 2.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य पादौ दीर्घीकृत्य
Now place your elbows on the ground and rest your chin on your hands. Point your toes back, feet flat on the ground. Feel self-supported and completely independent in Niralambanasana.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परया सुधीः मुखमुन्नमनुच्चायि निरालम्बनमासनं निरालम्
Now place your hands flat on the ground and bend your knees. Straighten your arms, raise your chest and bring your feet and upper back closer together as you visualize yourself as an umbrella in Chakrasana.
अर्ध्यासनमस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्याम् उन्नयात् छत्रासनं भवति.
Next up is Vajrasana. Come to a kneeling posture, sit on your heels with the feet flat. Extend your arms out, place your palms and your forehead on the ground as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing your indestructibility in Vajrasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
With your hands flat on the ground, raise your hips up into Gajasana position and alternate striking the ground with your hands as you visualize yourself as powerful as a ram in Meshasana.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत् मेषासनं भवति.
The next asana is Ajjasana. Place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart. Raise your legs up and lower your face down towards the ground as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य मस्तकेन भूमिं स्पृशेत्.
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Move your heels outside the hips and turn your feet so the toes are pointing to the side. Place your hands on the knees as you keep your thighs and calves on the ground. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back in Garudasana form.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना जानुपरिकरद्वन्द्व गरुडासनमुच्यते.
Now bring the soles of your feet together. With the toes pointing back, your knees separated wide. Hold onto your ankles and bring the front of your buttocks on the ground in front of your heels. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple in Ananda Mandirasana.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः हस्तयुग्मं पाददेशे पादयुग्मं प्रदापयेत्.
Now cross your feet and sit on the top heel as you place your hands underneath your knees. Keep your knees separate on the ground as you pull your stomach in and up. Press your tongue flat against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra and visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana 2.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सबलयाकृतिः हस्तौ पादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now tuck the toes and sit on raised heels, palms on the mat, thumbs touching. Gaze to Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Now bring the soles of the feet together and point your toes back and sit on your heels. Keep your knees separate wide. Bring your hands towards your armpits and imitate as if you are a monkey stretching itself as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana.
दोवोपगतले सम्पुट आने तिनकी पिष्टि भूमि परिठाने मूलद्वार एड्यां परिल्यावे मूढ़ा हाथ ऊंचा टहरावे.
Now bring the soles of the feet together, raise your heels off the ground and separate your knees widely. Hold on to opposite elbows behind your back. As you gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community in Vajra Sangharasana.
प्रथम पणा पाणी होय बैसे दोबू एडी गुदानी वैसे घोड़ा ऊभा राके धीर आड़े वाय पसारे धीर.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now cross your feet, bring your knees down, knees separate, and sit on your heels. Place your hands on the ground next to your body. As you gaze towards the tip of the nose, pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments in Kanjanasana.
खञ्जनासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तौ भूमौ प्रधारयेत्.
Next up is Kurmasana. As you place your hands on top of the knees, maintain your legs in the same position. Make your upper back and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle. Gaze towards the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो विक्रमेण समाहितौ रुजुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीदितम्.
Next up is Yogasana. As you maintain the same posture, relax your upper back and neck. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतत् इति योगविदो विदुः.
Next up is Vijrogasana. Now stand on your knees and cross your feet behind. Bring your toes towards the opposite knees. Hold onto your calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru Swamiji in Vijrogasana.
घोड़ा वामो उबो होई घोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
Next up is Ushtrasana 2. As you place your feet flat on the ground, hold on to your heels and lean back, tilt your head back, push your hips forward, and visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 2.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदार्ढ्य संविपादयिषुः पुमान्.
Now lean back further, place your forearms, your elbows, and your head on the ground as you gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming in Jatyasana 2.
दोवु एडी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारि तरिधरे.
Next up is Virātasana. Lay down flat on your back and then rise back up again and again. You can use the support of your hands if needed. As you gaze to your nose, visualize the healing and liberation of all the causal, subtle forms of your body in Virātasana.
जङ्घा पृष्ठभूमौ निधाय जङ्घोदरयोः ऊरुनी संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapotasana. As you lean back, bring your hands over top of your shoulders and reach for your feet as you bring your head in between the feet. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदार्ढ्य संविपादयिषुः पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यासं कुर्यान्वितहिताशनः.
Now stand on your knees and hold on to opposite arms in front of your chest. Keep the toes tucked behind. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize Paramashiva as you internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Request your boon. As this is the boon fulfilling posture, receive your boon from Paramashiva in Varasana.
जानुनी भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत वारासनं भवति.
Next up is Varahasana 2. Now lean forward and down and place your forearms on the ground as you sit down on the raised heels. Keep your toes tucked behind. Place your head on your hands and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu in Varahasana 2.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते कूर्परौ भूमौ स्थापयित्वा जानुभ्यामनिमवष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयं मस्तके संस्थाप्य पार्श्विनितम्बे संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत् वराहासनं भवति.
Next up is Mundasana. Now, with your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart, interlock your fingers, place your head on the ground, and support it with your hands as you raise your hips, straighten your legs, walk your feet forward, bring your hips above the shoulders, and then lift your legs up into a headstand. Gaze towards the tip of your nose as you visualize yourself as a lob tree in Mundasana.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्ष्ये सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Gently lower your legs down. Come to a kneeling posture. Separate your knees and lean forward and down. Place your head in between the legs. Hold onto your head with both hands, elbows outside the knees. Inhale through your nostrils and exhale through your mouth in this asana as you visualize Swamiji in Andasana.
प्रथम पग धलिए समट हरावे कोरमा हिली उभे मिलावे फणा पाणी उकड़ कर बैसे दोबू एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is the Viparita Shalavasana as you lay down on your stomach. Extend your arms over top of your head. Hold on to weights to intensify this asana. As you lift your arms, your chest, and your legs off the ground, visualize yourself as a locust.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Next up is Kapalasana. As you place your hands on the ground next to your hips, bring your forehead on the mat and lift your legs up without raising your chest. Visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत् कपालासनं भवति.
Next up is Akasha Kapotasana. Now raise your hips and kick your legs up over top of your body. Bring your feet down on the ground in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a free and opened up in Akasha Kapotasana.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा.
Now come to a kneeling posture and bring your forearms on the mat. Rest your navel on your knees as you visualize yourself as a sparrow in Jatakasana.
पूर्परपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामौष्टभ्य जानुनी नाभौ संकुञ्च्य तिष्ठेत् चटकासनं भवति.
The next asana is Vrishchikasana 2. With your forearms on the ground, raise your hips up, lift your legs over top of your body, and bend your knees. Try to touch the back of your head with your hands as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
विच्छीवपुच्छ प्रतिमाङ्घ्रिपार्ष्णि धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Now sit down on the right heel with the left foot outside the hip, toes pointing to the side, your hands on the ground in front of your body. Gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra. Without focusing on any external objects, don't get distracted by anything happening outside. Just focus on the object in your inner space as you visualize yourself as a bull. Forcefully inhale through your nose, hold your breath, and then slowly exhale again through your nose in Antarangaka Kumbhaka and Vrishasana.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
With your hands flat on the ground, raise your body off the mat. Cross the toes of the left foot over the right as you balance above ground, visualizing Swamiji in Lolasana.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now sit down on the left heel, bring the right foot outside the hip. Hands on the ground, in front of your body. As you visualize yourself as a bull in Vrishasana, the bull posture.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Now place the right foot flat with the knee raised and tuck the toes of the left foot. Sit on the left heel. Keep your hands on respective knees, gaze forward, and visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in Balagunasana.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जायी.
Now stand up and squat down. Bring your arms from the inside out and hold onto your ankles from the outside as you visualize yourself as the entire planet in Grahasana.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये पूर्वरौ स्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां गुल्फप्रदेशो धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ग्रहासनं भवति.
Now repeat Palagunasana on the other side. Tuck the toes of the right foot and sit on the right heel with the left knee raised against your chest. Hands on the respective knees. Visualize Palagunahai.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Now step both feet in. Sit on the raised heels with the toes tucked. Your knees together, your hands on top. If you have weights available, hold on to weights to intensify this asana as you visualize Swamiji in Utkatasana.
युजास्विजोऽस्ति यत ऊर्वजानो यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Now bring the soles of the feet together and separate your knees. Hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you visualize Swamiji in Vajrasangarasana too.
प्रथम पणापाणी होए जैसे दोबू एड़ी गुदानी वैसे गोड़ा ऊभा राखे धीर आड़े वाय पसारे धीर.
Next up is Anilasana. Now place your palms on the ground and step your heels on top of the back of your hands. Keep your arms straight, gaze to your nose, and visualize you are able to live off of air alone.
दोबू हाथ भूमि पर उठाने कहुनी जाड़ी ना भी लगाने.
The next asana is Padukasana. Place the back of your hands on the mat and step your feet onto the palms. Wrap your hands around the feet like shoes and start walking around on your mat. Visualize you are wearing padukas, walking across India performing a padayatra in Padukasana.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Now place your hands on the ground and kick your legs up and let them fall back down again and again. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukuto Dhanasana.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. With your hands on the ground, raise your legs up over top of your body into a handstand-like posture and move your legs around on two hands, dancing. Feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Now separate your feet and place one hand on the mat. Keep the other hand by the ear. As you visualize Swamiji, breathe deeply through your nose in Kunjarasana.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
Exchange the position of your hands. As you repeat Kunjarasana on the other side, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
Now squat down with the heels together, close towards your body. Raise your toes off the mat and balance on your heels as you hold onto your ankles with your hands. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life in Kadambasana.
पार्ष्णिभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कदम्ब भवति.
Now place your feet flat and pull your knees in towards your chest with your hands. Breathe against your thighs. Open up your chest in all directions. Feel your chest expanding at the side and the back on every inhalation and exhalation. Visualize any excess vata being released from or balance within your system in Pavana Muktasana.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके जाननी वक्षसि साधुर्बभ्रति करबन्धनैः. एवं विधा स्थितिर्यत्र तत्र वायुमुक्तासनं भवेद् अनेन वशा शुद्धिः मलस्थवायुर्मोचनम्.
The next asana is Chakorasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck and keep your hands at the side for balance. Extend the opposite leg forward and up. Lift your entire body off the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra and pull the right foot towards your ears if you're pulling a bowstring. Visualize your body as a bow in Dhanurasana 2.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
Now bring the right leg over top of the shoulder. Place the left foot on top of the right foot. Extend your legs out to the side and lean forward. Lift your body off the ground and balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakranasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Pranasana. Now place the right foot flat and bring the left foot on top of the right thigh. Bring your right shoulder beneath the raised knee and push the left knee to the ground. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely from prana and pranasana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्तचामरः एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम्. एतत् प्राणासनं नाम सर्वसिद्धिप्रदायकं वायुमूले समारोप्य ध्यात्वा कुञ्च प्रकारयेत्.
Now bring the left foot outside the right hip and step the right foot over top of the left knee. Bring the left arm around the raised knee and bring the hand below to interlock your fingers behind your back. Twist your spine intensely as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath in Parshvamatyendrasana.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदुष्ण प्रगृह्य तिष्ठेत् परिवर्तिताङ्गः श्रीमत्स्यनाथोदितमासनं स्यात् पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्य तेजास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Chakrasana. Now lift the other leg behind your neck. Keep your hands at the side to lift your entire body off the ground. Gaze up and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy in Chakrasana on the other side.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. This time pull the left foot towards your ear as if you're pulling a bowstring. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2 on the other side.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
Now lift the left leg over top of the left shoulder and place the right foot on top of the left foot. Extend your legs out to the side. Lean forward, lift your body off the ground and balance as you visualize yourself as a flying crane. Breathe calmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka. Internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham in Ashtavakranasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now place the left foot flat and place the right foot on top of the left thigh. Push the left shoulder underneath the raised knee and the right knee towards the ground as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize that you are immortal and able to exist solely from prana and pranasana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्त्वचामरः एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम्. एतत् प्राणासनं नाम सर्वसिद्धिप्रदायकं वायुमूले समारोप्य ध्यात्वा कुञ्च प्रकारयेत्.
Next up is Parshvamatyendrasana on the other side. Bring the right foot outside the left hip and step the left foot over top of the right knee. Bring the right elbow around the raised knee, the hand below. Interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath in Parshvamatyendrasana.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्ण प्रगृह्य तिष्ठेत् परिवर्तिताङ्गः श्रीमत्स्य नाथोदितमासनं स्यात् पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्सेन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now keep the right heel against the perineum and the left leg extended forward. Lean forward and down. Hold onto the front foot with both hands as you keep the Jivachala Kumbhaka engaged. Inhale and hold your breath, freely moving the prana within your body by the force of your will. Gaze forward without focusing on anything external as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य हस्तद्वयेन प्रसारितपादाङ्गुष्ठं धृत्वा जानूपरिमस्तकं न्यसेत् अर्धपश्चिमतानं भवति.
Next up is Crown Shasana. Now bring the right foot outside of the hip with the foot flat, knee on the ground. Hold on to the left foot. Extend your left leg up. Keep the knees straight as you visualize yourself as a crane in Crown Shasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Keep the left heel against the perineum and lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot with both hands. Visualize Swamiji and perform Jivachala Kumbhaka and Ardha Paschimottanasana.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनिनासीवनी सम्पीड्य हस्तद्वयेन प्रसारितपादाङ्गुष्ठं धृत्वा जानूपरिमस्तकं न्यसेत् अर्धपश्चिमतानं भवति.
Now bring the left foot outside the hip, the foot flat, knee on the ground. Hold onto the right foot as you extend it up in front of your face, visualizing yourself as a crane in Crown Shasana, the crane posture.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now bring your legs into a cross-leg position with the feet in between the thighs and calves. Gaze towards the tip of your nose as you keep your hands on top of the knees. Visualize and embody well-being, good fortune, prosperity. Visualize a swastika in swastikasana.
जानूर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे ऋजुकाय समासीन स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते.
Next up is Gorakshasana. Now maintain the same posture but place your hands on top of your heels. Gaze towards the tip of the nose, lock your chin to the chest, and visualize the great sage Goraknatha in Gorakshasana.
जानूर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्भौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः कण्ठसङ्कोचनं कृत्वा नासाग्रमवलोकयेत् गोरक्षासनमित्याहुर्योगीनां सिद्धिकारणम्.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now bring the left heel against the perineum and place your right foot on top of your left thigh. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize Swamiji. Meditate on Arihanta, the enlightened one, the Lord, the Avatar, as you enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Inhale all the way and close your lips with little and ring fingers, your nostrils with the middle fingers, eyes with your index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs in Bhagasana 2.
वामपार्श्वोगुदं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगने मध्यमातर्जन्यङ्गुष्टैः नासादृष्टिश्रुतिक्रमैः छाद्यापेज्जिनं भ्रुविर्मनोलात्वा स्थिरं मनः एवं विधासनं यत्र तत्र साधु भगासनम्.
Relax. Now bring your feet on top of opposite knees and place your hands on the ground next to your body with your palms facing up. Gaze towards your nose, visualize Swamiji, and perform Kakachangsha Kumbhaka. Keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. Inhale through your mouth and exhale through your nostrils in Yogasana 2.
उत्तानौ चरणं कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः आसनोपरि संस्थाप्य चोत्तानं करयुग्मकम्.
Now Rotate your hands, place your palms on the ground and lift your body off the mat. Pull your knees up and visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukutasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now bring your hands through the legs, palms on the ground. Don't lift your body up, stay seated on the mat as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Siddha Haratali Asana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करें, हस्तु दो भूगोड़ासन दिधरे.
Now push your hands in the ground, lift your body up and pull your knees up all the way to your shoulders as you gaze towards the nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं ऊरुनि नीत्वा.
Now raise your hips and push your arms through the legs. With your legs in Padmasana, interlock your fingers behind. Rest your forehead on the ground and sit on your hands as you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Karmakasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करें, घोड़ासन धीमा ही करी धरे. तरफ दूसरी कर दो वो आने, कोन्या ऊपर संधीले ठाने.
Now come to the front of your mat and raise your knees. Bring your hands through the legs with your legs in Padmasana. Bend your elbows up to reach for your neck. Hold on to the respective shoulders with your hands. Balance in this posture as you visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years in Padmasana too.
बाई जंग परि दक्षिण पावा, दाई जंग परि बाई ल्यावा.
Maintain this posture. Tuck your chin to the chest, lock your throat, gaze to your nose, and feel the granthis, the knots in your energy channels along your spine being cut in Granthi Vedasana.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभं ज्ञात्वा रुद्रो भवे क्षिप्रं सूक्ष्मवायुनिषेवनात्.
From the same posture, now roll onto your back. Keep holding onto your shoulders as you embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरं पीठं कूर्मवदुत्तानमेतदुत्तानकूर्मकम्.
Now kick your body back up and sit in Padmasana. Place your hands through the legs. One palm flat on the ground, the other hand holding on to the opposite wrist. Lift your entire body up on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Pangu Kukkutasana by placing the palm of the other hand on the mat and lifting your body up on one arm, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
As you sit in Padmasana, place your elbows down on your toes. Interlock your fingers and rest your chin on your hands. Press your thumbs against your throat and visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous in Grittasana.
जानोर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानुव्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः कण्ठसङ्कोचनं कृत्वा नासाग्रमवलोकयेत्.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Place one hand over the other with the palms facing up. Rest your hands in your lap. As you gaze towards the tip of the nose, perform Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Swamiji in Padmasana.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितो योगिरात्.
Now place your hands on the respective knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space in Padmasana 4.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः पूर्वमूले वामपादं पुनस्तद्दक्षिणं पदं वामोरे स्थापयित्वा च पद्मासनमिति स्मृतम्.
Now keep your left hand on the left knee and keep the right hand in Prana Mudra. Hold onto the big toe in Prana Mudra. As you pull the elbow back as if you're pulling a bowstring, move the big toe round and round. Then repeat the movement on the other side as you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठजङ्घयोस्थितं हस्तमेकं तु जङ्घाय कार्मुकं कुर्परोर्धकम्.
Now, bring your feet in closer towards your body as we enter Karmakasana 3. Cross your arms behind your back with the legs in Padmasana, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Face to your nose as you perform Mahamudra Bandha and visualize yourself as Pinaka Lord Shiva's bow.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Maintain the posture, raise your chest and gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across in Dridhasana.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः दक्षिणं सव्यदेशे च सव्यं दक्षिणदेशके.
Maintain the posture and roll onto your back. Keep your arms crossed, try holding onto the big toes if you can. Lay flat on your back as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a snake. Breathe calmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Nagarasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोठाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने पाद अंगूठा पकड़े आनी शोभे कहोन्या कुल्या पानी.
Now free your arms and legs. Pull your knees towards your chest and encircle them with your arms. Squeeze your body into a ball as you bring your chin to the knees and breathe calmly through your nose in Kandukasana.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत् पृष्ठवंशेन भूमिं पोथयेत् कन्दुकासनं भवति.
Now lay down flat on your back and interlock your fingers around your neck. Keep the feet flat, knees raised. Gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji and breathe deeply in Urdhva Bhavanasana.
प्रथमे सूधो सैनगरावे गोडा उभा राशि मिलावे गुल्फ माहिला अंगुष्ठ दोजी करे एक समेल रसोई.
Now place your hands underneath your heels with the palms facing up and push your hips off the ground as you perform Moksha Kumbhaka. Press the air upwards but keep your throat locked to prevent the air from escaping. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pitasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back and straighten your legs. Point the toes. Rest your body weight on your elbows as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Uttana Shikipitakasana.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम्.
Now raise your legs up, point the toes to the sky and place your arms at the side of your body for balance. Visualize yourself blissfully traversing Naraka Loka unscathed in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ्य पादाग्रद्वयमूर्ध्वमुत्त्रयेत्.
Bring your hands back towards your lower back. Straighten your entire body and lower and angle your legs down. As you engage your core intensely, visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanokasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now bring your hands back down. Straighten your body. Be straight and stable like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag respected across all nations in Vajrasana, the flag posture.
तिर्यन्नौकावत् ग्रीवापृष्ठकोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तकराक्षेण पादाग्रद्वयमूर्ध्वनयेत्.
Now lay down flat on your back, the final asana of the sequence, Mudritasana. Keep your hands at the side of the body with the palms facing up. Relax every single muscle of your body. Pull the Kundalini Shakti up forcefully along your spine and Shakti Charan Mudra from the Mooladhara, the Swadhisthana, Manipuraka, Anahata, Vishuddhi, Anya, Sahasrara Chakra, all the way up, piercing the Brahmarandha as you visualize your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Move your arms and legs and pull your knees up towards your chest as you rock your body from side to side and slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Vidya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence of Kailasas Nityananda Yoga. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. Special thanks to all the participants who arrive early and stay for the whole session, sincerely performing all the asanas. Thank you so much. You will experience a breakthrough as we are now getting ready for the next segment of the day. We're starting off with the first round of our power manifestation. So make sure you have your blindfolds ready. If you don't have a blindfold, you can take any opaque cloth to tie your eyes with. We are going to manifest the power of blindfold reading. So with this exciting announcement, let us now conclude this session as we all sit down with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. The hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart center. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Purna mantra.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्तिः 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 हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्.
At this point, we also want to encourage all the participants, if you face any difficulties, if you have any questions about the asana practice, to leave your comments in the Zoom chat so we can attend to you individually. Thank you all so much for joining us today. Nityanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityanashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Nityanandam and welcome. We welcome all the Paramashivoham participants back to the program. I hope all of you are able to hear us and see us. Let us now enter the first session of the Paramashivoham program, which is the power manifestation. We have all just completed the daily Charya Pada, the yoga of our day. Now that we have completed this beautiful yoga session, the 308 asana Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, we are all energized and ready to manifest the powers and to enter today. Whenever we start our day with the Nityananda Yoga, whether it's in the program or at home, whatever time you are living, wherever you are, do the morning yoga, and that will intensely give you so many benefits, because when you perform the yoga every day morning, it starts your day with that. You start your day with the fresh energy that you receive by performing the Nityananda Yoga. So with this, let us now enter the power manifestation session. Today, once again, as the first power manifestation, we are all going to be manifesting the power of third eye reading. I also request all the participants with us on Zoom to please turn on your cameras and be seated in front of the camera. As we have seen in past days also, the understanding about the quantum mirroring of neurons, and also for the sake of so that we can see you and guide you during the processes. Also, I invite all the participants on YouTube to join the Paramashivoham program. The link is ecitizen.info/PSM. Let me repeat, ecitizen.info/PSM. That is the link for you to register yourself into the appropriate levels. If you have completed the level 1, you can join for the level 1. If you have completed the level 1, you can join for the level 2. If you have completed the level 2, you can join for the level 3. And even if you have completed the level 3, join for the power manifestation sessions that happen after the yoga, as they are very intense, and it's the best way for you to start your day. So with this, let's enter the power manifestation with the first Shastra Pramana, invoking the presence of Paramashiva. The Shastra Pramana is the direct words of Paramashiva, where Paramashiva himself has given us the technique to manifest each and every single one of these powers that we are manifesting throughout this Paramashivoham program. So first, let's chant the Shastra Pramana and invoke Paramashiva's presence and the words of Paramashiva, and also we'll be learning the technique once again to manifest the power of third eye reading.
Now, please sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Let us listen to the Shastra Pramana of the power manifestation of the third eye reading, which is the first power which we are going to be doing today, which is the blindfold reading. So also please keep your blindfolds ready with you. You can have it in front of you or in your hands. So after the Shastra Pramana is chanted, you can tie your eyes, you can cover your eyes with the eye band. So let us now listen to the Shastra Pramana. Sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Let us chant the Shastra Pramana now. Kapalantarmanonyasya Tishtanmilitalochanaha Kramena manasodardhyat Lakshaye lakshyamuttamam. The translation: by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, which is the Lakshya, having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, and attaining that space with the source, with Paramashiva. So this is the revelation by Paramashiva himself for this amazing power manifestation, for this powerful Shakti of the third eye reading. Let us now enter into the power manifestation. Please pick up your eye bands. Close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your third eye. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. We are now going to be projecting the image. Today we are going to be seeing multiple colors. So close your eyes, visualize Swamiji, and let us now begin the power manifestation. We are going to be projecting the colors for you now. Please keep your eyes closed. The image with the colors is being projected. Please intensely chant the Mahavakya from the core of your being, visualizing Swamiji. Let the manifestation happen. Please begin now.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now relax, you can all open your eyes slowly. And let us now take a few moments to write down what we were able to see with our eyes closed. Let's take a few moments. Whatever revelations you got, whether it's colors or shapes or words or any particular, for example, you just saw a tree randomly, you saw a mountain, whatever it can be. Let's take a few minutes to write that down. Share whatever you have seen during the manifestation in the Zoom chat so that we can also know what you have manifested. So let us now take a few moments to write down the different revelations that we receive. Yes, so we have a few comments. So
Senthil Kumaraya is saying that he saw white, bright color, and it was very well visible. Okay.
yes, that's beautiful. Other participants, you can also share what you saw. Sri Balasubramanian, and I also request all the other participants to share what you saw and turn on your cameras. We have Sri Lingodbhava Nityananda. You can please, I request you to please turn on your camera. Yohananda, I request you also to turn on your camera. Nikhil, I request you to please turn on your camera. And other participants also, I request you to please turn on your camera. Yes. So now let us, yes, Sri Balasubramanian has said that he saw green, black and yellow. That is beautiful. You have seen one of the colors that's which was shown. You have seen the color green. That's beautiful. And all the other participants who are watching us on YouTube and other social media platforms as well, I also request you to share what you were able to see during the manifestation on your social media chat section. And yes, with this, we'll now be moving to the next session. Next round of the manifestation. I request all the participants to once again please blindfold your eyes. Let's now take a few moments to once again visualize Swamiji in our third eye. Yesterday, once again, we had the beautiful opportunity of having the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the Bhava Samadhi of Bhagavan Sadashiva. So let's all take a few moments to once again visualize that beautiful form of Paramashiva. Now, let us start chanting the Mahavakya, connecting with Paramashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Now, the next picture is being projected for all of you. we can all start seeing and writing down what Paramashiva has revealed.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda.
Yes. So now you all can open your eyes. Slowly, very slowly. Please open your eyes. Let's now once again take a few moments to write down what we were able to see during this round of the manifestation. All the colors, shapes, pictures, anything you were able to see. Let's write it down now. Yes. Let's all now also post what we were able to see on the chat. Once you have written down, you can also post what you have seen in the chat.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, so Sri Balasubramanian is saying that he saw a tree. That's beautiful because yes, let's all now actually move into the verification. So we see in this picture we have picture we have three colors and one of them is green. So that is beautiful. Once again, you have seen the color green. Each time we keep manifesting and getting something or the other, we are able to connect, and actually what we saw in our third eye is actually also being projected. When that happens, we start to build that trust on our third eye. We start to build that connection with our third eye. The more and more we keep manifesting throughout the day, the more and more we'll experience the powers of Paramashiva. So yes, with this we come to the end of this session, and Senthil Kumar is saying that he saw the picture of Himalayas. Yes, that is also beautiful. Even if you see any picture of the mountains in the Himalayas, you'll see a lot of ice, and that's the same color as white. So that is also a beautiful manifestation. You have seen the white in that particular way. So with this, we'll now be moving into today's Jnana sessions, where we are going to be learning about the power of conversation, the power of end communication. So what is end communication? All of us know communication is a dialogue between two people or two entities to come to a particular agreement or to make something happen or move. But what is end communication? All of us know that when we communicate, always the other person does not take or understand the entire meaning of what we are trying to say. For example, when we try to tell someone that they're doing something wrong and they need to correct themselves, the other person only thinks that you are trying to poke them and hurt them, not that you're trying to help them do the right thing. So that is the problem of communication. So this is where end communication comes in and gives us all the solution to being able to communicate in the right way, share the right context along with the right words for the other person to actually understand and grasp what you are trying to say. So that is where end communication comes. So as yesterday we all heard about the power of words, the Vak Shakti, this power of end communication is something related to that, because it's only when we manifest the Vak Shakti and we are in tune with our Vak, with the ability, with the component of speech, then we'll be able to actually express this extraordinary possibility of end communication. So let's go into the details and actually learn from Swamiji himself what end communication is.
So first, let us see an experiment that was done about the communication and the power of words, the music. And the Japanese scientist Dr. Masaru Emoto has shown the potent effects of sound of photographing with water crystals. His work published in his series of books, Messages from Water, and was featured in the movie What a Bleep Do We Know. In his remarkable experiments, he played classical music and folk songs from Japan and other countries through speakers and placed next to the water samples. He then froze the water to make the crystals and compared the two crystalline structures of different samples. With each musical piece, the water sample formed different and beautiful geometric crystals. When he played heavy metal music, the water crystals' basic hexagonal structure broke into different pieces. So the structure of the water itself started changing with the different music that was played.
Dr. Emoto's work goes further still. He also measured the impact of words on crystalline structures of water. The result of Dr. Emoto's experiments match what psychologists, researchers, and spiritual masters alike have shown, that words we speak and the thoughts we think impact our lives at all levels. This is the powerful cognition we need to understand, that the words we speak and the thoughts we think impact our well-being at all levels. In one experiment, Dr. Emoto and 300 others assembled at the shore of a badly polluted lake in Japan. They all spoke loudly a positive and peaceful affirmations to the water, and Dr. Emoto collected that water and once again crystallized the water to see that the beautiful, the dirty water had changed into beautiful crystalline structures just by the prayer of the before and after the from the baselines that they have seen. The power of words was once again demonstrated by Dr. Emoto. This experiment has not just been conducted by Dr. Emoto, but so many other people around the world and different lakes have also seen similar results, which Dr. Emoto has published in his second volume of the Messages from Water. So in another experiment, Dr. Emoto taped various words and phrases to jars of different water. Do not know the right way of communicating. So in communication itself, there are two understandings. One is the default listening and the other is conscious listening. So let's understand deeper what is the difference between these two forms of listening. You make your own meaning of the words you utter. What is heard and cognized becomes completely disconnected and unconnected. This is default listening. On the other hand, there's authentic listening or conscious listening, which is the true listening. is the right cognizing with with the hearing, the words that we hear, and the right cognitions that interpret those words that we hear. That is what is authentic listening.
So what stops us from listening? Now let's see what actually stops us from being in the space of listening, the incompletions that we carry. So what are the incompletions that we carry in our life that stops us? For example, it can be the past incidents that have happened in our lives, like the past thoughts, emotions, patterns, hangovers, the residues from your past sitting in the present and suffocating you, not letting you live in the present moment or the future. For example, it can be the murder that was seen at the age of 5, and even now you might think about the when you go near the beach, you're not able to keep yourself calm, you're not able to have the peace of mind, you're constantly being bothered about it again and again and again. So authentic listening never happens. Listening and hearing without any interference of incompletion, that is what is authentic listening. Listening is hearing and cognizing what you're hearing. That is what is authentic listening. Without incompletions is like binary code. The listening without any incompletions is like just binary code, 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1. The computer is like you hear hearing and cognizing, hearing and cognizing, hearing and cognizing. But when there is incompletion in the hearing, when the hearing is tainted with so many different incompletions, and again you're not able to live in the present moment, it becomes like 0 0 0 0 1 1 1 1 0 0 0 0 1 1 1 1. There is a lot of disturbance in the listening itself. So the authentic listening never happens. So you are never able to hold yourself in that space of listening.
So here we have a Shastra Pramana, a scriptural reference from the Vedas, which tell us the science of listening. The verse is from the Mandukya Upanishad, where the verse goes as Bhadram karne bhishrunayama devaha Bhadram pashye makshabhiryajatraha. The verse translation is, O Devas, may we hear with our ears what is auspicious. O Devas, worthy of worship, may we see with our eyes what is auspicious. Which is actually telling us that listening to what is auspicious and seeing what is auspicious is not just telling that we will only see these things in our life, but when we see them, having the right cognitions to be able to interpret them in the right way and be powerful at all times. That is also authentic listening. So all the best things happen in our life when we are in the space of listening. During pregnancy, the wife of a demon king, Hiranyakashipu, she was, when Hiranyakashipu, a demon king, when he had gone to pray to get powers to do the negative, to manifest negativity in the world, to create trouble and chaos in the whole world. At that time, Kayadu, his wife, had been taken by Lord Indra because they didn't want her Hiranyakashipu's son to be another demon who will destroy the world. But this is where the story changes, where the divine sage Sri Narada, he comes and tells Indra that it is not right to take someone's wife without their permission, and he takes Kayadu with her permission and asks her to live in his hermitage. So every day whenever Narada Muni, he gives his powerful cognitions from the Vedas and Agamas, all of the powerful truths, the son, the unborn child inside the womb of Kayadu listens to all of these powerful cognitions, and when he is born as an enlightened son named Prahalada. And many of us know the story of how Prahalada, he was able to see Bhagavan Parandama in every single thing, every single atom he was able to see Bhagavan Parandama. Whether his father tried to poison him, the poison became nectar. When his father tried to burn him, what happened was the fire was not able to bear the presence of Prahalada, and the person who was trying to burn him got burnt. And then so many other incidents with finally Narasimha, where Prahalada, with his little finger, Swamiji explains this story in a very beautiful way. He says that Prahalada, a small 8-year-old boy, just points at a particular, his finger at a particular pillar in the palace courtroom of Hiranyakashipu. And at that moment, Bhagavan Parandama had to manifest just for the sake of this 8-year-old boy to fulfill his wish of completely removing the negative energy of Hiranyakashipu. So this is the power of listening. Let us now see how in our life we can experience the power of listening by Swamiji himself sharing these powerful cognitions with us. Let's now be in the space of authentic listening to receive the truths that Swamiji has to share with all of us.
Whatever you want in your life, you might have come for the program here through two-way video conferencing or in the Rajya Sabha physically. You might have come here for health or to achieve more wealth in the life or successful career or spiritual evolution or enlightenment, maybe just to spend 2-3 days with me. Whatever may be the reason, please understand, whatever may be the reason, whatever may be the purpose, whatever you may want from this program, through this program, can happen in you by listening. It is with listening. When you start listening, it starts. When I say listening, I don't mean just hearing. The default hearing, which all of us have. Let me define this default hearing and listening. Default hearing means you hear some words or sound. The moment you hear, some of your past incompletions stored in you, past memories, emotions, hangovers gets triggered in you. When that gets triggered, you are just lost. You are just lost in the triggered hangover. I'll give you an example. When you were 10, you went for a beach walk. There you saw few people attacking one person, and finally that fellow is dead. You saw literally a murder in front of your eyes. Naturally, you will run away from that place. After that, you may never go to beach for a walk. Or even if you get a chance to see the beach, you may remember only this painful memory. If you carry this incompletion, the moment I start speaking, I start uttering the word beach or a beautiful walk in the evening beach, the breeze, of the evening beach. Here I am talking about the beautiful, loving, very soothing experience. But there in you, that incompletion gets triggered, you are already in the mood of that being terrorized, frightened, fear, carrying that hangover, that incompletion being triggered. Understand? Hearing and incompletions getting triggered and getting lost in those incompletions. Hearing, incompletions getting triggered and getting lost in those incompletions. That is what is your default hearing. Now, when I ask you to listen, I mean listen and internalize everything I am uttering without allowing the interference of that past hangover, incompletions. At least for next few hours, the program is around almost 3 hours a day, little more than 3 hours with a break. If you see, it's around 5.5 hours. Listen. At least the next few hours, next 3 days, I am requesting you to listen and internalize directly without allowing your incompletions interfering, without allowing your incompletions hitting, without hearing your incompletions disturbing, without getting your incompletions triggered. Listen. You listen and internalize, means understand, cognize. Then again listen, cognize, listen, cognize. This is like a binary action. 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Like the computer. How you hear the binary code in the computer. 0, 1, 0, 1. But if the incompletions get triggered and interfere, it is not 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. It is like a 0, 1. Then again 0. The incompletions getting triggered stops the hearing and internalizing, hearing and cognizing, hearing and cognizing. This process gets disturbed. This process gets disturbed. Understand? When the hearing and cognizing is disturbed, you become tired. You get disturbed. And the listening gets broken. Especially Indian classrooms, you are trained not to listen. The long hours, boring syllabus, boring teachers. Naturally, you are pushed to get into the state of samadhi by sitting with open eyes. Listen. Just these next 3 days, I request you to listen and cognize without allowing your incompletions getting triggered. Without allowing your incompletions getting triggered. My commitment with you all, please listen. Please listen carefully. I can make whatever you want as reality. Please understand. I am really serious about what I am uttering. I am sincere about what I am uttering. I can make whatever you want as reality. Health, wealth, success, complete relationships, whatever you want as reality, I can make that happen. I can make whatever you want as reality. But my only request, please provide listening. This is the only wiring between you and me. It is the only wiring between you and me, connection between you and me. In Vedic tradition, words are not used just to convey some idea, concept, theory. Words are used to transmit energy. Understand? If the words are used only to convey an idea, a concept, books are enough. But in Vedic tradition, we use the words to transmit the energy, experience. So, listening is the only wiring between you and me. It's the only wiring between you and me. So I request you to provide complete listening. I request you to use the words as a bridge between you and me so that I can transmit the experience to you. Listen. When you sit with the space to listen, with the mood to listen, even silence, my silence does so much in you. Even my silence can do so much in you. So, listen. How many of you are ready to listen for the next 3 days? Raise your hand. I'm requesting you only for next 3 days. Come on, let's take an oath. declaration to yourself. This oath is declaration to yourself. When you declare, you will be so alive, active, energetic, because your declared words sets a trend, path through which your mind needs to travel. Please repeat. I declare I am in the space of authentic listening. For the next 3 days, I decide to be in the space of authentic listening. My blessings for you to be successfully listening.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Now, let us enter into the meditation process. That we have listened to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism now, that listening is the key to everything. When you listen, everything starts happening. So, with the same space, with the same listening space, listening starts with ourselves. Listening to yourself is equal to clarity. When you listen to yourself, you have the clarity in life. So, let us now get ready to do the process. Let us do the internalization exercise for this listening. Look into your behavioral pattern. Look into yourself, lifestyle pattern and thinking patterns. Look into it. How much of it is real? The method of handling you, and how much is really freely dumped on you. So when you get into that space of listening, when you start listening to yourself, looking inside yourself where you're not in that space of listening, diagnosing yourself and getting yourself back to that space of listening is very important. So now spend a few minutes and diagnose. Spend a few minutes in contemplating the wrong ideas or freedom you have, which is a blind spot, creating incompletions, pains, due to which you missed many things in life. Just find out 10 items. If whatever these 10 items are, if 10 of your blind spots are being exposed, that's enough. The rest of them will just break. How Swamiji says, even a few holes in the pot is enough. The whole thing will come out. That's all that you need to do now. Just making sure that those few incompletions, the 10 major ones, the 10 major things, if they are exposed in you, then the rest of it will automatically come out. So do not worry about it. Let us now enter into the internalization exercise. So please begin this for the next few minutes.
Yes. So, yes, with that, we come to the end of this beautiful meditation internalization exercise where we have completed with all the thoughts listed down and completed with all the behavioral patterns, lifestyle patterns that bring us, that is not optimum with our best inner image. So with this, let us now move into today's power manifestation. And today we are going to be manifesting the powers of the Ashtamaha Shaktis, the abilities of increasing and decreasing the weight, increasing and decreasing the size. Apart from this, there are 4 more powers as part of the Ashtamaha Shaktis, which is Ishitvam, Vashitvam, Prapti and Prakamya. These 4 are the advanced powers of the Ashtamaha Shaktis. So first, today we are going to be doing the basic powers. Let's first read the Shastra Pramana and then go into the power manifestation. This beautiful Shastra Pramana is from the Shiva Samhita, chapter 5, verses 76 and 78, where Paramashiva reveals the signs of these Ashtamaha Shaktis. Let's now listen to the Shastra Pramana. Maranam kadhyate tena sakenapi na khadyate tasya syat parama siddhiranimadi gunaprada vayus sanyacharate dehe rasavriddhir bhavedruvam akasha pankajagala piyusamapi vardate. The translation is, death is eaten by him, he is eaten by none. Here, the Shastra Pramana, the translation is referring to Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests the highest powers such as Anima, Lahima, Mahima and the other Ashtamaha Shaktis. The wind energy moves equally through Paramashiva's body, and when Paramashiva manifests these powers, the Rasa Vriddhi, the juices of his body, the fluids of his body increase and decrease. The nectar extruding from the Sahasrara, from the crown center, also increases in him. So here we can see that Paramashiva beautifully is detailing also the steps for us to manifest. Let's now listen to the explanation of this. So first verse, Paramashiva says that he eats death and he is eaten by none. Physical action of ingestion of the food, but it is Paramashiva explaining that he is above the space of death, of rejuvenation and delusion, which is the ultimate space of liberation. As we know, the 5 actions, which is creation, sustenance, sustenance and maintenance, then rejuvenation, then next is putting in delusion, and finally is liberation. So these are the Panchakrityas, the 5 actions that Paramashiva performs. So here Paramashiva is saying that he is above the 4 actions of death, and which is rejuvenation, and of putting in delusion, which is the ultimate space. So Paramashiva here is declaring that he is in the ultimate space of liberation. Then Paramashiva says from that ultimate space, he manifests the different powers of the Ashtamaha Shaktis. He next says that when this happens, the wind energy is moving equally through his body. What does this mean? The wind energy is the breath of us. And when we see in our own lives, when we get angry or when we are powerless, the breath is very rapid and is not moving equally through our body. But when we are in a restful space of samadhi, the prana is the wind energy. The breath that we take goes in and out in a very consistent, filling us and coming out every time. So that is what Paramashiva means. Paramashiva says when this happens, the hormones in our brain, also physically we can experience the bliss. By here Paramashiva says the nectar extruding from the ethereal lotus. But when we see physically in our body, Paramashiva actually is also telling about the dopamine that overflows into our body when we manifest these. How do we know it's dopamine? Because when the scientific research was conducted on Swamiji's body itself, they found that when Swamiji was manifesting the powers of healing, or when he was opening his third eye, the dopamine was very high in his body. So based on this, we can conclude that the dopamine is what Paramashiva is explaining as the nectar in our body. So with this understanding, let us now enter the power manifestation itself. Today we are going to be manifesting the level first power, which is increasing the size of the object, which is Mahima. So to manifest this power, I request all the participants to be seated in a comfortable position. Visualize, first measure the object size. You can manifest this power on yourself as well by taking the height of yourself by standing by the wall. After the manifestation, we'll be verifying the change, whether it's the height change of you or the size change of a particular object. Then during the manifestation, what we'll be doing is the first step is visualizing ourselves as Paramashiva, because Paramashiva says that he is in the space of liberation, and for ourselves to also become into the go into the space of liberation, we too need to be in that ultimate space of Paramashivatva, where we express Paramashiva. So that is the first step. The next step is chanting the Mahavakya to connect with him. Finally, when we do these two, what happens is we enter that space of restful awareness, and we too can manifest the powers of the Ashtama Shaktis. So let's now first take a minute to measure the size of the change of the object that we want to manifest. Next, you can sit, close your eyes, visualize yourself as Paramashiva, chant the Mahavakya, and then request Paramashiva to increase the size once we guiding you to the verification process. Let's begin the manifestation now.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, please relax. Let us now verify the manifestation that has happened. Please take the next few minutes to check the size of the object, how much you have increased, how much you have manifested the power of Mahima. Successfully, you have manifested this first round of the power of the Mahima, which is increasing the size of an object. Please verify. You can also take photographs and post it. And if you have any questions that you would like to ask regarding the power manifestation, please go ahead. With this, we will be moving on to the next segment in the next few seconds. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your third eye. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Let us now enter into the next segment. Now, we are now moving on to the next segment where we are going to be looking at the secrets of effective communication. How words can change the listening of the other person. How to talk into the listening of the other person. Many times you would have had the issues where you are not able to talk into the listening of the other person, where you have been facing the difficulties in connecting, in communicating with the other person. So now we'll be looking at how to get liberated from that and come out of that. So to be effective in your communication, you need to first listen consciously. Means unclutch from your thoughts and inner words and totally be in the other's world. Then bring your awareness to your own center and speak from the space of conscious talking. Talking from what is possible rather than what is by default available or logically possible.
So in other words, conscious listening into the talking. What does this mean? It means that when someone is talking, listening consciously, when you are talking as well, listening to what you are saying as well. Consciously talking into the listening. When you talk in such a way that you connect with the listening of the other person, of the person that you are talking with, or you're talking, and the space that you're talking to from should be the space of possibility. So in the Vedic tradition, imbibing any concept is always divided into three: Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana. Shravana is listening, Manana is internalizing, and Nididhyasana is living. So the first step, the first understanding is that listening is the first step always. And in Vedic tradition, sound is not just used for transmission of words or communication, it is also used for transmission of energy. We use sound to transmit the experience of energy also, not only used to transmit ideas or concepts or just knowledge. Words are used to awaken the Kundalini energy.
Listening is saying yes to life. Always when you listen, the life positivity happens. When you listen and say yes to life, all the auspicious things starts manifesting. Your seeing will become intense, your hearing will become intense, your touch will become intense. Listening means you are saying yes to life, saying yes to the existence. Only when you say no to life, tiredness and boredom enters into you. When you have listening and say yes to life, you always manifest auspiciousness. Listening starts with ourselves, listening to yourself, listening to you, and listening to others. And listening to yourself means clarity. When you listen, the clarity happens. That deep completion happens when you start listening.
It's because we don't listen to ourselves, we don't listen to others. Because we don't listen to ourselves, others don't listen to us. And because we don't listen to others, we don't listen to ourselves. So it's a vicious cycle that is continuously happening, that we don't listen to ourselves and then we don't listen to others. Because we don't listen to others, others don't listen to us. And when others don't listen to us, we don't listen to them and we don't listen to ourselves. So it's just a vicious cycle that we need to break. So now we are going to be watching a video where Swamiji is going to be explaining about the science of listening. I request all the participants to be in the space of authentic listening that we have just learned. And yes, so now let's enter this video.
सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. So today's subject, today's sutra is art of right listening. Listening has been prescribed as a first step in almost all spiritual traditions in the world. The rishis, the oldest spiritual tradition, Vedic tradition, they start with the spirituality with the word Shravana, listening. Buddhist tradition starts the 8 steps for nirvana. First step is right listening. J. Krishnamurti, the modern day master, goes a step ahead, step further, says right listening is God. He gives the place of God to right listening. What is exactly right listening? Hearing is different, listening is different. Hearing means sound enters into your ears, gets processed. Either it creates fear or greed or different emotions. Listening means sound enters into your system and gets absorbed into your system, leads your system from sound to silence. Understand? It's like almost if the pond is dirty, if you put little lime powder, the lime powder will take the dust and settle on the ground. So in few minutes, the whole pond will be clean. Same way, the right listening is put on chaotic mind, the mind which is full of words. Right listening is sprinkled, sprayed, like a lime powder. It will take away all the dust, which is words and thoughts in your mind, and settle down on the ground. Right listening means the sounds which leads you from sound to silence. The right listening can happen when you are ready to listen with anything. Chirping of the bird can lead you to enlightenment. Sound of bamboo can be the Upanishad mantras. The sound of Ganges can be the Anagata Dvani. With right listening, everything that echoes in your system, everything that reverberates in your inner space leads you to silence. Of course, the possibility for right listening, the happening of right listening happens more in the presence of a living master, an incarnation, who himself has experienced the anahata dvani, the sound which is uncreated in his inner space. Again and again and again, the emphasis on right listening is put. Because the right listening is an independent, intelligent technique which can directly lead you to the higher space and higher reality. With the right listening, you will understand the sound waves which reaches your inner space is deeper than the visions which reaches your inner space. When I say this, I mean the sounds which you are hearing now, the words which are entering your inner space are more stronger, more truthful, more higher reality than the scenes you are seeing around you. the wax out of which the scenes are created, which you are seeing around you, is of much lower quality than the words which are reaching your inner space. The sound which I am creating now, which is reaching your inner space, is more stronger base material to create what you want than what you are seeing as a scene. As long as you feel what you are seeing is more stronger reality than what you are hearing, you are in illusion, maya. You are hallucinating. The right listening has not yet happened in you. When you feel what you are listening, the words which are entering your inner space is more powerful than the scene you are seeing. The right listening is happening in you. Sit with deep awareness. How the words are touching your ears and reverberating your inner space. You will see the words which are touching your inner space and reverberating, and the reactions created by them, and the space created by them, consciousness happens in you by them, are more higher reality than the scenes you are seeing around you. This is what I call art of right listening. Better I will use the word science of right listening. The word art is too much loaded and unabused by too many people with too many words. Science of listening. As rishis describe, listening in their own way, Shravana, Buddha describes right listening. Krishnamurti describes right listening is God. I'll add my part to the right listening. I'll give you a powerful process for right listening. Bring your awareness to the third eye area, forehead. See very clearly the sounds. Sounds is the right word, not even words. Sounds from the master. How it penetrates your third eye. Please understand, sounds from master reaches your system through your third eye, not through your ears. Ordinary words which leads you to more and more words reaches you towards your ears. The words which leads you from sound to silence, the sounds which leads you from sound to silence reaches your system through third eye. Have your awareness in the third eye. See how the words are penetrating and how they are reverberating and what kinds of meanings, emotions experiences they are creating in your system. Just see the whole thing. Seeing the whole thing is listening. Understand? Listen through the third eye. Whatever happens inside, see it. That's all. This is a powerful process to listen. Whenever you find time, sit with Master's discourses, words, listen through third eye, you will have new understanding. By the end of the discourse, you would have been already put in deep silence. Never ever listen to a person who creates more thoughts in you. Listen to the words on a person who leads you to the deeper and deeper space of silence and higher space of realities. The Master's words come from a frequency where what you are seeing as the world is too small. What you see as the world is illusion in my space. So anything comes from my space and reaches your inner space lead you to the same experience of my space. So any word which comes from this inner space and enters your inner space leads you to the same experience of my inner space. Means this is smaller reality than the sounds created. Sit with this science of right listening. The process of science of right listening. It is enlightenment. I don't want to say it will lead you to enlightenment. It is enlightenment. What Upanishads calls as Shravana, what Buddha calls as Sammati, what J. Krishnamurti calls as right listening is God. I am giving you this process to make all the three as experience into you. My unique contribution to the spiritual tradition is creating processes, sharing the processes with the world to make every truth into experience, reality. So, I'll add my part to the Shravana, Sammati, right listening. This part, the science of listening. Sit with your awareness on the third eye, listen through the third eye and see how the sounds penetrate your system and how it reverberates in your system. What all emotions, experiences, expressions, ripples it creates, and those ripples and emotions and experiences where it leads you, just see. You will experience right listening, as rightly said by J. Krishnamurti, God Himself. Let you all live and radiate enlightenment, live and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
Yes, so that was another beautiful satsang where we learned about the science of the right listening or authentic listening. We also understood that when we listen to someone who creates thoughts, the that is only going to create more thoughts in us. When we listen to a person who is talking from their thoughts, that will create only more thoughts. But when we listen to Swamiji, who is Paramashiva himself, we will be listening only and understanding only from the third eye, the powerful cognitions. So with this, let us now enter internalization exercise to experience this beautiful science of authentic listening. Let's also understand the essence of this session, that is the you will be able to listen only when there is nothing between you and the speaker. Only when there is listening between you and the speaker, you will be able to listen to them. When you bring completion in your space, listening happens. Incompletions from the past, stop listening. Decide to be in the space of listening. So now we are going to be entering an unclutching meditation. So let's make sure that we are in a space where we won't get disturbed for the next few minutes. So you are a combination of consciousness and your patterns. Because of your consciousness, your patterns exist, and same way because of your patterns, you feel separated from the whole. You are the totality of your consciousness and patterns. The most successful leaders experience, knowingly or unknowingly, this separation between the consciousness and the patterns. Only then you can get the strength and the power to handle any situation or crisis or even patterns in your life. You feel empowered even to take responsibility for others' irresponsibility. Feel nobody is here, you are not here, then you will take the responsibility of everything around you.
Now, the unclutching meditation, we are looking at the next parts of it. You visualize as much as you can. Be in that space, and cognition of nothing is here. Neither you, nor me, nor others. Just sit with your eyes closed. Nothing is there. Neither you are there, nor your neighbors or me. Just pure powerfulness. Empty space. Nothing is there right now. The muscle memory, which are the habits, biomemory, which are the instincts, bioenergy, which is the individual soul, all of it does not exist. Nothing exists now. The bioenergy never gets corrupted, but it gets associated with the corrupt biomemory. Biomemory can be corrupt, so that associates we are completing now. Unclutching happening in muscle memory and biomemory level is completion. Completion happening in the bioenergy level is real unclutching. Now you are going to complete without using any word or mood, just by being, just by remembering, just by being that space of nothing exists. Just you, just be there. Your muscle memory and biomemory will start moving out of the bioenergy. Then you will start experiencing the completion. The separation of your pure consciousness from your body and mind, it is called the Chit-Jata Granthi Beda, means disconnect between the overlapping delusion between consciousness and body-mind. Body-mind is matter, consciousness is energy. The deluding overlapping happening in these two is the space of unclutching. It is a very powerful test of unclutching. Now, please sit and do not close your eyes. You can keep your eyes closed. With open eyes, you will first withdraw. With open eyes, sit straight and bring your awareness to your Ananda Gandha, to your 2 inches above your navel center. That is the location of the Ananda Gandha chakra. Bring your awareness to the Ananda Gandha. Keep your witnessing awareness in that spot with a cognition that you are operating your whole body from this point. Don't miss the awareness that you are operating your whole body from this point. Now, move your right hand with this awareness. Try to move your left hand from the space of awareness. You cannot miss this awareness and you cannot close your eyes. So keep your eyes open and get the awareness space. Inhale and exhale, remembering that you are the Ananda Gandha. From that space of Ananda Gandha.
Yes. So now you can all relax. Now that we have come to the end of this beautiful unclutching meditation, we're now going to be entering the power manifestation from this same very space. Let's now manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Once again, we are going to be manifesting the powers of the Ashtamaha Shaktis. So I request all the participants to be seated with a particular object that you want to manifest this power with. This power on, you want to manifest. If it's on yourself, that's okay. If it's going to be another object, you can use that. So this time we're going to be manifesting the power of increasing the weight and becoming heavier. So you can manifest this once again on object or on yourself as well. So as we saw the Shastra Pramana last time, once again we are going to be doing the same process. We are going to be first taking the base measurement of ourselves, then we'll be manifesting the power on the particular object or on ourselves. Then after the manifestation, we'll be verifying and seeing if there's any change, and then you can post that results on the Zoom chat. So now first let's all sit in a comfortable position and close our eyes. Close your eyes and start visualizing Swamiji. Start visualizing the beautiful form of Swamiji. And once you are ready to manifest, once you have taken the measurement of the object, weight measurement of the object, close your eyes, connect with Swamiji, request him to increase the weight of the object, and then you can manifest the power on that object. Please begin.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Now all of us can relax, and with this we come to the end of this beautiful round of the manifestation. Let's now take a few minutes to verify our manifestations. You can post your results in the Zoom chat, and any other questions or powerful cognitions you want to share, you can share that as well. So with this, we come to the end of this session, and now we're going to be having a short break before the next session to measure our results, to verify our manifestation, and post those manifestations in social media. So with this, we'll be joining you back after the short break. Thank you all. Nityanandam.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ
Nityanandam, welcome to the next session, which is speaking into your listening. Now, in this session, we are going to hear about speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. Now, let's see. When you are not able to speak into your listening, you have no respect for your thinking. How much you respect your thinking, that much you will be successful in your life. Example, Swamiji, this is the right path, but I'm not able to do. Why, when, what to do? So these kind of questions will arise when you don't have proper listening to you. When you speak into your listening, you will know how to speak into others' listening. Speaking into your listening, you will be more and more Advaitic, authentic. Speaking into others' listening, you will become more and more expansive.
When we start speaking into our own listening and others listening simultaneously, both together as a process, not part by part, both should happen from the powerful, complete space. And there will be no boredom. Once it start happening, then we'll see that there is no boredom, tiredness when we speak into our listening. So when we need to come to this understanding that only when we start speaking to the listening of others, start listening into speaking of our, we start getting into a space which will not have any kind of tiredness, any kind of boredom, any kind of life negativity, or any kind of such kind of spaces. Will be very comfortably, will be able to come out of such a space. All the past pains, there is a past pain which gets triggered whenever we want to learn something new which is created in the young age, when we want to learn something new with the idea that it is very difficult. So we need to complete with all those patterns. Suddenly we'll be seeing like okay. So what is actually the obstacles when we talk about speaking into listening of others or listening of ourselves? It is nothing but continuously the past pain which keep on getting triggered. And this is the only obstacle which is there in the path of listening and our speaking and listening to other speaking. So what generally happens whenever we want to listen, So listening is a two-step process where you are hearing and cognizing. Both are happening simultaneously. But what happens for most of us that we are only hearing, many times we are not even able to hear completely because our attention is something else, or so much of thoughts that is going on, the emotions that is going on. Our attention has been diverted towards that direction, and because of that, even the hearing does not happen. Forget about having the cognizing process to happen. So only when the hearing and cognizing both simultaneously happens, we are in the space of listening. Means what other person is speaking, right at that moment we are cognizing that, means without intervention of any of the past emotions, the past memory, past experiences and past knowledge, without letting that intervene, we are processing, cognizing that at right that moment. That is what is listening. And it always get disturbed because of the incompletions, the past memory, past experiences that we have. That is what is the obstacle between the listening. So now we are going to listen to one of the satsang where Swamiji himself gives more deeper understanding about listening into speaking into our listening and speaking into others listening. Let us listen to that.
Listen, today I am going to teach you a very important method called speaking into your listening. Please listen. Listen to these words. Speaking into your own listening. Many times people tell me, Swamiji, I know this is the right path, but I am not able to do. Why? What to do? Addictions. Unable to train yourself. Knowing something is right and not doing it. Knowing something is wrong and continue to do it. All this is because you are not able to speak into your listening. Means even you are not listening what you are saying. Am I right? Even you are not listening what you are planning. Even you don't have respect for your thinking. Then who will respect your thinking? How much your thinking is respected, that much you will be successful in your life. That's all. Understand? When you learn to speak into your listening, you will know how to speak into others' listening. Today I am going to teach you both. Speaking into others' listening, speaking into your listening. When you speak into your listening, you will become more and more Advaitic, authentic. When you speak into others' listening, you will become more and more expansive. How many of you understand what I am saying? See, life is all about speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. That's all. That's all. Nothing else. It is not just because I am in the speaking profession. Whatever may be your profession, it is nothing but speaking into yours listening, speaking into others' listening. Whether your family, love, life, friends, partners, business, team, wherever. Life is nothing but speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. Am I right? I have seen two doctors passing out from the same college. After 10 years, one is the owner of chain of hospitals. The another one is sitting in the same old village and reading the same old Hindu newspaper with a big glass, having patients come to remove the teeth for 5 rupee, injection 7 rupee. Same. same profession, if you are not able to speak into others listening, how you practice, if you are able to speak into others listening, the way you practice is totally different. How many of you understand what I am saying? So today, practicing to live, practicing our ability to speak into your listening and others listening. What do you think as the ultimate reality in your life? Can anyone shout out? Just shout out from there. Enlightenment, bliss. I can say bliss is the utility word of enlightenment experience. Enlightenment is bliss is like applied science. Enlightenment is original science. Pure science. Speaking into your listening, speaking into others listening. Now you all said, the ultimate reality is enlightenment. Today let us take few minutes. You pen down, listen. First pen down few ways how you are going to convince you, speak into your listening, that enlightenment is the ultimate reality, and how to make that as a lifestyle. Listen, first listen. Pen down something to speak into your listening. And second part, pen down how you are going to speak into the listening of your whole group and make them understand this is the ultimate reality. A small homework exercise. Then I will lead you to the main process. Just a small process. Understand? Listen. First, pen down few thoughts. It can be 1 page, 2 page. How you are going to speak into your listening. This is the ultimate reality I want to achieve. Second page, how you are going to speak into the group's listening. Make everyone in the group understand that this is the ultimate reality. You should be able to face their questions and get shaken. Why people are afraid of questions, They are afraid before they convince the other person, the questioner may convince them. When you are not sure about your position, you are afraid of questions. Few minutes, shall we do this homework? Listen, this will really help you to raise your authenticity and the space of Advaita. It will help you in a big way. So the first question, how you are going to speak into your own listening and make you understand about the ultimate reality is enlightenment. It is required for you. How to achieve it, all that. And how you are going to speak into the listening of the group, teamily. Make them understand it is the ultimate reality for them. So each question at least answer in one full page. some reason you lost the whole $10 million. Again you start. What a big loss and foolishness, stupidity it is. Like that only many times you think, build a strategy about your life, come to a conclusion after 1 or 2 years of thinking. But suddenly you don't follow and you are back to square one. Then how much of energy is wasted in your confused thinking and time? How many of you understand that? When you don't have a power to speak into your listening, that is what exactly is happening to your life. And you don't even remember the loss you are going through. At least with money you know, because it is number. With this mind you don't even know the loss you are going through, because you don't know amount of energy going outlet. It's like a diarrhea, you can't measure. You only know how many times you went. How much you went, you don't know. Understand? Like that, how many years you wasted, you can understand. But not how much you wasted. You understand what I am saying? Now, little raw example, that is okay. After all, I am a village boy, so that's all. That is why that speaking into your listening is required. I can give you one example. I decide yoga is good for me. It will cause my ultimate reality. Once now I decide, I don't need to convince me again, waste my time again into thinking into it. Every day I will be there on time doing yoga. Now only everyone understands what is speaking into your listening. It is possible. I'll make it happen. You pen down this process. The next step you will see, I'll make it happen.
Yes, Nitan, everyone. So I hope all of us have got the clarity on what it exactly means by speaking into listening of ourselves. The last example that Swamiji gave, and he says that I think all of you have been able to understand, realize that we come to certain conclusion, we forget it again and again, and like years of hard work, the conclusion, everything that we have done, and again we forget and we come back to the ground zero. Again we start. So I'll say one of the assignment that Swamiji gave here for all of us. That's very interesting and powerful. I would like to actually understand how many of you have written the very first assignment that Swamiji gave, that how you are going to speak into listening of yourself to manifest or convince yourself about the life ultimate goal is enlightenment. I would like to know what all of you have written, and please do share those things, what you exactly wrote. And then there is a second part of it also. We'll go to that later. But I would like to know what exactly you wrote for the first part of it, how you are going to convince and come to this conclusion that living enlightenment or living the life for enlightenment is the ultimate goal of our life, and how you are convincing yourself for that. And what are the lifestyle practices you are going to do? That's one of the very important thing. Many times in life we come to certain conclusion, yes, this is good for me, but we never come to the make a plan, the lifestyle practices that need to happen, the lifestyle changes that need to happen, which is going to bring that effect in our life, bring that change. So all of us decide to have a healthy body. We want to have a healthy body. We do all sorts of thinking and planning, but we never put the action point, the lifestyle changes that I need to take to bring that in my life. So I request all of you to write it down, and if you have already written, please do share with us. Until then, we'll also move forward in the segment. And then further, Swami says that listening has, whenever we talk about speaking, it has two different components. One is whenever we are speaking to somebody, like even I am speaking to you, it has two different components. The first is moving them to do what you want. Like just now I said, like, I want all of you to share. This is the one part of it, that moving other person and making them do what I want them to do. And the second part of the conversation is always about trying to impress them about you. Means if I am talking to you, trying to impress you about what I am trying to talk or what I am trying to say. So for the second point, Swamiji says that whenever we are trying to impress somebody about what I am talking, it happens only when we are not convinced about ourselves. So whatever way we try to impress other person about ourselves, means we are not impressed about that, still we have doubt about it. Okay, so let's say if I am trying to impress somebody about myself, but that happens only when I am not convinced about it, I myself have doubt about it, and that is when it happens that we try to convince somebody else. So when we talk that what we are not convinced about, and other person does not give us the attention, does not listens to us, will not be speaking into his listening. So when we ourselves have so much of doubt about who am I, and I'm trying to convince you about that, the speaking into others listening does not happen. We do not get the proper attention of the person. The listening does not happen. So when we start speaking, decide that you are complete about what you feel as you. So this is a powerful cognition, or rather I say the technique that Swami is giving to all of us, that when we start speaking to the other person, or even it can apply to the ourself, decide that you are complete about what you feel as you. Okay, so as long as you have doubt about your own inner image, like who you think as you, and when you try to convince other, that's not going to work. So first bring completion in that when you are going to speak to somebody else. You don't need to impress the other person about you. Now only thing that you need to do is move the other person. He should do as you want through your words. So once you bring completion with yourself about who you are and you want to convey that to person, once you bring that completion, then the only second part that you need to, the first part of the listening component that you need to do is making other person do what you want him to do.
Now, whatever you have blocked, you will not be able to penetrate the other person. If you have an incompletion within yourself, you will not be able to convince the other person. So when you are not able to speak into others listening, that is exactly where you are stuck with your own ideas, with your own incompletion. So we have to complete ourselves first. If you can speak into others listening and you will see your block, incompletion suddenly put down and melts down, then you will become clear. So when you start speaking into others listening, you can clearly see whenever you get the block, incompletion, suddenly that will melt down. So that will become clear for you and you will become complete within yourself and you'll be able to speak into others listening. Now, let's watch what Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says about speaking into others listening.
I'm telling you, neither you can 100% speak into your listening, nor you can 100% speak into others listening, because you are off, others are off. When you can speak into your listening, other listening, authentically, only then you will be able to speak into your listening 100%, others listening 100%. How many of you are thinking, first I will speak into my listening 100%, then I will speak into others listening? Raise your hand. It is foolish. How many of you are thinking, I will speak into others listening, I don't care about speaking into my listening? Raise your hand. Again, this is foolishness. Understand? it is you go on doing both becomes complete, perfect. Because you are not 100% stored in you. You think all your treasury is in your hand. Already some fellows have put the hole in your backyard and pulled out the treasury. You are only sitting safeguarding the front door. Because the front door is not opened, front door of the treasury is locked and you have the key, you are thinking your treasury is safe. Already some fellow has gone through the back door and drilled and pulled many things. You are sitting with a empty. You understand? Your 100% is not with you. Same way, your 100% is not with others. Still, at least the empty locker you are having and your key you are having. So, it has to be a simultaneous process. Speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. Both should be from powerful, complete space. Listen, listen. Listen here. Say, how many of you listen? You feel, first let me completely speak into my listening, only then I will speak into others' listening. Raise your hand. Whenever you try to speak into others' listening, you will always carry the incompletion. I myself not complete. How can I speak into others' listening? Am I right? So that makes you powerless. All these people, I don't care about whether I am speaking into my listening. Let me speak into others' listening. Again, you are feeling powerless. How many of you are getting it? Actually, many times you speak into others' listening even though you are not convinced. You are not able to speak into your listening. Many times. When you try to make your husband disciplined, wife disciplined, look in. Are you convinced about that? No. So that time, again, because you feel you are not convinced but you are speaking into others' listening, you will be powerless. Both, if it is done as a part by part, it is powerlessness. Both done as a lifestyle out of powerfulness reaches completion. That is what I am saying. If you start doing, both is similar. Both have a strong connection. Listen. Please, all of you, look here. Can you all look here? Look here for a few minutes. I am giving you the tips for speaking into others' listening. Usually when you start speaking to others, you are always planning to impress on others who you are instead of what you need to make them do. See, there are two components in speaking. Moving them to do what you want and trying to impress them about you. Impressing them about you should be only for moving them to do what you want. But most of the time, you try to impress them about you, and the funny thing, whatever way you try to impress them about you, you are not impressed about that. Still you have doubt about it. That is why you project your SDHD on them and make it as ADHD. Understand? Attention deficiency happens in the other person. ADHD happens only when you have SDHD. When your statements are from SDHD, means self-doubt. You are not completely convinced. You try to project that on the others, using the same concept and try to impress them. Other person will not be giving you attention. He will not be giving you listening. You will not be speaking into his listening. You think he has ADHD. No, you have SDHD. ADHD happens in other person if you have SDHD when you speak. How many of you understand what I am saying? That's all. So don't ever blame others' ADHD. It is your SDHD. Understand? Actually, layer by layer, I am making the cognition happen in you. The cognitive shift. When you start speaking, decide you are complete about what you feel as you. You do not need to impress the other person about you. Now, only thing you need to do is move the other person. You should do as you want through your words. That is what is speaking into the listening of the other person out of completion. Don't try to impress the other person by trying to show who you are. When whatever component of you are trying to make others believe again and again, be very clear you are not believing. I have seen this in my life. Let me tell you openly. I will constantly make the people around me to believe that I am working hard. But I myself don't believe. No, really I am telling you. In my heart I don't believe I am working hard. I feel whole life is going so beautiful and smooth. What is there in this work? This is what I like. When I wake up, I just want to come and see you guys. That's all. I just want to spend time with you guys. And I am spending. You have any question? I'll answer. You have any doubt? I'll clarify. You have any disease? I'll heal. You have any wishes? I'll bless. That's all I want to do. You have any reality? I'll cause it. If I am not able to directly do it by mystical way, the metaphysical way, then let me prepare you to receive that metaphysical transmission. That's all is the whole program is all about. See, many things what you want can be directly transmitted metaphysically. Whenever you need little more sensitivity to receive that metaphysically, you are just prepared through all these process, programs, everything. That's all is the whole life. My life is so simple. I have put my whole life and mission in this 4-5 statement. Everything boils down to this. So I don't feel actually I am working hard. But I have to convince this first team that I am working hard so that they will become more authentic. I'll go on be convincing them because I am not convinced. To tell you honestly, I am not convinced at all that I am working hard. I only feel my life is a celebration, vacation. Who will get 21 days nice vacation to be in Varanasi happily? That's the way I look at my life. That's the way I am perceiving. Anyhow, I am giving you this example. In being, I don't believe I am working hard. I only believe life is going so smooth, so beautiful. Say, hard working is the ideology, the word you use to justify the inner conflicts which you are not able to complete. If you complete all the inner conflict, you won't feel like life is hard work. It's all smooth joyride. How many of you understand what I am saying? But that does not mean because you don't believe you are doing hard work, you will not come for yoga. I don't believe I am doing hard work, but I don't miss any of my sessions. I don't miss any of my commitments. So you also be like that, integrated, authentic, then believe you don't do hard work. That is perfectly alright. And you neither do work nor believe you are doing hard work. Actually, when you believe you are doing hard work only, you don't work. Because from morning till night, you are in the mode of too much is in my plate. How much I can do? I am tired. Ba 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 ba. Too much is in my plate. What do you mean by too much is in the plate? Everything is grabbed. Do not try to impress others about some part of you, because it means you are not convinced about that part of you. That's first truth. Second, whenever you speak, always be aware you should be speaking to move the other person. Move the other person. How many of you understand? Now, can we have a few minutes discussion? Now you are going to move the other person, convincing the other person's ultimate reality is only enlightenment. See, if that person is already convinced, he is spoken to, he is listening, he has no question, leave him. Don't torture him. So don't catch people and say, I have to practice now talking into others listening. I will listen, speaking to you, you have your doubt. No. Clear? See, listen. For example, I'll give you this example. 10 people are there in your team. No, 10 people are there in your team. 4 persons have a question. Speak into their listening and make them understand. 6 people don't have questions. Thank them, that's all. Understand? But end of the conversation, the whole team in their listening and in others listening should be able to speak about the ultimate reality. This one truth. All of you are clear about the process? Shall we start? Start. Understand, this is one of the best powerful process, dharana of training you. The self-training dharana. Self-building dharana. Like body building, it is self-building, conscious building. Everyone is ready? Let us make our Vedanta reality, not the theory. See, in one book fair, in Ramakrishna Mission bookstore, the volunteer was standing. There was a Brahmasutra Bhashya, commentary of Brahmasutra by Shankara, commentary of Brahmasutra by Ramanuja. The whole Hinduism has suffered so much between this fight between these two thought schools. Somebody came and asked the volunteer, what is the difference between this and this? Brahmasutra, Shankara Bhashya and Shankara's commentary and Ramanuja's commentary. The volunteer coolly replied, 35 rupees. So understand. Most of the time, we speak in that level only. Now, you will speak into your real listening and speak into others' listening. Let's make Vedanta into reality, not 35 rupee gap. Means that much only that volunteer has studied both those books. He knows only both the books, cost. Come on. Please get back to your teamily and start. Listen, it's a teamily exercise. When A speaks to B, C, D, E, F, everyone will provide listening. So only one person in a group will be speaking. But the other person can question. Because you have to speak till he is listening. Till you have spoken into his listening. You will see, you will get exactly the questions which you are not able to convince about you. If you are not able to convince about you, you will not be able to convince the other person. If you can't speak into your listening, you can't speak into their listening. Even when you speak, if you are able to speak into their listening, your doubt also will be cleared. You will be speaking into your listening. It is like a churning. See, in Ganga, so many big stones will fall into Ganga. Ganga will beat each stones with each other and roll it. Finally, both will become Shivalinga and she will give it to us and go. So she will take so many stones and beat them all with each other. In that high power rotation, all the stones will become Shivalinga and she will leave it. Like that, I am taking all of you and beating all of you together in the flow of my energy. And all of you will become Shivalingas. That's all.
Yes, Nitan, everyone. So now in this, Swamiji gave more deeper understanding on what exactly it means speaking into the listening of other, and how this beautiful process of calling the person and convincing him about what you want to that person to do is such a beautiful process for your own transformation. So let's say when we call, like in this exercise, we are going to have that exercise where you have to cause a person to attend the Paramashivoham Level 1 program. So when you decide to call the person and make him do the program, if he is not listening, if he is not getting convinced, that means the same blind spot or the same blockage is there within me also, within ourselves also. So if we are trying to convince somebody else, let's say a very simple example we are taking for doing a daily yoga, daily doing Nityananda yoga. So if other person is not getting convinced, that means we are not convinced about it. Somewhere some doubt is there and that need to be brought to completion. So other person is going to be a very powerful reflection of who you are and where you are actually stuck. So let us, from this context, let us get into the assignment. So we are going to do one assignment. Here the first exercise, we are going to have the 3 different exercises, and we'll start with the second exercise, which is for 10 minutes. We are going to go. So now you are going to call your friend, family, or team lead. Any one of the member, you are going to call them and ask them to register for the Paramashivoham Level 1 program. Okay, so we'll give you a few minutes. You're going to pick up the phone and call anyone. You can choose your friends, family, team lead. Team lead means the friend and family whom you include in both this. They are part of your family, they're part of your team also. You are going to call them and ask them to register for the Paramashivoham Level 1 program. If you get a no, okay, you should look in, go back to speaking into your own listening. Means see where the convincing is not there. See where your own part is resisting that and it's saying, laughing at you, saying that Paramashivoham Level 1 program, what is the use of this program? So many different kind of doubts are coming. Speak, attend to that. Okay, so the moment you get a no from the person, go back and listen, look in and see. Speak into your own listening means attend to all the different parts which is not convinced about this step. Okay, so whenever you are going to, so while you are doing this practice, please pay attention to this, that you are speaking because you have something to say as compared to you want something to happen in the space of listener. Notice this one, and you are going to note it down while you are talking to the person. Notice this, that when you are speaking, are you speaking because you have something to say? Just because you have something to say, as compared to you want something to happen in the space of the listener, means in the space of the other person. Okay, so from that context you are going to do, and then have a pen and paper, observe and note down in your book that how much you are speaking from where you are. Okay, how much you are speaking from where you are and how much you are speaking from where others are. Okay, so where you are, whether you are paying attention to yourself that you want to speak just because you have to speak, just because you have been told to speak, or you are speaking because something the listener need to listen, he is looking for. Okay, so I'll project this assignment for you and we'll give you a few minutes for all of you. Please do this very sincerely. This is going to be a very transformative process. As Swami said, that this is one of the most powerful process that you are going to do in your life. So without missing this opportunity, I request all of you, drop all your hesitations or any kind of anything that you are feeling. Just do this process. You are going to see a transformation today. That will be a very big transformation for all of you. So let us do this assignment. Let me project this assignment for all of you. Yes. So I'm projecting the assignment. Please start now. Yes, Nityanam everyone. I hope all of you are doing the calls. I request all of you to keep your cameras on. I think my Alicia is at the work and she's listening. Ma Sangeeta is saying, okay, I'll be back in the camera in 10 minutes. I'm listening. Thank you. Okay. So all of you keep your camera on so that we know. And we again request all of you to make a call. I see still few people are not making calls. Also, Ma Guru Prasadini, are you doing the translation for the Chinese team? Okay, okay, thank you. So please request all the participants, Chinese participants, to pick up the phone and make a call. So this is not meant for just getting few participants for the Paramashivoham. If you are able to get it, that's great. Causing is going to give you the different benefits that you are going to have, but at the same time, it is for you to understand where the convincing is missing, where you are not convinced about the decisions that you have taken in life. All of you have made this decision to do the Paramashivoham program for spiritual benefit, for your conscious growth. But if you yourself are not convinced that this program is going to give you a spiritual breakthrough, the other person whom you are calling, he will not be convinced and he will actually reflect this to you so that you can attend to those thought currents, to those parts of you and attend to them and speak into listening of those parts of you. So people who have been doing causing would be knowing the importance of this kind of sessions, how important it is. So all the powerful cognition, the truths, the techniques that Swamiji shares, many times we feel that yes, this is going to bring transformation, this is so easy. So many different kind of thoughts we have, but only when we start causing people, we know that in so many places we ourselves do not believe in those powerful cognitions. We ourselves do not imbibe those powerful cognitions, and other persons being a mirror of you, they actually reflect and expose you to you that these are the places you yourself are not convinced. These are the places you yourself are not practicing. You are just trying to be hypocrite, trying to convince me. And that is very important for you to know so that you can pay attention to that, bring completion with all those things, and have the required transformation that is needed, and ultimately manifesting those powerful cognitions in your life. Yes, Nitanam everyone. So I hope everyone is making the calls and having the conversation with other people. So while you are doing, I have projected the another set of instructions that while you are making the call, you are going to observe and note down in your notebook that how much you are speaking from where you are and how much you are speaking from where others are. So only when you speak from where others are, you will be actually speaking into the listening of others. So pen down all these observations, insights that you are getting while you are doing this process. Also, if you have already done the process, let's say you have made the call and the conversation is over, I request you to share that in the chat about your experience. Ma Sangeeta, Sri Balasubramanyaya. We have many Chinese participants. I request all of you to share your observations while you are on the call, while you had the call. Yes, I'm doing the process. Okay, great. Ma Sangeeta is saying she's doing the process. Great, ma. What about other participants? I request other participants also to share. We are seeing very less participation from the participants, and so request all of you to have some sort of participations. If you are paying full attention to the program, I'm sure you will have something to share. Yes, Nityanam everyone. So if you still need some time, please let us know, or otherwise we will move to the next part of it, which is going to be power manifestation session. So let us know through the comment if you need more time for this process. And if you are done with the process, please share your experience of your experience of this speaking into the listening of other. What exactly did you observe? Were you able to speak from where the person is, or you are actually speaking from where you are? And that's what actually the last assignment was, that how much you are speaking from where you are and how much you are speaking from where others are. So let us know through the comment, and it's time for all of us to move to the power manifestation. I request all the participants to come to the space of power manifestation. We are going to be manifesting the power of Garima, which is increasing the weight of an object. So please pick up the object and measure its weight. You can pick up any object that you have and take the measurement. Better to take the small object, light object. Do not go for very big objects and all that. So pick up some object, take the measurement of its weight, and it's better to take the photo along with the weight measurement. And once you are done with that, please sit straight. You can sit cross-legged on the floor or on the chair with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Connect with Swamiji, with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, in your third eye. Continuously visualize Swamiji in your third eye. That is the primary requirement, the first requirement for all of us to do the power manifestation. As we know that all the power manifestation happens from the space of oneness with Swamiji himself, not by anything else. It is not some independent science or technique that we manifest, but rather it happens from the space of oneness. Only when we establish ourselves in the space of oneness with Swamiji, we manifest the power. So understand, whenever you are manifesting the power, you are actually manifesting oneness with Swamiji. You are experiencing the ultimate state of consciousness, which is oneness with Swamiji, the ultimate Advaita. And that's why you must take it very seriously, sincerely, rather to say. So visualize Swamiji in your third eye, chant Mahavakya intensely and loudly. Chant intensely and loudly. Make the declaration to increase the weight of an object. So as in this round, we are specific to increasing the weight of object. Please make the declaration to increase the weight of object. And chant Mahavakya intensely and loudly. Mahavakya is the key to manifest oneness, key to open the door to oneness with Swamiji, to experience the ultimate space of unclutching, the ultimate space of Advaita or Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Let's start this. We'll give you a few minutes for this power manifestation.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Nityanam, everyone. So please relax now. I request all of you to open your eyes. Yes. So now I request all of you to again check the weight of the object that you are doing the power manifestation. Please take the weight measurement, and if there is any change, please share with all of us. And please share the experience of your power manifestation, the results of your power manifestation. So how many of you are able to manifest the power, or how many of you are yet to manifest the power? Let us know so that we can help you manifest the powers today. So wherever you feel stuck, you can let us know. We can help you to manifest power. Yes to Ma Sangita is saying yes to manifest. Okay. Next person. So while you're doing the power manifestation, all of you who are yet to manifest, let us know what goes inside you. What exactly is happening? Are you able to chant intensely and loudly? And at that time, what are the thought currents you are entertaining, you are stuck with, and you are not able to get out of that? Understand? Only when we are doing the power manifestation, when we are entertaining that we are not Paramashiva, we are stuck with some identity of ours, or we start brooding over some thought current, or we just get lost into some thought current which we are continuously entertaining. Those are the obstacles we need to work on, remove them, so that we can manifest oneness with Swamiji. During the entire 21 day of Paramashivoham program, Swamiji is intensely present with all of us. Literally in our sitting room, our customized Swamiji is sitting with all of us, helping all of us to manifest the ultimate truth, which is Paramashivoham. So every single day, every single assignment, every single powerful cognition that you are going through, Swamiji is literally sitting next to you, helping all of you, attending to you to manifest the ultimate and manifest what you want also. Not just to manifest the ultimate, but what you want to manifest in your life. But I can roll the coconut, yes. each of the power manifestations when we are doing, it is always associated with some powerful cognitions that we need to manifest. And that is how the powers are mapped with the various sessions that we are going through. So when we have to manifest the power of Ashtasiddhis, where we are increasing, decreasing the size of object, all this is directly related with our space of listening. Whether we are getting into our listening, where we are ready to get into the listening of other, when we are able to manifest those powerful cognitions or that space, the power manifestation will happen. My Elizabeth is saying, I am not manifested. You say, I am yet to manifest. So till you manifest, Swamiji is always there, working on you and preparing you to manifest the power. So I request all of you to start sharing. And with this, we'll get ready to move to the next session we are going to have. And that is on seriousness versus sincerity. So we'll have a very short break. And we'll get ready for the next session. So just wait for a few minutes and we'll be back with the next sessions.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda.
Nityananda, everyone. So now we are going to be learning about one of the very important truths that is revealed by Swamiji on sincerity and the seriousness. Because all of us have this common attitude of using the word serious. So whenever we want to pay more attention to certain work, we use the term called seriousness. And not knowing that what exactly a space we need to build within ourselves when we want to pay more attention to certain work, when we want to give more life into it, but rather we stick to seriousness as what we understand, being completely unaware of its impact on us. So here Swamiji is giving us the powerful technique and the understanding to have our total in any of the work that we do, and that is bringing sincerity. So we are going to have the two stories directly from Swamiji, and through that we'll understand what exactly is the seriousness and the sincerity.
Yes. So the first story is a very beautiful story that is told in a court. So there were two boys. They were building on the beach the sand castles, meaning with the sand on the beach, they will be making palaces and castles, and they will be playing with them. And they had a quarrel, a fight, and one of the boys got very angry at the other boy and broke the sand castle. I broke the other boy's sand castle. The other boy went and complained to the king of the land about this serious problem. At that moment, the king began to laugh at him, forgetting and so upset about this boy's silly problem with the silly sand castles that he had got destroyed over a fight with his friend. But the king's advisor was a Zen monk, and he was also laughing, and he was laughing louder than the king also. And then the king asks the king, when you can fight and lose your sleep over the stone castles, why do you laugh at these boys for fighting over sand castles? All our seriousness is just about sand castles. For the child at the young age, sand castles seem precious. They're so important. Whereas at our age, stone castles seem precious. And that's all. Whether it is a sand castle or it is a stone castle, the seriousness behind it is the same. The object may be different, but the seriousness is the same. So don't laugh when children fight over the sand castles. Seriousness closes your mind to the openness and freedom of life. It makes you dull and dead. It curbs your thinking and makes you stick to the familiar patterns that you know and use all the time. Then there is another short story. In a Zen monastery, there was a competition among the disciples over who had maintained the best garden. So the disciples, one disciple specifically, was of a very serious nature. He took the competition very seriously. He always kept his garden neat, clean, and well swept. All the grass was of the same height. All the bushes were well and nearly trimmed. He was sure that he would get the first prize. On the day of the competition, the master of the Zen monastery went around to all of the gardens. Then he came back and ranked the gardens. The disciple, this serious disciple's garden, got the lowest rank. And he was very surprised about this. Even everyone was shocked. This disciple should have got something higher than at least the lowest rank. So the disciple could not contain himself, and he asked the master, "Master, what is wrong with my garden? Why did you rank me the lowest?" He trimmed his grass. He kept all of the bushes well trimmed, made sure all the grass were at the same height. The master looked at him and asked, "Where are all the dead leaves? A garden maintained in such a way is no longer alive. It is dead." So seriousness kills this spontaneity to accept every part of life as something beautiful and natural. Seriousness destroys that intelligence, that creativity to see everything in a beautiful way, as a gift, as a message. Science has proved that when you perform a task in a relaxed and light manner, your liking, your thinking, and decision-making capacity is automatically enhanced. The same task, when performed in a serious manner, dulls your mind. When you do something too seriously, when you are too concerned about the result, you are actually not allowing yourself to perform at the optimal level. You will not be ready to have any spontaneity, any change in plan, any suggestion, any input would be an obstruction for you rather than a support. This is what happens when we take things seriously. And of course, you need to make plans and you need to think ahead. Yes, that's important to think and plan. But it has to be done with sincerity, a readiness to listen and to learn what is going to be learned by you along the path of getting something done without any seriousness. Seriousness is not the same as sincerity. Sincerity is focusing on the task with enthusiasm, excitement, and youthfulness. Sincerity is giving the task your best without worrying extensively about the result. When you are serious, you don't enjoy. You just don't enjoy the path. You are very serious. You are not involving others. Many times we find ourselves closing ourselves to other people and not enjoying the task and not letting others also enjoy. And this is how we make everything so serious. We don't laugh and it becomes a task. And as source, even the result at the end, the satisfaction doesn't give you that much. So this is the lesson from the Zen monk's story.
Yes. So what Swamiji says, there's a major difference that Swamiji is giving between being sincere and being serious. So when we are too much worried about the end goal, the end result of it, that means we are approaching from the context of being seriousness. We are really serious about it and we are not able to be total in the work. So literally when we are too much bothered about the result, that kills our life, kills the spontaneity that we can express while we are doing the work, and will not be joyful or not be doing the work with the joy and celebration. So literally it's like if any work is taking 1 month to complete, we are only waiting to celebrate when the end goal is achieved. So that may be for one day, like, you know, how we say that when we get the salary. So for 30 days, we work to get the salary and we celebrate ourselves only when we are getting the salary. That means just for one day, we literally waste 30 days of our life. But when we just change our attitude from being serious to sincere, we'll be enjoying all those 30 days of work. We'll be more alive, more living, more celebrating while we are doing the work. And that's going to improve our efficiency, our productivity to the work also, along with the joy and celebration that we get in our life. So Swamiji say that be sensitive. Being sensitive means being strong, being aware of everything. Understand, being sensitive does not mean being open to everything. Being unable to say no does not mean sensitivity. That is actually an ego. So the person who is not able to say no when he need to say no is egoistic. So when we are actually sincere, sensitive to the situation, we will have the ability to say no to the situation where we need to say no. We'll be able to say yes to the situation where we need to say yes to it. We will not be allowing our ego to play a role here. The further thing that we need to look into is the perfectionism and the totality. So this is another thing that we use in our day-to-day activity, especially in our work life, being perfection. But here Swamiji is introducing another concept called totality. So perfectionism always comes from our mind. It is a concept that originates from the mind and it becomes a goal for our life. So when we are total, it becomes a deep experience for ourselves. So whenever we are taking any responsibility, any work that we want to do in our life, or any kind of life that we interfere or we want to experience, there are ways to approach it. One, we approach the goal of our life with having a mind of perfectionism, and one being total. When we are total, we get to have a deeper experience of the life. All our comparison with other people begins with what we think of ourselves. Jealousy disappears when we understand our uniqueness. So we are going to explore more differences between the seriousness and sincerity. We are going to watch one of the beautiful satsang from Swamiji, where Swamiji talks about the sincerity and how it is a catalyst for alchemy of enlightenment to happen within us. So let us watch this video.
And if you have any questions, if you have been able to cognize that you are maybe serious in any part of your life, you can share about it, and we can also share with you the way that you can transition from that space into the sincerity that Swamiji is going to share about, why it is a beautiful catalyst towards enlightenment and fulfilled life. So let's watch this video, and we encourage you to share your experiences and questions.
Vande Guru Parampara. Today I'll share a few words about the great truth, sincerity. There are some constant happenings in the cosmos. The absolute fact, truth is, there are some constant happenings in the cosmos. Like Jiva, the individual soul, Jagat, the world, Ishvara, the God, and human society, humanity, society. These four are happening, means exist, at least in our experience, as per our experience. understanding the secrets about all these four and experiencing oneness with all these four is ultimate enlightenment. Not having any discrepancy with your understanding and reality, your understanding and experience is enlightenment. Please understand. An individual soul is understanding about the world, the cosmos, and his experience about the cosmos. If there is no discrepancy in between these two, he is liberated from all the sufferings given by the world, cosmos. Nothing in the nature, the cosmos, disturbs him. Same way, the individual soul, his idea about himself and his experience about himself, if there is no discrepancy between these two, he is liberated, he is enlightened. Same way, the individual soul, his ideas about God and his experience about God, if there is no discrepancy, he is liberated, he has experienced God. Same way, his ideas about humanity, society, and his experience about society, if there is no discrepancy, he is free, liberated. Sincerity is use the right word. The alchemy, chemicals. Sincerity is the medicine or agent. If you add the alchemy of discrepancy-free experience will happen between the individual soul and the world. Whatever discrepancy is there, just add sincerity to it. Add sincerity to all your ideas about the world. Sit with yourself, pen down all the ideas you have about the world and add sincerity to it. Means sincerely analyze. Are you having right ideas? Or are you just avoiding looking into the right ideas? Most of the time, we do not want to look into the right truth. Even about the world, any subject. We are just too tired. We are just too lazy. We think just because we can breathe, we have a right to live. No. Life has to be earned. Physical organs working, maybe just an accident happened in you. That does not mean you are living. First thing, look, sit and pen down all your ideas about the world, cosmos, and analyze. Are you sincerely having those understandings as part of your very strategic planning about your life? If you feel you are not, then at least be very clear, you don't know, you are ignorant about that part. When you make strategies about your life, all your ideas about cosmos is ignorance. Be very clear. Same way about God. If you feel, even if if you have the idea that there is no God, sincerely, you are liberated. But if it is not sincere, even if you have the idea God exists, you are bound. Be very clear. It is sincerity that makes the liberation possible. That is the catalyst agent. The right word is catalyst agent for the alchemy of liberation. Sincerity is the catalyst agent for the alchemy of liberation to happen. Sit and pen down your ideas about yourself. Find out, are you sincere about all those ideas, or is there any discrepancy between what you believe and what you experience? Come to terms with it. Same way about the humanity, society. Sit and pen down. Add sincerity to it. Are you really believing? Are you really meant to believe? Or acting as if you are believing? Flood sincerity into all four zones. Your relationship with you. Jiva's relationship with Jiva means an individual soul's relationship with an individual soul. An individual soul's relationship with cosmos. The individual soul's relationship with God. Individual soul's relationship with world. Individual soul's relationship with humanity. All these four, flood sincerity with it. When you flood sincerity with it, the individual soul's relationship with cosmos becomes knowledge. The individual soul's relationship with God becomes devotion. The individual soul's relationship with humanity becomes seva. The individual soul's relationship with itself becomes dhyana. These four are the path for enlightenment. When you add sincerity, all these four understandings, whether it is a fact or just ideas put inside your system, will be analyzed when, see, it's like a liquid, water. Your understanding about world, God, yourself and society. It's like a liquid, water. If you add the alchemy of sincerity, the catalyst agent, sincerity, when the alchemy happens, something happens, that water gets solidified. It becomes a strong ice on which you can walk. It becomes bridge. That bridge, the bridge between you and society is seva. The bridge between you and the cosmos is knowledge, life solution. The bridge between you and the God is devotion. The bridge between you and you is meditation. All these four are the paths for enlightenment, or enlightenment itself. When all these four are experienced in its purest form, it is enlightenment itself. Adding sincerity as a catalyst agent in all these four directions is called yoga. These are the 5 pillars of Vedic tradition and the sampradaya which I evolved. These 5 are the pillars of Nityananda Sampradaya. So all these 5 pillars stand on one base, one foundation, sincerity. Sincerity is not just life solution. It is not just catalyst agent to create devotion. It is not just a catalyst agent to create seva, attitude. It is not just a catalyst agent to create dhyana or yoga. It is just base on which everything is standing. It is just base on which everything is standing. So understand, sincerity is the catalyst agent for the alchemy of enlightenment to happen. It's an important truth. We need to look in. We need to understand. These 5 pillars which I am talking about, life solution, means your perfect relationship with cosmos, devotion, your perfect relationship with God, dhyana, meditation, your perfect relationship with yourself, service, seva, your perfect relationship with society. All these 4 happens just by one thing, adding sincerity to your existing understandings about these 4. Just adding sincerity, nothing else. This can be a powerful, most powerful process I have ever spelled out. Maybe it looks little difficult, but sitting and doing this, spending little time on it, is ultimate yoga. Sit and go on drilling, analyzing. I tell you, when you drill without ideas from others, you will evolve your own, and that will be your own. I always tell people, spirituality needs to be discovered. You need to discover your own religion. The religion given by your parents may not suit you. I really feel soon, very soon, we will have a really free humanity, society. By the age of 80, people will have the freedom to choose their religion, their country, the country in which they want to spend their life, the religion in which they wanted to continue their life or seeking, and gender in which they want to live. We will have an absolute freedom, medically, socially, psychologically. It will be possible by the time the person reaches 80, he will be given an option. What gender you want to choose? Male, female? What is the gender you want to choose? And religion. What's the religion you want to choose? They will be given an initial introduction about all religion. An unbiased, simple introduction of the facts and truths. So, it may have time. It may have the option to think, study and think, yes, this is what suits my mentality. This is what suits my mental setup. So this should be my religion. And same way, among the genders, so if you choose male, if you want to be female, if you want to be gay, if you want to be transgender, these are all the options you have. If you choose this, this is the way you will live. If you choose this, this is the way you will feel about you. If you choose this, this is the way you will experience about you. Come on, have a choice. Same way, whether it is physical setup or mental setup, even the language. By the time you will evolve a system, in a very short time, that language can be downloaded into your brain like a software. It will be simple understanding. And we will evolve a system, of course. Already it is evolving. Now the kids can learn the language before birth. The mother is taught continuously some special words through a special rhythm. The kids, when they happen, in a very short time, they are well versed in the language. So the same thing can be done to your brain. I really hope for that day. Of course, it's not too far. Very soon we will experience. By the time a child is 18, he will be given a freedom. The world government gives a freedom. Which country you want to live? What the profession you want to choose? What the language you want to choose? And what the gender you want to choose? And what the religion you want to choose? I feel that is the heaven. The society which has ultimate freedom and which gives all possibilities, which presents all possibilities in front of you and asks you to respond. Then naturally, every being who chooses any possibility will be having responsibility. So, sincerely, when it is added to you, you discover your religion. You discover your own religion. Please understand, when sincerity is added to you, you will find out how much of devotion is needed, how much of life solution is needed, how much of meditation is needed, how much of seva is needed to plan the strategy for your life. The absolute, free, enlightened life. You will have the right strategy on which you will build your life living enlightenment. So, I sincerely request all of you to add sincerely the ultimate catalyst agent for living enlightenment into your being and achieve and radiate. Live enlightenment. Let you all live, radiate, achieve, experience, express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिव.
Yes, Nitan, everyone. So now we are going to get into the exercise where we are going to dig deeper and find out all the incidences where we are serious in our life and when we are sincere in our life, and also going to understand the impact that it created in our life. Okay, so this is a very short exercise for all of us. So all of you pick up the pen and paper and you are going to pen down the 5 places in your life where you are serious. Means literally 5 different incidences, you just find it out where you are serious about the things. Okay, while you are doing the work, it could be work related or anything else that you are doing in your life. So see where all you are too much goal oriented, like literally you only focused on the result, and you could not enjoy the whole work that you did. So please pick up the pen and paper and write down 5 such incidences where you are serious or where you approach the life or the work with too much of seriousness. And then you analyze that how being serious impacted your life. Please write it down. Write in detail. Only when you write in detail you will be able to bring completion with that, and you can do the completion process. and get out of that attitude of being serious about that thing. Like one of the example that we gave, that it's very common with all of us, that when we are doing the work, specifically let's say the office work, we are too much centered on the 30th day or the first day of the month when we get the salary, and the whole 30 day we just go on doing the work for this specific day. Or let's say when we have certain goal to achieve certain award, reward, or name and fame, we just go on doing the work from that context of thinking of that day when you will be getting the award or reward. Like the example we saw about the second example, where the Zen master gave two different disciples the work of maintaining the garden. So one disciple was so much focused on getting the award on the day, that when everyone is being awarded, he should get the first award of maintaining the best garden. So almost every single day, he literally wasted his life in being serious about achieving the goal. So these are the few examples relating to that. You find 5 different incidences in your life, write it in the detail, and also analyze the impact that it created on your life. So please start that. I'll project the assignment for all of you.
Sometimes you will also be getting to know these things from other people. Other people will say you're too serious. Other people will say at the end of your term or the end of the month, you're taking this very seriously. And sometimes we get offended by it, but actually in that moment, we should actually take their feedback very humbly and see where we were actually insincere. We could have done something differently. We could have heard someone's input. We could have thought about it in a more expanded way, rather than just trying to get the task done. How to do the task better, how to do the task in a way that will be more meaningful to those around me. How am I influencing them? This is a sincere way of thinking. But if you are just stuck with this seriousness, you will not be growing or expanding. And this sometimes is also pointed out to you by others who feel that you are closed and you are not letting them in on the things that you do. And always we see this in a teamwork or a team situation. So these are also the points you can take as cues to find out where you are being too serious. Yes. Nityanandam, we have a question from Ma Parameshwari asking. So it's about the previous exercise, about the part 3 of listening. How much you are speaking from you are, I am. How much are you speaking from where others are? And the second part is speaking because you have something to say compared to speaking because you want something to happen for the other person and for ourselves. She's requesting a few examples of this. I think the example that I wanted to share is when I read this question, I thought about ourselves in this situation where we are here sitting in the Paramashivoham program. I can answer this question because I'm supposed to be an acharya for you all and sharing some of the truths from Swamiji. But where we should all be getting to, or speaking to where we should all go to, is to understand these particular teachings about Swamiji, getting all of you and sharing our experience with all of you, and getting all of you to also come to understanding Swamiji's teachings and experience them as a reality in your life. And for this example is the reason what is the example I wanted to share when it comes to making sure that we are speaking into all of your listening. And when it comes to that, we wanted to reiterate that our sharings and our purpose here together is to come closer, to come to understand Swamiji's teachings as we have experienced them as a reality in our lives in many situations. I'd like to share the same with you all. And the purpose is to help you all experience those same teachings as a reality for you and to get you closer to living these truths in your lives with the blessings and initiation of Swamiji, especially during the darshan time. So we prepare you the whole day to get you to being able to attend the darshan and absorb as much as you can from Swamiji's blessings and darshan at that time. So this would be an example of how Swamiji has taught us as acharyas to connect with all of you and do the act of enriching and speaking into other people's listening, not because we have something to say, but for the purpose of enriching others. So this is the example I wanted to share. So please note the places where you are serious.
Yes, Nityanam everyone, please relax now. So now we'll get into, okay. So somehow a purposeful speaking, there is a goal for the talk, a benefit for the others, or for ourselves to achieve, right? Okay. So Ma Parmeshwar is asking further that somehow a purposeful speaking, there is a goal for the talk, a benefit for others, or for ourselves to achieve, right? When we are speaking into others listening, we always are centered on the others, what they want to achieve in their life. So when you cause the others reality, at the same time you cause your reality too. So it's never a single sided. So enriching is not it's a double-edged sword. So it does good to the other person and it does good to you also. So it's never just a self benefit, and only if you are centered on the self benefit, you will not be able to speak into others listening. Many times we just go on talking what we are saying, not being bothered about what other person want to have. So let's say even if you enrich somebody for Paramashivoham program, so you just go on talking about all the various benefits of the program, which is no way related to the person who is listening to you. That person may be facing certain issue which is related to, let's say, wealth or his relationship. But you know only the benefit of Paramashivoham program to be having, like, you'll be able to manifest the power, you will have the conscious experiences, you will have the Kundalini benefits, awakening of the Kundalini. So all this you know and you go on talking, but the person with whom you are talking may be interested in some of the relationship issue that they want to sort out in life. So only when you speak into their listening, you come to this even understanding that what that person needs, and you relate that problem and make that person that how Paramashivoham program will help him to overcome the relationship issues that person is having. So when you are speaking into listening of the person, you actually get to know that what the person is looking for, and based on that you enrich that person that how the program is going to help. So this is one of the example that we are sharing. So I hope all of you have, right now we are doing about the seriousness versus sincerity. So I am sure all of you have written few of the examples, incidents from your life, where you get to know when you have been serious and its impact on your life. So since you have already written, now we are going to get into the next part of it, which is the power manifestation. Also I request all of you to share, let's say if you have written the seriousness versus sincerity, what exactly, what clicks that you got, what are the understanding you got from it, and what is your takeaway. So if you are listening and if you actually come to this understanding that yes, seriousness has been killing my life, I literally wasted so much of my life, not just time and energy, but literally wasted your life being serious towards achieving something. If you come to this conclusion, then you will decide, okay, let me move to the sincerity, let me imbibe the truth which Swamiji is sharing with all of us, and going forward I am going to be sincere, I am going to approach my life towards sincerity, not by being serious. So if you had these clicks and understanding, please do share with all of us, so that we also know how much of you are able to understand. And okay, so now yes, Ma Sangeeta is saying that if I had been more sincere than serious, it could have been better for both me and others. Yes, if you can actually share with certain incidences, if you can write actually how it impacted your life or the relationships that you had with others in certain situations, that will be more helpful. Ma Parmeshwar is saying, to this exercise I am serious about achieving wherever I have to perform to fulfill the expectations, to be successful at something, or to be the best among the best. So in schools, when learning, I get the best grades. When learning languages or painting a picture, during our studies, the exams, making it through the semester, while working, managing the day, the week, the month, until the vacation, until the contract ends, in my daily sadhana, paperwork or helping others, serving family or others, but while I am working, I am sincere, 100% focused. So I do not enjoy the mostly sacrificing my time, energy, money, relationship, angry, frustrated, suppressed, but I am succeeded. So you may be able to achieve the goal But you need to understand that, let's say if you are spending 30 days or let's say 40 days to achieve certain goal, you may be celebrating the day when you actually achieve that goal or when you are actually getting the good grades, but the whole 40 day is lost. So you actually need to rethink about the definition of success that you are having in your life. Success is not something that you are going to achieve at the end of the life, end of the certain work, but you really need to redefine and rethink that what exactly means success for you. Is it at the cost of literally sacrificing the life, or you could have achieved or may not have achieved, but at the cost of what? To the speaking of the other program in my team is difficult because I know my family rejecting. Basically talking to people who are not my team is easier to talk about the program and maybe cause them to attend the program. If you feel that it's easy for you to talk to others, please do that also. Understand, every single individual that we come across in our life, they reflect us. So we may think that something is very easy, we may think something is difficult, but everyone is going to reflect some part of your life. If you are able to cause, then they are reflecting that yes, you are convinced about it, you have come to the conclusion that has become part of your life. If not, that means still something is missing in your life. So go on talking to as many people. Even if you want to talk to some new person, go on talking to as many people as possible.
Yes, and I think in your interest in redefining your success, what is success for you, you may actually feel at the heart that the family that you are trying to enrich, having them also look into Swamiji or look into these beautiful revelations that you're enriching yourself with in the program, having that is also can be something you want to add to the success you want. And if you have that opportunity now in the program to redefine yourself successful, what is success for you, having them also join, being able to communicate these things to where their listening is attended to, those are also goals. And of course that requires a little bit of less seriousness, and we can surely discuss more in the next session also about how this seriousness results in unnecessary ego that blocks us from even being able to get through to those closest to us. So yes.
Also to Ma Parameshwari, that even never felt celebrating the achievement of my life, just felt a lightness, finish the task, or burden is dropped and to take the next burden. So you're already seeing those things as a burden. What I will suggest that when you are getting the next project or next work that you are taking, from your experience it seems that you are taking multiple tasks or project in your life. For at least one project, decide that next time you are going to be sincere and not serious. Okay, just do this as an experiment in your life. Okay, Swamiji has taught me this as the sincerity. Swamiji has told many great things about the sincerity. Let me experiment this in my life. Okay, without any kind of biasness, just do one project with the sincerity. Okay, that itself will give you the confidence to move yourself from seriousness to sincerity in every aspect of the life. Understand, when we are sincere, it's not that we are going to not get the good grades or not get good reward and award. You may get, you may not get it, but understand, you will be able to be more total in the work that you are doing. You will be able to be more efficient, more productive in the work that you are going to do. So you are just not being bothered about the result. Does not mean that you are not going to be putting your total. You are going to put total, and you will see that you will be able to be more total into the work, and you yourself see what the result is going to be, how the life unfolds itself to you when you are sincere taking up any one project. Okay, so I really appreciate everyone's participations, and I request all of you to have more and more participations. Through this way you are going to get more and more clarity in your life itself. See, many of the powerful cognitions and teaching that we are sharing, which is directly from Swamiji, even the assignments are directly from Swamiji. Only when you do it, you are actually taking the steps to make those as part of your life. Otherwise, just hearing the great truths may not do any good to you. Only when you make the decision to imbibe those. Okay, and the way to do that is, one, providing your authentic listening. Second, doing the assignment. Third, participating into discussions. Understand the complete learning does not happen just by listening. Just by listening, you only get to learn 25% of the things. Only when you put your questions, doubts, discussion, you ask, you get to learn 25%. Only when you involve into internalizing, like literally having a vakyartha sadhas, discussion on all those things, you get to learn another 25%. And when you start teaching, means sharing with others, you learn another 25%. So understand all these 4 parts are important for you to have 100% learning. And that's why I encourage, while you are listening, when the inter exercises are given, do those exercises and then involve into asking your doubts and questions. You will get more and more clarity on these subjects. They will become more part of your life. And that is why you are here actually, because you want to imbibe the teachings that Swamiji is giving to all of us.
And Ma, you're sharing about how you felt lightness when a task is complete or the burden is dropped to be able to take up the next burden. I feel this is more also a sign of sincerity, because once you have done something sincerely, you feel light, you feel energy to take on the next opportunity and to expand yourself and to grow more. That is what we want to hold on to. And we have that experience also. So surely we all have tasted both the seriousness as well as to be able to take the sincerity. And we feel like we are here to just share that we know these feelings, but we have to hold on to what are we going to keep telling ourselves based on all our past experiences. Are we going to cognize them as something, as a success and a gift from Paramashiva, or are we going to cognize them as further incompletions or understandings? So the lightness with which we handle our past is also a big part of the completion process. So yes, with this we can go into the next session.
So we are going to have the power manifestation session now, and we are manifesting today the Ashtama Siddhi powers, and the power that we are going to manifest is a Mahima, the power of Mahima, where you will increase your own height. So I request all the participants, I hope all of you want to increase your height. So please take the measurement of your height. So before we enter into the power manifestation, it is required that you take the measurement of your height, and then we'll get into the power manifestation. And again at the end of the power manifestation, as we end the power manifestation, you are again going to take the measurement of your height. So please rush quickly and take the measurement of your height, or if you already know, then we can directly get into the power manifestation. Yes, so Ma Sangeeta is saying she already know, she knows her height. Ma Parameshwari and other Ma. So once you are done with that, please get into the space of power manifestation. Please sit straight and visualize Swamiji in your third eye. So I request all of you to get into the space of power manifestation. Please sit straight. Close your eyes and visualize Swamiji in your third eye. While you are doing that, so many thoughts, so many emotions will be coming. Just go on dropping all that at the feet of Swamiji. If any pain memory comes, just decide, okay Swamiji, I am dropping this at your feet. If any thoughts are coming, any thoughts, understand the only thought that you are Paramashiva, other than that nothing you are going to entertain. So if any thought comes, just decide to drop at the feet of Swamiji. Just say, Swamiji, I am dropping this at your feet. If any emotions are coming, just drop that at the feet of Swamiji. Hold on to this, that you are going to manifest oneness with Swamiji. Other than that, you are not going to compromise on anything. Anything lesser than that. The only thing that you want in your life is manifesting oneness with Swamiji. While you do this, understand during the power manifestation, any thoughts and emotions that you are going through, it is Swamiji who is directly showing it to you. He is showing it that this is the obstacle between, this is what is coming between you and me, and you need to drop that. When it is you only who has to make the decision to drop it. If you are making the decision, be sure Swamiji is sitting there at the fire, he is really ready to burn all your incompletions, all your emotions, all the painful memories, everything. He can burn it just like that. So just make the decisions to continuously go on dropping and chant the Mahavakya. Chant intensely and loudly. Make the declaration to increase the height of your body. Make the Satya Sankalpa. Hold that Sankalpa in your inner space while you are in oneness with the Swamiji. You will see that simply that becomes a reality for you. Please continue. We'll give you a few minutes for that. And continue to chant the Mahavakya intensely and loudly.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda
Yes, Nityanam everyone. Please relax now. Open your eyes. I am sure all of you manifested the power of Ashtamahasiddhi, which is Mahima. So this round we are doing the power manifestation, the power of Mahima. So after experiencing a beautiful space and time with Swamiji, it's time for all of you to share the result of power manifestation. Let us know by how many inches, centimeter you are able to increase your height, and the experience, the very experience that you had with Swamiji. let us know all the powerful click that you had with Swamiji because of your manifesting Swamiji. We are going to have another wonderful session, understanding our ego, the different kinds of ego that we have in our life, and how to go beyond that ego. So till we are going to start the session, and at the same time I request all the participants to start sharing. So please take a few minutes. I think many of you have gone to take the measurement of your weight. So sorry, measurement of your height. We will wait for a few minutes. Yes, Nityanam everyone. Yes, all of you have taken the measurement. Please do share with us. Let us know the experience of your power manifest. Oh, Ma Sangeeta manifested 1.5 inches. So you are able to raise your height, increase your height 1.5 inches just in one power manifestation. So now you know again, in the last session you said that yet to manifest, now you know the secret to manifest the power. Just use this secret again and again to manifest this power. You'll see life will become so magical. Anything that you want, you will just have the right understanding to manifest. You will have the power to manifest. Means the Jnana Sakti, Kriya Sakti, Iksha Sakti, all that will manifest in your life, whatever you want to have. Okay.
And actually, letting go of your sinceriousness and holding on to your sincerity and having a deep intention for that, and going through the power manifestation where you can have that intention manifest as a power physically, it is multidimensional. Surely an intention inside has manifested with the blessings of Paramashiva and Swamiji outside as the increase in height.
Yes. So I request Ma Parameshwari also to share her the result of her power manifestation. And many of the Chinese participants, I am not seeing any comments from them. Ma Guru Prasadini, are you there? Are you giving the translation to all the participants? Who is being the translation for the Chinese team? Ma Guru Prasadini or Ma Yogananda? Ma Yogananda. Okay, Ma Yogananda is doing the translation right now. Ma, please do share the experiences, the power manifestation results of all the Chinese participants too. They can type in Chinese language also. We'll do the translation. We'll do the Google Translate and see the results. So you don't have to actually translate for all of them while you are sharing. Yeah, this decreased maybe 1 centimeter. Maybe I stand more straight before energy rush. So the first thing that you need to do when you do the power manifestation, you will always get into these doubts whether I manifested it or not. So while you're taking the measurement, just be sincere that time. Put all your sincere effort in taking the measurement, and the same thing just repeat while you go for checking the result of power manifestation. So how you did in the beginning, the same way you do at the end also. Okay, that will reduce your doubt, and understand during all the power manifestation, everything that happens by Swamiji. Swamiji himself is doing it. So completely drop when you are getting this drop. See, when we are saying that dropping at the feet of Swamiji, it's not only while you are doing the power manifestation. This technique is whole day, literally 24 hours of your day, or whenever you are awake, you can practice this. So the moment you are getting into this doubt, okay, that maybe this could be the reason, that could be the reason, just drop that at the feet of Swamiji. That doesn't need anything from your side. You just have to drop it. Okay. Next time you will see, and just request to Swamiji, pray to Swamiji, okay, show me the visible difference, so that there is no space for doubt in me. Okay. You can ask that too from Swamiji, so that your doubt is completely removed once for all. Always ask, you can ask for those kind of experiences also from Swamiji. Have that kind of relationship. Anything that you want from Swamiji, you should be able to ask from Swamiji. Be open from him. Whether manifesting 1 inch or manifesting 2 inch or 5 inch, everything is same for Swamiji. There is nothing that he has to put more effort in doing manifesting 5 inch increase or manifesting 1 inch of increase for Swamiji. So now let us get into the next session, which is ego.
So we have a short video while we start to set the context from Swamiji himself about what is ego. So in this session we're going to be looking at the various types of ego, whether it is the passive ego or the active ego or the social ego. So let us begin by seeing Swamiji's
Paramashivoham. Showing off, aggression, activism is not or cannot be doubled into the concept of ego. That is not the definition which can solve your problems. I'll tell you from the vision of Paramashiva what is ego precisely. Ego is self-beating mechanism, the stick with which you constantly beat yourself, put you down through your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Constant SDHD bonding gum is what I call lust, and the frequency with which you use that is ego.
Yes. So let's learn about this ego and taking the powerful cognition that Swamiji had just delivered to us. So there is an incident from Swamiji's life itself where he was in Tamil Nadu, and in the evening he was sitting in a very relaxed mood in the forest. His eyes were open and he was not seeing anything, as there was no information going on inside and getting processed, similar to how we would be gazing at the sky without any information coming in and formulating any thoughts. In this beautiful space of stillness, Swamiji was sitting, yet next to him there was a huge snake lying there 3 feet in front of him. And because his eyes were not processing any information, it's the physical eyes itself, they were not grabbing or trying to consume something from the outside world, they were very relaxed. He was in a space, a deep space, and because of this space, the snake also was feeling the same kind of relaxation and comfort. Then only slowly Swamiji's mind came down to a normal plane, and he had the thought, oh, there is a snake. Identity was created, the eyes were used to come to an understanding about something outside. And he had the thought, oh, there is a snake. Then the next thought came, I should move away. A decision was made, processing happened just by seeing. And then the moment that thought came, snake, the word snake or the thought of snake came into his head, in his inner space, he saw very clearly the snake also felt disturbed that there was a man in its presence. Yes, it felt that there was a man. And he felt there is a snake. The snake never felt that there was a man until he felt the fear. The snake never felt threatened by Swamiji. Neither did he have the fear, nor did the snake have the fear either. But the moment he had fear, the snake also got the fear. It was not that the physical distance between them reduced at all. Nothing moved. Just the thought snake came into him, and he clearly was able to feel that there was a disturbance, a restlessness in the snake's inner space as well. The moment he had the thought, I should move, the moment he had that thought, he says that the snake also felt, and in the same insecurity and the same threat, and immediately the snake also moved, even before Swamiji started moving. So, this is the impact of an ego. The connection with nature. Ego and the connection with nature. When your ego becomes strong, your ability to connect with nature itself is disturbed.
Yes. So now one definition that we saw from Swamiji, the one Swamiji gave about what exactly is the ego, the mechanism through which we hold on to our self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, is the intensity with which we hold on to it is the lust, and the way we beat ourselves with this is what is the ego. There is another angle through which Swamiji defines ego is understanding through our images, the identity that we carry, which is inner image, outer image, life image and other image. Through this understanding, what exactly is ego? So we are now going to look from this angle that Swami says, and he says that we all have a dual identity. And two identity means one that we carry within ourselves, about ourselves, and the one that we project to others, means which is outer image. So the identity that we believe to be us, inside us, is called mamakara in the Sanskrit, means inner image, and which is always much smaller than what we really are. It's always smaller than what we are. We'll carry, and in this inner image, we always carry and remember all the failures that we have in our life, all the past mistakes that we had, all the guilt that we had in our life, and based on that, we continue to remember who I am within ourselves. Then comes the identity that we project to the outer world, okay, that is called ahamkara, means we always, there is a way how we introduce ourselves. So we can also understand as outer image is how we introduce ourselves to the others. Whenever we meet somebody, we have a way to introduce, and not just when we are meeting for the first time. Every single meeting that we have, even with the friends, when we are sitting together, there is a way how we always project ourselves, how we always go on introducing ourselves. It's always in all the communications, that's what we go on doing, that do you know who am I? Do you know who am I? What all I can do? What all I have done in the past? So all this constitutes your outer image, okay? And so this is the second type of identity that we have, and this identity is always more than what we are actually, means what we actually carry as our inner image. This outer image is always more than that. So ahankara, that the outer image that we project to others, is always based on the superiority complex, and mamakara is always based on the inferiority complex that we have in our life. Ahankara is always based on the fear, means the inner image that we the outer image that we project to others is always based on the fear. So more and more fear that we have in our life, we'll see that more and more outer image we go on building. And Mamakara is always based on the greed. The more greedy we are, the more identity we go on building about ourselves. We continue to work together, build more and more inner image about ourselves. So the identity, why it is the outer image is always more, because it is based on the fear, and we trying to protect ourselves. We want certain way for people to recognize us, and we are not ready to let people know as who we are. We have so much of fear. We do not know what can happen, how the person is going to respond, how he is going to relate with me, and all this fear makes you have some different kind of outer image that you want to have it. So there is a one example that Swamiji is sharing through one of the story. He said that a man arrived home after giving a series of leadership talks to a group of employees at his company. Once he comes back to home, his wife asked, "How did the talk go?" The man replied, "Okay, I guess, but I'm not sure how many people understood what I said." Then the wife asked, "Why do you feel that?" The man said, "Because I do not understand it myself." So many times the identity that we show to the outer world will always be based on the fear. That is why it is always more than what is true about ourselves. We are so afraid of things, about ourselves, that we go on building some outer image to protect ourselves. As a part of protection mechanism, we just go on building more and more outer image. We'll continuously work to keep it alive. So the identity that we carry in the inner world, and that is based on the greed. And that is why we always try to develop the identity that we carry inside. We constantly work on identity that we believe as ourselves and continuously try to chisel it, make it more and more better. And that's what we do through the various personality development courses. We try to chisel our identity that is already there. So it does not give any kind of transformation, like shifting from one identity to another identity, from one lower identity to higher identity, or going beyond the identity. But rather, when we decide to chisel our identity, it's like within that same identity we try to become more and more better. Understand the understanding that we need to have, and what Swamiji want all of us to have, is that our life is nothing but the fight between these two identities, these two worlds that we have. The conflict between ahankara and the mamakara means the conflict between our inner image and the outer image. The conflict between the personality that we show to others and the personality that we reveal to ourselves in our inner world. And this conflict is called tension. The unease feeling between these two identities is diseasiness. It's the disease that we manifest in our life. So most of the disease that we manifest in our life is not actually a sickness, but it is just diseasiness. Means if we are ready to align the conflict, or ready to reduce the conflict between our inner image and the outer image that we have, we will be able to out of that disease. The diseasiness that we create in our life will just move out of that disease by just getting out, or just aligning, tuning the inner identity and the outer identity. Both these identity, which is ahankara and mamakara, are pure myth. And this is another powerful cognition, or rather say truth, that Swami is revealing to all of us, that both of these are myth, both of these are lies. We are something beyond these two identities. And I hope that all of you are able to will be able to relate with that, because when we do the completion process, when we look back to the some incident that happened in our life which left some trauma or some bad memory in us, we know that that is the point, that is the time when we have created some identity. So whether it is inner image or outer image, we are the one who create, and we create in a situations which was difficult for all of us to handle. We didn't know how to respond to life, how to respond to that situation, and out of that powerlessness we create certain identity within ourselves and to the others. And that's why both of them are completely myth. They do not define us, they do not define who we are, whether it is inner image or the outer image. Both of these are lie.
So we spend a lot of our energy expanding the ahankara, the identity that we project to the outer world, and in doing this, our life will become more materialistic. We will experience success. We will experience so many of the material things that is judged as an achievement in an outer world's perspective. And people who work on the mamakara are constantly working on their own personality, trying to create some identity to feel satisfied about themselves. And if we spend our whole life chiseling and developing a mamakara, the identity that we think we are, our whole life becomes moralistic and suppressing. It becomes something of a duty. So the basic truth is that you are much more than these two identities. This is where we need to understand Swamiji's involvement here and where he's trying to exactly expand us, because we are here in the Paramashivoham course. It isn't just the personality development, it is a manifesting Paramashiva. And how is that manifesting? How Swamiji is going to take us through that, let us see now. So when we unclutch from these two identities, we suddenly realize that we are actually in reality beyond these two. And when that happens, these two identities can never bind us again. That is the power. So the low self-esteem means showing yourself or imagining yourself to be less than what you are. The high self-esteem is in imagining yourself to be much more than what you are. Again, this is also based on opinions of others also. You judge yourself based on your life rather than your life as it is. You weigh yourself on the cars and the real estate that we have purchased or all the material goods around us, not by the quality of the consciousness we have achieved in our life. The quality of consciousness is what life is always trying to tell us we are. So the big problem is that we don't know how to remove our personalities and go to the next personality. We don't know how to use personalities like coats. You're caught in one personality, and using the wrong personality in the wrong place is what is called ego. Understand, if you are arrogant and violent where you need to be polite and humble, it is being egoistic. If you are not polite and humble where you need to be courageous and brave, you are egoistic. Again, understand, we always think that if we are humble, how can I be egoistic? Be very clear. Ego standing on its head is also ego. It is called the inferior ego. So there is an incident in Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi's life. One of the disciples translated one of his books into another language. In the translation inside the book, his name was also published as the translator. When the disciple saw the book, he was shocked to see this. He went to the concerned authorities and scolded them for this mistake. He then went and told Ramana Maharshi, Bhagavan, they should not have put my name. I don't feel my name should be publicized. I am not that kind of person. Bhagavan clearly says, the ego that asks for the name to be there and the ego that asks for the name not to be there are one and the same. Relax. And in this way, gave that person a clarity on where he is holding on to an ego, yet it is an inferior ego. So let us be clear, the inferior ego is trying to show humbleness is also ego. With a superiority complex, with a violent, aggressive ego, at least society will teach you. With this ego, it's very visible. You can see someone behaving this way. We can also learn. But with humble ego, you will escape from society. That is more dangerous. It is a cunning ego that can nicely save itself. It's something silently we do. Reflecting back on what Swamiji first said about what is ego, something we silently beat ourselves with. We're not worthy, we don't deserve this. Some kind of a self-hatred, self-denial, or self-doubt is something we constantly beat ourselves with. And this is nurtured internally by us when we cherish this inferior ego. The truth is to go beyond both. So the passive ego or the active ego. The active ego is easy to recognize. People will, an active ego will behave in a light-handed, high-headed fashion, and they have a claim, a self-importance, and very open about it. They will be arrogant. Their ego is actually easy for a guru to be able to deal with. He just needs to bang on it in a few times, point it out to people, like how we saw the example how beautifully Ramana Maharshi was very straight with the disciple. With this way, the guru will be able to help you understand where your active ego is. A small story again. A psychiatrist asks his patient if he's suffering from fantasies of self-importance. The man replies, absolutely not. In fact, I think much less of myself than I really am. A person with an active ego will not be willing to let go of it at any cost. A passive ego is very subtle and cunning. People who have a passive ego will pose as being very humble, lacking courage, or face-to-face people, shying away from taking credit. The worst part of this is that they think they are not being egoistic, but in fact they are doing that self-beating, subscribing to that self-beating mechanism within themselves. And actually they are so carefully guarding that ego, the identity, that inferior identity, from getting hurt by others by unconsciously thinking they're actually being humble. They're protecting that ego by thinking they're humble. So people with an active ego are like dried hard twigs. They can be broken easily. But people with a passive ego are like fresh green twigs. Each time their ego is hit, they bend and they won't break, and they will even beat themselves with it. This ego is so self-guarded that it becomes difficult to deal with. Actually, they work very hard to safeguard it, but in a sweet and passive way. So we care so much about others' reactions and opinions towards us. We cannot bear to suffer a hurt ego, and we have nurtured and cared for so many years. This ego is like a very anchor point for us, and if it is shaken or jolted, we feel anchorless, we feel baseless. But this is who I am, you're taking this away, we complain. And with the excuse of being humble and obedient, we can keep quiet. We can miss one opportunity or the other for exposing our ego in the very presence of the master. So, and we miss another opportunity for a big transformation or a big step towards flowering. What flowering? The flowering of our true identity, that is consciousness, Paramashiva.
Yes. So once we come to this understanding about what is active ego, what is passive ego, and many times, when we decide to, because we get to know that ego is not good, somewhere or other we get to hear about that ego is not good, we decide to switch from active ego to the passive ego. But understanding what Swami is giving, that whether it is active ego or passive ego, both of them are ego, and out of that passive ego is more dangerous, because so cunningly we are protecting our ego, and it's very difficult for master to break that passive ego. Whereas when it is active ego, it's easy to break. So now after this, there is one more type of ego that we carry, and that is social ego. So what is that? So Swami said there is one more play of the ego, and that we all nurture so well, and that is called social ego. We feel that our life is highly private to ourselves, and that no one should let into it. And I think many of us will be able to relate that we all, either fully or to some part, we always keep private to ourselves, that this part of my life, I'll not allow anyone else to enter into it. And that's what he's saying, that we feel that our life is private to ourselves and no one should be let into it. We are afraid that our whole image might come crashing down, and there will be nothing to prop up in the society. That is called social ego. It is more of an identity for you to experience than for others. If we can show ourselves to the world just as we are, we will be more relaxed, because then there will be no pressure to cover up anything. And we all do this, that when we have a social image that we want to project to the people, and that is what the social ego is. Then further Swami said that because of our social ego, we are always self-conscious, because we all spend so much of time with the people in our life. We do have our own life that we spend, but most of our life is happening with others or with the participation of others. So because of our social ego, we are always self-conscious. We are spending so much of time in life to make ourselves self-conscious. We think that people are always looking at and talking about us all the time. When we are self-conscious, we are actually egoistic. So that is also one form of ego. We think that we are a big entity and that everyone's eyes are on us all the time. And that is why we get self-conscious. Yes, we do think that we are a very big person and everyone is looking at us only, and because of that we are self-conscious and we try to maintain certain kind of identity that we want to project to people. Further Swami said that when we become self-conscious, we are living and not living. Means both is happening. Means self-consciousness is a barrier to our beauty and grace. Our beauty, that it does not come forth freely. He said that, Swami said, look at the animal and the natures. They flow so beautifully and freely, and because they are not self-conscious, they are really not bothered about our opinion. And I don't think there's something like this exists in the animal world or in the nature where they bother about each one's opinion. That a mango tree will bother about other mango tree, that what he thinks about himself. But we human do bother a lot about the other's opinion, and because of these opinions we are not freely flowing. We are guarding ourselves and become so self-conscious. Swami said that because the natures are so freely, because they are not self-conscious, they live beautifully and freely. They are simply happy being one with the existence. The moment we start thinking that people are watching us, ego has stepped in and we lose the natural self of ourselves. The another example that we can look into our life is the children's, and we all would have seen that the children's are not self-conscious as we adults are. If you watch them play, we will see that they have so much of beauty and innocence, and that can be observed while we take the pictures or the videography. So we'll see that when pictures are taken, we'll notice that the pictures taken without we being aware and we being photographed look much better than the pictures when taken when we pose for those things. So maybe many of us know how to pose for it, but we'll see that when we are not aware that we are being photographed, we'll see that we look more free, more natural beauty will be there compared to when we actually decide to pose. And we'll see that we become more serious and more, the face will be full dull and natural beauty will be lacking from us. So the moment we are asked to pose, we become self-conscious. Our ego is afraid of what people might say and think about us, and that's what actually causes us to become self-conscious. The self-conscious ego is all the time calculating and weighing others' opinion. So understand what self-conscious does. The moment we start thinking that others are watching us, this is what happens, that we start calculating and weighing others' opinion about ourselves. When we stop calculating and starts being innocent and open, we will be filled with the wonder and freshness all the time. Life will never become dull and restrained for us. So now let us watch one of the video from Swamiji on what is ego.
Let's start with the Shiva Stotra. Sada Shiva Samarambam Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. tell you how I came with this sloka which we are chanting. Because quite a long time, maybe 1 year I was searching, who should I remember before starting the lecture? To whom I should feel grateful? Because how will you feel grateful to existence which is part of you? It is your presence is a gratitude. But something I have to put as an example for these guys to follow. See, why I regularly, if I am in India, every day before starting my morning routine, whatever time I may come out of my quarters, the first thing I will do is go to the banyan tree. First thing, everybody knows, if Swamiji comes out, he will come to banyan tree only. These fellows will be standing in a line to catch a glimpse. And I will go to banyan tree only and come back. And sometime in the meeting, these guys will ask, the ashram meeting, why are you going there, Swamiji, every day? I don't have to go there. I tell them, saying yes to somebody else means saying no to your ego. Anything which is started, saying no to your ego will always be successful. Anything which is started with saying yes to your ego will be always a failure. So now I have to set a trend for these guys to follow. If you say yes to a tree, yes to a stone, or even this door, from today you will say, I will remember this door before starting any work. Even that will be big successful. In Tamil Nadu there is a temple in which only door is worshipped. Madurai temple, Madurai Kalyanagar temple, it's called Padanattam Badi Karuppan. That only the door is worshipped. Even if you worship a door, it's okay. Anything other than you, if you say yes to it and start, it will be successful. Remember, whenever you start anything, whether eating, sleeping, or driving, any work, or attending some patient, or doing some work, other than you, remember something. It can be Shiva, Krishna, Rama, tree, a stone, or a door, or a cat, or a dog, anything other than you. Remember and say yes to it. Surrender to it. It will always be successful. Anything which is put other than you represents the cosmos, whole. Whenever you don't put anything other than you, you will be remembering you and starting. In my case, remembering me is equivalent to remembering the whole. But if I do that, I remembered me, let me start directly. These fellows also will do that. Same thing. If they remember them and start, what will happen? Just to teach that one truth, put anything other than you in the front to begin with. Understand, this is the first lesson. This is the first lesson in spirituality. You can put anything. That's not a problem at all. Even an ordinary milestone is enough. In India, there is a survey, if you guys, it will be very funny. When the British laid the roads, 40% of milestones have become gods and temples by the local villagers. Then they changed the color of the paint. Earlier it was yellow and red, which is very auspicious for our Hindus. So all milestones have become temples. What to do? So, and milestones almost look like Shivalinga. And they have to change the whole tradition. See, even milestone can lead you to God. We don't have a problem at all. Actually, if you see our Anandeshwara, it is like a milestone only. Little thin, that's all. See our Anandeshwara. But so much of respect and love and the thing we are offering, the surrender we are offering, just by our very surrender, the auspiciousness happens. So I was thinking whom to give gratitude, what to do. Finally I came up, this is the best thing these guys can do. Remembering the master's tradition, who are responsible for the enlightenment stream, living stream of enlightened beings on the planet Earth. So when you chant this mantra, Sadasiva Shamarambam Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Pariyandam Vande Guru Paramparam, you remember the whole enlightened master's lineage. Enlightened master's lineage, which is responsible for keeping the enlightenment on the planet Earth. See, Sadashiva is the first master who brought the science to planet Earth. And Shankara, see, Shankara is the rare combination where Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara meets. Usually the Jnana Parampara who gives you enlightenment will not be a Guru Parampara, means the organization who initiates you. See, person who gives you, who is Acharya, who gives ordinary initiation, inspiration, who runs an organization, and the person who gives you enlightenment, it will always be two separate, usually. With Shankara both meets and merges. And again in me you can see both meeting and merging. Blessed are those for whom Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara is same. Sangha becomes Dhamma when Buddha is alive. Understand? Sangha is Dhamma when Buddha is alive. Organization is science of enlightenment when Buddha is alive. So in Shankara's case, both of them become one. Again, in my case you can see, both of them have become one. Where the Jnana Parampara, the enlightenment and organization, both of them have met and merged. I want to tell you how this rare combination happens. Enlightenment always brings a tremendous freedom. Tremendous freedom. That is why these guys can never be controlled and can never be put in any tradition. See, whenever freedom expresses, it just breaks the conditioning, parental conditioning so thoroughly, you do much more than what is needed. Now, Narasimha killed the Hiranyaksha. To kill Hiranyaksha, you don't need to tear him to pieces and remove his intestine and wear it as a garland. No need for so much. Just cut his head over. But he goes to the extreme of ensuring that is not actually necessary. Freedom expressing in a little healing way creates a Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara together. See, what I am talking is a very strong, basic truths of how religions are created. How religions are created. If he is little healed and if he has got some roots to go into the established organizations in a very friendly way, he will become a culture. Otherwise he will become a... Because his freedom is so amazing, very rare combination of this freedom and that respect for the tradition. See, whenever this freedom expresses through your body, the respect for tradition is lost. Need for the Sangha, need for the library to be kept alive is lost. Whenever the need for the library to be kept alive is there, the freedom is lost. Understand? And it will be very strange scene. The same website, Paramashivoham Maharaj garlanding me photo will be there. The same website will have this photo. Unfortunately, yesterday I did not allow. Both will be, and it is not even hidden. See, we are not even hiding. We are not giving too much information unnecessarily to people. That is different. A person who can be broad enough to understand every click, every initiation can help people to go further and further. Only can be a person where the Sangha, the Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara meets. Understand, you need to be so broad enough to Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara to meet. Otherwise, the fight between this Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara has weakened our whole tradition. The greatest calamity happened to our Vedic tradition. In the modern days, the fight between this Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara. Just imagine, with Osho's intelligence, and his grandeur, his vision, his capacity, somehow, if he was little more accommodative to have the Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara to meet, what would have been the support for the Guru Parampara? Tell me.
Miracle.
Huh?
One of the greatest miracles would have happened.
He would have been the Kalki of Vedic tradition. Somehow, see, I am nobody to judge, but what I am saying, we should be broad enough both to meet. We should be broad enough both to meet them. Tremendous freedom of Osho and the tremendous respect for the tradition like a Pramukh Swami Maharaj. But we should be a base where Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara meet. Shankara was the key person where Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara met in those days. Those days itself, he was a great master who kept the Vedic tradition alive. And same way, he was a great master to create a new interpretation on the commentary. He was the first guy who organized the whole thing back to life. Back to life. Then afterwards only I selected each word. Actually I thought of putting many, see Sadashiva Samaramba, that line no controversy. That's ultimate. Whether Shankaracharya Madhyama or Ramakrishna Madhyama or Ramanaya Madhyama, that I was debating for quite a long time. For quite a long time I was debating. Then finally I saw Shankara seems to be much more juicy and stronger, bigger platform where the flight of tradition and freedom both can land and take off. So that's the reason I finally decided Shankara is a person. In him the freedom also landed. See how today I am trying to be a bigger platform for tradition, the respect to the tradition like a BAPS to land and the freedom of Osho to land. Shankara was the platform for bhakti, jnana, everything to land. He was the platform. He was able to speak the highest Advaita and the Bhaja Govindam, Govindam Bhaja Mudamade. Somebody was telling me, no, all the scriptures attributed to Shankara, stotras attributed to Shankara are not done by Shankara. Understand? First thing you should understand, he may not have done that directly, but let me give you one example. I may not have written a book directly, but unless it expresses the ideology for which I stand, it can't be attributed to me. Am I right? It cannot be attributed to me. Suddenly you cannot write a book on how to create aircrafts and attribute it to me. Or how to create the parts of the train and attribute it to me. No. Only the spiritual literatures which stands for the ideology I represent can be attributed to me. So even though whether he wrote or not, the very book attributed to him means he stands for it. He stands for it. So he was the great platform where The whole thing was able to meet and merge. That's the reason I chose Shankara. Shankaracharya Madhyama. Then Asmadacharya Varyantam. Here also I had a third line, we had a Nityananda Varyantam. I said, no, I am not last prophet. I am not going to be last prophet. That's the reason I made the word Asmadacharya Varyantam, so that the masters, enlightened masters lineage is going to be there. See, after I leave the body, a single person may not represent me, but there will be a group of enlightened masters carrying the mission forward. So our disciples, the next generation disciples also will be able to repeat the same word if it is just Asmadacharya Varyantam, till my master, till my Acharya. That's the reason I left the word Asmadacharya Varyantam. Vande Guru Paramparam, so that you can continuously remember. So this is the beautiful verse to remember all the great beings who added juice to planet Earth. Juice to planet Earth. Try whenever you do any big work, remember all of them. Put them all in the front and then start. You don't even, if you don't remember, of course you can't remember all of them, even one or two is okay. Whoever you remember. If you have read Shankara's literature and feel connected, then Shankara. If you have read Ramakrishna's literature and feel connected, then Ramakrishna. Or if you feel connected with me, then remember me. That's all. Anyone in that lineage, put always them front and then start. It will always be successful. It will always be successful. That's the reason I designed this Sadashiva Samarambha, Shankaracharya Madhyama, Asmadacharya Varyantam, Vande Guru Parampara.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
Yes. So at this point, after seeing such beautiful clarity that Swamiji has been giving on removing the ego, and how Swamiji does the work, especially on us who come into him and accept him as our guru, and how he does the whole thing. I just wanted to share one experience that when it came to adapting some of the principles that is there in the life of a Bhautika Brahmacharya, those principles, especially aparigraha, steya, these principles helped peel back those identities. We have so much identity with the things around us, for example, with the active ego that we have. Once we adapt this minimalism of living with less things as a brahmachari would live or a sannyasi would live, that really does a lot of cleansing of that part of our identity. And it's so many other facets of this lifestyle of sannyasa brings all of what we just learned as a reality into our lives. And it's a beautiful experience. We can understand this and imagine, yes, one day I'll be able to live with minimal things but achieve a lot of success. But it is in this career of sannyas, from our experience, we want to share that you can really taste it, the reality of the amount of bliss, possibility that you can see in yourself when you just adapt these few sannyas lifestyle. So just wanted to share that before we get into the internalization exercise now. Hopefully this has helped us also understand where it is that we are holding on to the active ego, and where we're also holding on to the passive ego. This exercise that we're now going to be getting into will really help us identify this. So for this internalization, identify and pen down where you are acting out of active ego and through which words it is that you are expressing this active ego. And then identify and pen down where you are acting out of passive ego and through which words it is expressing in you. Identify and pen down where you are acting out of the social ego and through which words it is expressing in you. If you want to even share and have any questions about this internalization, saying I found my active ego here, these are the words I am expressing it, how do I identify it, and you can share those. We'll be able to clarify any doubts that you have. Yes, go ahead, please pen down.
Nityananda everyone. So please relax now. So all of you would have identified the active ego, passive ego and the social ego, and the words through which you express, means how you are expressing, what are the words and sentences that you use to express your active ego, and how you express your passive ego and the social ego. So after that you have all written, we'll now get into the next round of power manifestation. And in this round of power manifestation, we are again going to be working on increasing our height. So again, I request all of you to take the measurement of your height. So I request all the participants to take the measurement of your height, and let's get into the power manifestation. This round we are manifesting the power of Mahima. We are going to increase the height of our own body. So once you have taken the measurement, it's time to get into the power manifestation, manifesting oneness with Swamiji. So close your eyes, sit straight and visualize Swamiji in your third eye. This time please take the measurement so that there is no doubt left. Take in such a way that there is no doubt left this time. So please start now. Chant the Mahavakya intensely and loudly. Visualize Swamiji in your third eye. So just like how we did in the last round of power manifestation, whatever thoughts, emotions that comes to you, continuously drop that at the feet of Swamiji. Whatever emotions it may be, whatever good thoughts it may be, as per our definition, drop that at the feet of Swamiji, and continue to hold on to this truth that you are Paramashiva, you are Swamiji. That's the only truth, that's the ultimate truth. And continue to chant the Mahavakya intensely and loudly. Please make the Satya Sankalpa to increase the height. Hold that Satya Sankalpa in your inner space. The moment you manifest oneness with Swamiji, you will see that the Satya Sankalpa will become a reality for you. Very comfortably you will see, you will be manifesting the powers. Just make the decision that you will not hold on to any other identity, any emotions, any thoughts. Just go on dropping all that on the feet of Swamiji. Please continue to chant the Mahavakya.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda.
Yes. Nityanam, everyone. Please relax now. Open your eyes. So now I request all the participants to again take the measurement of your height and check for the success of your power manifestation. So after this we are going to get into another wonderful session, and that is gratitude. How to manifest the gratitude in our life and the various benefit or the way that you are going to express your life once the gratitude manifest or you imbibe the gratitude in your life. So till then we request all the participants to take the measurement of your height and also share with all of us about the increase or decrease or you are yet to manifest the power. So
I think one of the essences from today's session would be the last bit where Swamiji has shared about surrender to something every day and start. That kind of helps us also now transition into the session into gratitude, because whether we have identified fully active ego, passive ego, social ego, inferior ego, any of these, the cream of this can understand is it is a matter of surrendering it at the feet of Paramashiva, at the feet of Swamiji. So how much ready are we going to be able to do that? We should be able to understand, and we would have manifested it in the power manifestation session. So yes, so with this we would transition into the session on gratitude. Thank you all, and we'll join you with the next session for the next acharyas.
also till then please share your experience of power manifestation, the result of power manifestation, while we are getting ready for the next session. So thank you everyone. Yes, Ma Sangeeta is sharing that she was able to increase 5 centimeters this time. That is almost 2 inches you are able to increase your height. That's great. So thank you everyone. Thank you for being with us and listening to the various truths, powerful cognitions from Swamiji.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda.
Yes, Nityanandam, we are going to be starting the next session. Please gather back and be seated. We also remind all the Paramashivoham participants that you must be having your cameras activated and be visible within the frame during the session. So we request everyone who is presently watching but without a camera to kindly activate your camera and come and sit, as we are going to be beginning the next session. So to start with, let us all sit straight with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and we will be chanting the Sadguru Vandanam, invoking Swamiji's presence for this session. Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Nilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes, Nityanandam, and welcome to you all. We are going to be your acharyas for the next few sessions of this Paramashivoham Level 2. So we hope that you had a good time so far. And throughout this session, if you wish to ask us anything, if you have any question or doubts, or if you want to share any click that you have, feel free to do so in the Zoom chat or in the YouTube live chat if you are watching us on YouTube. Okay, so now our next session is going to be on gratitude. And what is gratitude and why is it so important? Why should we remember to bring more and more gratitude into our lives every day? So let's start. So whenever we recognize that we are part of the total scheme of existence and that we are lovingly taken care of by existence every minute, we are overcome with gratitude. We naturally feel and experience gratitude. We become truly thankful for what we receive every moment, even if it is as basic as the use of our very limbs and senses. Gratitude is your response to recognizing the abundance of existence. So many of us, many times we forget, we do not perceive that daily. It's very easy to agree with this statement when it is made, but for example, whenever things don't happen the way we want in our lives, obviously in these moments we will not feel that we are being taken care of and that existence is very loving and caring with us. For example, if we get, let's say, fired from our job, or if we lose relationships, whenever these things happen, even then we need to remember that everything is happening for our own good, and that everything is there to assist us into expressing our true potential. Because this work was good, but it may not have led you to enlightenment. You may not have led you to manifesting your ultimate possibilities. So at some point, it would have been a load. So in these situations, especially, we need to remember this truth that we are part of the total scheme of existence and that we are being taken care of every minute. Now, gratitude is a wonderful energy. It is a flowering energy that happens within you. And if there is one energy that takes care of everything in your life, it is the energy of gratitude. So this is why this session is so important. Gratitude is much more than just a moral value. It's not about just being thankful, appreciating what is given to us, even though there's also a part of it, but there's so much more. Gratitude, we should bring more and more gratitude to our lives because this energy manifests miracles. When we bring gratitude inside us, we attract extraordinary things in our lives, and everything in our lives start falling in place. Okay?
There are many religions in the world, and different religions have emphasis on different things. For some, it might be worship, for some, it might be surrender, and for some, it might be austerities. But gratitude cuts across all of them. Swamiji has told, gratitude is the greatest religion. We might wonder, how can gratitude be a religion? It can be a value, it can be a certain mindset, but how can it be a religion? It can be a social habit. That's what we might feel. But gratitude, Swamiji is telling, is the greatest religion. And gratitude should become the very breath of a person. Gratitude is a transforming energy. It transforms the happening in you and around you. And it is an energy which harmonizes everything around us and brings back tremendous prosperity. With gratitude, you will see that existence simply responds to you as if it is a living being. Gratitude is a channel for communication with the existence. When gratitude happens, it works beautifully through the law of attraction and attracts great possibility to you. We might wonder how it is possible. How can gratitude be a channel for communication with the cosmos? We'll just visit a small story. So this story is from the life story of Akbar and Birbal. Akbar was an emperor and Birbal was his advisor. So one day Akbar and Birbal were walking on the street and sandalwood seller was walking past. And the king, Akbar, mentioned to his advisor that I don't know why when I'm seeing this person, this sandalwood seller, I'm feeling like I want to hang him and execute him to death. And 1 month passed. And suddenly again the king, that is Akbar, was walking on the same street with his advisor Birbal, and again he saw the sandalwood seller, and he said, I feel like I want to give him a big reward, a big endowment, and I don't know the reason why. And it is very strange because just a month ago I was feeling like I should execute this person, and now I'm feeling like I should give him a big reward. So then Birbal, his advisor, he responds and he tells that 1 month ago, this sandalwood dealer was suffering when he saw Akbar going back, and that sandalwood seller was feeling like, okay, let the king die, and at least then this sandalwood will be sold because for his final rights. So I'll have good fortune. So that is how the sandalwood seller was thinking 1 month ago. Birbal sensed it, and what he did was he actually purchased a big bulk of sandalwood from the sandalwood seller. Immediately there was a shift in the sandalwood seller, and he had a lot of gratitude for the king. And what happened 1 month later, when he's seeing the king, he's having a lot of gratitude just looking at the king and thinking about him. That caused a shift in Akbar, and Akbar was feeling like giving him endowment. So this is the story and the fact that Birbal revealed to the king Akbar. Today, the sandalwood seller feels very grateful to the king, and because of that positive vibration, the Akbar was feeling like giving him some endowment. So this is the law of attraction and how gratitude sends a positive vibration in the universe and attracts auspicious and good happenings in your life. According to law of attraction, like energy attracts like energy. And how does it apply to gratitude? When you feel gratitude towards everything, it means you feel fulfilled. You feel blissful. And when you radiate gratitude, your energy of fulfillment attracts more fulfillment back to you in form of material gains, good relationships, good health, and so on. This is how the law of attraction works for gratitude. The important thing about this is that material gains, good relationships, and such things are only incidental byproducts of gratitude. The main thing is that gratitude makes you resonate with the existence and transforms you into a beautiful human being. There are two things that happens when we are in the space of gratitude, when we are in the attitude of gratitude. One is that we become beautiful human beings. And second, as a byproduct of that positivity we radiate, we attract similar positivity in our life in terms of material gains, beautiful relationships, and many beautiful things in our life. Now that might sound a bit mystical and anecdotal, and we might feel like, okay, this is good for moral value's sake, but is it practical? Yes, it is. And let's have a look at some contemporary studies. So there were a group of psychologists who studied the effect of feeling gratitude in people. So they did a study, and it was done by two researchers, Dr. Michael McCullough of Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas, and Dr. Robert Emmons of the University of California at Davis, California. They concluded that gratitude played a major role in a person's well-being. So what was the study that they did? So basically they had about 100 people and they divided them into 3 groups. So the group 1 was, all the 3 groups had to make a diary journal where they would note what they are doing throughout the day, how was their day, like a general diary which many people have a habit of writing at the end of the day. So they are supposed to maintain the diary. So in this diary, the 3 groups had to maintain it in a very unique way. The first group had to record everything, good or bad, everything in the diary. The second group had to record only the good things that happened throughout the day. The third group had to record only the bad things which happened throughout the day. So what was the conclusion after a month or so of doing this? The result of the study indicated that daily gratitude exercises resulted in higher reported levels of alertness, enthusiasm, determination, optimism, and energy. So here we have some objective benefits which you can actually verify and measure, and some subjective which the person himself feels and tells about it. So when we talk about enthusiasm, optimism, these things can be called subjective. But when we talk about alertness and energy, these things are something objective. When it comes to alertness, you can actually do tests and verify, oh, this person is more alert. So there are very tangible results which cannot be denied when we are in the space of gratitude. So on the experiment continued, and what it found, the group which recorded gratefulness experienced less depression and stress and had greater inclination to help others, exercised more regularly, and made more progress towards their personal goals. So this is an important thing. They exercised more and they made more progress towards their personal goals. So we are not talking about people who were already of this nature. We had a mixed group and all groups had all kinds of people. But suddenly when a group of people were practicing gratitude, what happened? That group became much more evolved. They started exercising more and they started making progress towards their personal goals more. Now that is something all of us would want. And gratitude is the way we can do it. There were other findings that people who listed daily items of gratefulness were more likely to feel loved. And the attitude of gratitude encouraged a positive cycle when one acted of gratitude. And it encouraged one another. It created a virtuous cycle in that person and in the group also. This finding also indicated that gratitude could work independently of faith. Though gratitude is a big part of most religions, the experiment suggested that the benefits extended to general population regardless of whether they had faith or not in any particular religion. They further suggested that anyone could increase their sense of well-being and create positive social effects just from counting their blessings. So this is why we can understand, and we can understand in a very comprehensive way why Swamiji is telling gratitude is the greatest religion. It cuts across all religions. And we also understand that how much there is to gain from gratitude. No wonder, like we Hindus, we worship so much. And our lifestyle is based on temples. We live with deities. And that is why we have Atmamurti with us. We have Swamiji day and night with us. And we have all our deities with us, because that brings us into such a positive, loving energy. And of course, it has so many tangible effects like greater success in personal life and so much more. Now we'll be moving on to a video where Swamiji will be elaborating on gratitude.
All right, this session is all about overflowing. Sahasrara Chakra. Here I am sharing with you some of the important secrets, deep truths There is no qualitative or quantitative difference between you and an enlightened being, except he feels contented in the inner and outer world. Please understand. There is no qualitative or quantitative. I wanted to emphasize both words. Qualitative or quantitative difference between you and a living the master, an enlightened being, except one thing, he feels content about whatever he has in the inner world and the outer world. I want you to know very clearly, I have all problems you have in the inner world and the outer world. Understand? Capital letter. All problems, A-L-L. You have in the inner world and the outer world. I have all problems. Except one thing, I am contented. I feel okay. The only difference between you and me is okay, that's all. No, really. Nothing else. That's all. Suddenly, your whole quality is different. The moment you say, okay, suddenly your whole quality is different. You are living enlightenment. The only difference between how this okay will happen, understand? How this okay will happen? You need to understand a deeper secret of life. If you are having a certain amount of wealth now, intelligence now, relationships now, life is happening in you. Please understand, all these things have happened to you not as an accident. Existence really wants you to have this. You are qualified for it. Even if you die this moment, you will take birth again with all these facilities with you. Please understand. I am talking to you some of the deeper secrets of life and death. How the life is happening. Life is a continuous expansion. If you have the amount of intelligence, for example, you are a doctor, you have this much of wealth, you have this decent life, you have all these basic facilities, some to car, to house and all those things. Do not think it happened to you as an accident. If you think it happened to you as an accident, you will be afraid to die. You will be afraid of life. You may be thinking any time it may be taken away from me. If I die, then I have to work again to get everything. Who knows? I will have that kind of circumstance, that kind of situation, that kind of everything. Who knows? You have all kinds of misunderstandings, all kinds of insecurity, all kinds of feelings. I tell you, even if you die, you will take birth in a place, in a situation, in an ambience where you will be little more than this, not lower than this. This is the way life happens. If you are holding on to some position which you are not worthy, even now, don't think it will be left with you. It will be taken away from you. You are worthy of where you are. Understanding you are worthy of where you are. That is the first rule to bring confidence or contentment. That's the first thing you need to understand. Existence is living through you. Please understand. I am sharing my enlightenment with you because I feel fulfilled about it. Same way, you are having whatever you are having because existence wants to live through you. It wants to fulfill itself through you. When you achieve something great, existence feels pampered because it wants to achieve it through you. It wants to live it through you. You are not an accident. You are a clear incident. I am not consoling you. I am not giving you some consolation. I am not the person to console you. I am stating the exact truth. If you think I am giving you confidence, consolation, positive thinking, you are wrong. I don't do that job. I am not interested in that job. I am stating straight, simple facts. I am stating straight, simple truths. If you imbibe, get inspired, it is up to you. Otherwise, I don't have a problem. Because I am not a positive thinker or I am not teaching positive thinking. I am not teaching, I am not having some self-confidence workshop. No. That only fools do. All fools are doing all over the world. This positive thinking is the worst foolish idea I ever heard. Thinking itself is nonsense. Then what about positive thinking? No, so there are so many books being written, left and right. The moment you enter into that landmark bookstall, the whole shop, whole bureau is, whole cupboard is filled with that positive thinking books. Understand, the moment you think, I am healthy, one corner of your mind is saying, no, why are you lying? Tell me, how many of you guys were successful in positive thinking? Never. Even a person who wrote the book will never be successful. I know so many guys who wrote many books about positive thinking and made money, that's all. Nothing else. Positive thinking is a foolish idea. Don't try to think positively and all. Know the truth, then you will become positive. Not that your thinking will become positive. Just know the truth. You will become positive. You will radiate positiveness. Anybody who tries to think positive will always have one part of him fighting with him. Just see, you can see, no, I am healthy, tell 100 times. You will be very strongly telling inside you, no, I am not healthy, I am sick, I am just lying, I am just trying to cover my sickness. You know it. Just try any positive thinking. You will have a big drama in you. How many of you have tried this positive thinking, this kind of things? Then you know the fun. You know the fun. All I am telling you is, don't try to be positive, try to have positive thinking and all. Just know the truth. You will radiate positivity, which can never come by positive thinking. Positive thinking is like putting some cream on your skin. Knowing the truth is really radiating positivity from inside. The work needs to be done little deeper level, not in the skin level. Not on the skin level. Positive thinking is more like covering the septic tank with the lid. Is the word septic tank exists in West? Same word? Okay. Covering the septic tank with lid is going to help? No. Clear it out. The cover is no way going to cover it. How much ever it covers, you know. Can you, just because it is covered, can you sit on the septic tank and eat? You can't, because you know it's only cover. Same way, how much ever you try to have positive thinking, no, I am healthy, I am happy, I am blissful, however you try to have, what will happen? No. Knowing the truth is different and just thinking positively is different. Thinking positive and all those things, you see, I want you to know this story, then you will understand the power of thinking positive. You know, the greatest, the positive thinking, that kind of that self-confidence author, you know, Dale Carnegie, yes, sorry. Dale Carnegie, he wrote 2 books, How to Win Friends and Influence People, and How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. Any of you read that book? Next to Bible, his books have been sold in the planet Earth. Do you know? Next to Bible. Next to Bible, practically his second Messiah. Now, next to Bible, his books have been sold all over the world. In the first book, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living, he writes about how to come out of the suicidal tendencies. That is the main theme. And the next book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, he is talking about how to have a beautiful relationship with your spouse. That's the main theme. How many of you read these 2 books? I have read. And I want you to know a biographical fact about his own life. He committed suicide because he was not able to cope up with his wife. No, really. Understand, a man who wrote a book which is sold and read next to Bible. 2 main themes of the book, he was not able to keep up. He wrote whatever he was not able to keep up. The night he will sit, whatever practical problems he faces and unable to solve, that same problem you will expand and expand and expand and will never give a solution, and that became a popular book. See, when you read a book, when you see that author also had the same suffering, you feel a kind of a sympathy towards him. And you continue to read and enjoy. That is what has happened. Please understand, that is what has happened. That is the main reason why that book has become very popular. When you read, you feel connected. Oh God, he is talking to me exactly the problem I have. You don't even think whether he is giving you a practical solution. You only bother about, oh God, I feel really he is sympathetic towards me. You know, there is sympathy. There is somebody who is suffering the same problem you have. And you feel as if you have a solution. I can give you 2-3 tips how to become a great philosopher. Just, I think I already told you once. Write all the problems you have in a very orating way, with all beautiful words, and do not give solution. Because you yourself don't know. Or give the solution what you have. Whatever you have is not a solution. No positive thinking is going to help. Know the truth, that will help. You will radiate positivity. You will radiate positivity. Truth is, existence is living through you. You are not an accident. Even if you think you are an accident, you are not an accident. Existence is feeling, really overflowing. It wants you to be where you are now. You are not in the position, you are not where you are now just as an accident. You are in the position where you are now just as a clear, planned miracle. Please understand, you are a miracle, not an accident. When you understand this truth, your existence is living through you itself. It is fulfilling itself through you. You are a fulfillment for this whole existence. If you are not here, existence is going to miss you. If you are not here, the planet Earth is going to miss you. That's the truth. Otherwise, why should you be here? Long before tsunami would have taken away you. And there are 1,000 reasons to take you away. Why should you be let be here? There is no reason. And don't think, oh, I am here because no accident happened in my life. No. 1,000 accidents could have happened. You are not here as an accident. You are not a misfit. Be very clear. Existence will miss you if you are not here. Only when you understand the truth. It's like when you understand, that is why I am trying to catch a right word. When Krishna says in Gita, dropping the body is nothing but dropping your cloth, he means this only. Even if you will not find a big difference. You will just disappear here. You will appear in some place almost in the same ambience, same kind of ambience. Because you are qualified for it. If you have developed your quality, you will appear in a better ambience. That's all. It's a simple logic. It's a simple truth. With this understanding, you will have a deep relaxation. Oh God, I am worthy of what I am.
Yes. So here, Swamiji very clearly stresses what the difference is between ultimately this whole science of manifesting powerful cognitions and positive thinking. So why, actually? Why is it so important now in this session to learn what is fundamentally wrong in positive thinking? Because either knowingly or not, whoever has tried any form of most modern spirituality or form of training work at this level, at the level of mind, And what is the fundamental conclusion that we start with when we begin to work at this level, at the level of the mind, trying to change our thoughts and improve ourselves? The basic conclusion that we have is that we are not the person we should be, or that life is not the way it should be. And this is why we try to work on the mind, and this is why we try to make things better. And this is bound to fail in multiple ways and for multiple reasons, because our mind, first of all, itself is the problem. We can never have a good mind, because the mind itself is a delusion. So we need to get rid of our mind. This is the first thing. Now, on top of this, we have to realize this truth that life is auspicious and that everything happening to us is auspicious. It happens for a reason. As Swamiji says, we are not accidents, we are incidents. So the attitude that we need to have is not to change things. We should not try to change life, to wish for life to be different, to wish that we should be different persons than we are now, and start trying to change our thoughts and have positive thoughts, which is fundamentally happening from a resistance to life. Instead, we need to remember and realize these truths. And once we do so, this energy of gratitude flowers inside us and great transformation happens. Okay, so this is the context. Never waste your life trying to change your thoughts. Always only unclutch from your thoughts and break your mind with the power of all the powerful cognitions that we are manifesting here, that we are learning in all these sessions. Okay, so now the next segment that we are going to have is actually a meditation. We are going to be sitting for a few minutes and meditating and awakening our crown chakra, the Sahasrara chakra, which is associated with gratitude. So as we have mentioned in the previous session, bringing gratitude to our lives bring tremendous benefits. And this is because gratitude directly awakens our crown chakra, the Sahasrara. And when that happens, many miracles happen, healing miracles, coincidences, things start aligning in our life, they start falling in place, and we start connecting with the divine. You know, whenever Swamiji speaks about the reality, higher reality, Paramashiva, and all this higher level of life existence, all this starts becoming available to us, accessible daily. You know, we can have it becomes a part of our life, something that we can cognize, that is very real for us, that happens when this Sahasrara chakra is awakened. So there are many wonderful things. And now we are going to proceed into a gratitude meditation and awakening our Sahasrara chakra. So we are going to be guided by Swamiji in this video. So we invite all of you to sit and settle down. Make sure that you are sitting comfortably, as we are going to be starting this meditation now. Just give us one moment as we adjust the video for you all. Yes, let us now start. You sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let's begin the meditation.
The crown chakra. your heartfelt gratitude to your mother for giving you this body. Forget about the ideological differences you have with her. Just give your gratitude for the sake of giving you this body. Gratitude to your father for giving you the life. Give your heartfelt gratitude to your immediate family and relatives who took care of you when you were infant child, when you were baby. Give your gratitude to the doctors and nurses who received you when you came to this planet Earth. Give your gratitude to the teachers who gave you preliminary education. Give your gratitude to all the professors who gave you higher education and professional education. Give your gratitude to all your friends who made your young age more joyful and more blissful. Give your gratitude to all the doctors who helped you, who took care of you at the time of necessary, whenever it was necessary. Give your gratitude to all your friends and relatives who gave you mental strength, right advice, through right counseling whenever it is necessary. Give your gratitude to all the spiritual books and spiritual masters who gave you the spiritual understanding and inspiration towards the spiritual life. Give your gratitude to your wife or to your husband for giving you the love and security feeling in the life. Give your gratitude to your children for choosing you as the host on this planet Earth. gratitude to every single individual who is responsible for your physical health, mental health, economical wealth, and interpersonal relationships and spiritual understanding. Remember every one of them one by one, individually, and offer your gratitude to all of them one by one, slowly.
Yes. You can open your eyes. We hope that you had a wonderful experience of this meditation. You can share your experience in the chat with us, and we'll be beginning the power manifestation round now. Let us remember one truth to conclude this session on gratitude. Whenever we feel that something is missing in our life, it is because we lack gratitude. So many times we can see this even in the power manifestation. We feel that something is missing because of which we are not able to manifest. But this is only because we lack gratitude. This is not actually the truth. So with this powerful cognition, with this understanding, let us begin this next round of the power manifestation. So please get ready. We are going to be manifesting the power of Mahima and increasing the size of an object. So make sure that you have an object that you are going to be manifesting this power on. Preferably for this round, we will be using a relatively short object that you can hold in your hand, and make sure to take the measurement. So if you have tape, take a precise measurement and note it down somewhere. If you do not have tape, you can use a sheet of paper and you can draw the outlines of the object. Make sure to do that very precisely so that you will be able to verify whether you have been successful in manifesting or not after the power manifestation is over. We'll give a few moments, make sure that you are ready to start. And meanwhile, let us settle down and sit. Bring your head, neck, and spine in a straight line and bring your awareness to the third eye. You can start chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, remembering Swamiji in your inner space and experiencing the space of oneness. We know that many of you have been successful, more and more successful every day in this power manifestation, which is great. So you can enter into this space of oneness from which the power manifestation happens. Always remember, we do not manifest the power. We experience oneness, and from this space, Swamiji manifests the power through us. So whenever you are struggling, remember that the moment the power manifestation starts, the moment you enter into that space, whether you are able to see the result of the power manifestation already or not, the power is already manifesting, because this power manifestation does not happen because of our capacity, but because of Swamiji's capacity. So the moment you are in that space, in this space of oneness, within your capacity, how much ever you can experience it, the power manifestation is already happening. So you just need to put your awareness on experiencing more oneness so that you will be able to express and manifest more power. So keep that in mind as we start this next round. Now sit and continuously chant the Mahavakya, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. You can keep the object that you are going to manifest this power on just in front of you. And as you enter into this space of oneness, unclutching from your very self, from your identity. Remember that you are Nityananda Paramashiva, and everything else that you think as your identity is a delusion. Drop it. Surrender yourself, centering yourself in the space of completion, intensely vibrating with the Mahavakya. Now, through the third eye, decide to increase the size of the object. We'll be playing the Mahavakya for you all here. You can start manifesting.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda.
Yes. You can open your eyes. And you can verify, you can take a second measurement and see whether the object size has increased. Give a few moments, you can verify whether you have been successful in this power manifestation round. And if yes, you can let us know. You can tell us what you have been able to manifest. Yes, congratulations for you all for participating in this power manifestation. Make sure to share your experience and enrich more and more people to experience this science of power manifestation. Now, we will be beginning the next session, and we will be exploring a very profound and powerful truth, that is, everything is auspicious. Meanwhile, most probably during the session, the darshan preparation will begin, and we will be switching over as soon as that happens. Now, when we say that everything is auspicious, make sure that this truth does not go above your head. This is actually something very practical, not just some philosophy that we should have a positive idea about life or something. No, something very practical, especially as we said before, when things do not happen the way you would like to happen in your life, when they do not happen the way you expect. For example, as we said, let's say that you may be fired from your job, or you may lose a relationship, you may be facing money issues, and so many things. Even these are auspicious. And when we decide to stop resisting life, or stop fighting with life, blaming or wishing that things should be different, entertaining all this kind of life negative thought currents and victimhood mentalities, when we decide to see that yes, everything is auspicious, even what I perceive as negative in my life is auspicious, when we decide to apply this truth very practically in all dimensions of our life, we will be able to see the hidden meaning, the reason why things happen in our life, and we'll be able to make use of every situation, learning and analyzing, decoding which aspect, which dimension of our being is having a breakthrough, an opportunity for a breakthrough in this situation. Okay, so let's begin. To start with, one thing has to be understood very clearly, that is, the whole existence is an auspicious happening. And since you are part of existence, so everything happening around you is also an auspicious happening. This is the truth of existence. So nothing can be inauspicious. Even the worst things that can happen to us are actually auspicious. We have to decide to see them that way and realize that they are. No, nothing that happens in existence is inauspicious. Everything is a blessing. If this is understood clearly, there will be nothing to complain about in our lives. If this is understood clearly, your very eye will become grateful. It will see everything as extraordinary, and nothing will appear mundane. Everything will appear as a miracle. So Swamiji already spoke about that, how enlightened beings experience themselves as normal people. They do not have an opinion about themselves that they are great because they are enlightened. They experience themselves as very normal, that they see everything, even the most simple things, as divine, as extraordinary. And this can happen for us as well with this one single powerful cognition. So this is the power of this truth and this powerful cognition that we are learning here. Now let's get into a small story. As usual, Swamiji always loves to give a story to understand the higher and deep spiritual principles. So this story is about a hunter, and one day a duck hunter went to the market to buy a bird retriever dog. And to his amazement, he found an extraordinary dog who was able to walk on the water. Okay, so this was not an ordinary dog that this hunter found. And as he saw this extraordinary dog, he immediately bought it and brought it to his home. And the next day, he invited one of his friends to go for a hunt. And he took this dog along. And throughout during the hunt, a flock of ducks came near, and this hunter took aim and fired, and he silently watched. And the dog, doing its job of a bird retriever dog, ran to get the bird that the hunter had hit. And to the astonishment of all, the dog walked on the water and retrieved the bird. Now, this hunter looked at his friend hunter that was participating in the hunt with him, and he was expecting a reaction, upon seeing such an extraordinary happening of a dog walking on water. But his friend remained silent. So he was puzzled, and he asked him, do you see anything unusual about my dog? Did you not see anything great happening just in front of you? And the friend replied, yes, I saw something. Your dog is unable to swim. Okay. So even though the dog was able to walk on water and perform such an extraordinary miracle, the only thing that this poor hunter was able to see is that this dog was just not able to swim. Okay, so this funny story illustrates something very deep, that is, miracles are continuously happening in front of our very eyes, but we continuously miss them. And it's only because we miss seeing those miracles that life itself appears to be dull. And when we start perceiving them, when we start seeing and recognizing those miracles, our entire life itself becomes a miracle. Okay? So with this gratitude, bringing more and more gratitude and seeing everything as auspicious, we will see even small manifestations, small alignments, coincidences. We will see that, for example, one day, let's say that you are used to taking the bus to go for work, but this time you have to go by foot. Instead of feeling frustrated because you have to walk and you did not want to, remember that everything is auspicious, and you will see that surely something will happen on the way. Maybe you will meet someone, maybe you are arriving a bit later for a very good reason. Maybe you should not have arrived earlier today. So you'll be able to see in everything in your life, even very small things, you will see miracles and extraordinary synchronicity taking place. Okay? Now, the truth is there are too many miracles happening around us at all times. And if we celebrate the three things, which are the existence of the self, of the world, and of God, we will experience the whole of existence as a blessing that is happening continuously. So let's explain a bit more. When you celebrate the existence of these three, of the self, of the world, and of God, you will be able, these will reveal their mysteries to you. So as we said, when you remember that something is auspicious, you will be able to see deeper. You will be able to decode all the happenings of your life and see what is the reason, what is life, what is Paramashiva, is God trying to teach me through this happening. Is there something that is supposed to happen today through this incident? So understand that this is not a moral advice. Okay, we are not deciding, we are not teaching that everything is auspicious so that just for a moral reason, because it is a better value or something. It is a spiritual technique. Even more than just a truth, it is a technique, something that you're supposed to practice, that you're supposed to remember. So maybe all of you can take just a simple step of penning this truth down 3 times. Somebody always says, whenever you have a revealed powerful truth like this, you should write it down. Sometimes Swamiji goes to the extent of asking us to write it 108 times. Sometimes even an entire satsang, an entire discourse, we will have to write it 108 times. So let's at least write it down 3 times so that next time we should be able to remember this truth. It's not enough to just learn it today and then, we'll go to sleep and we are learning so many other things, so many other sessions out there, and then we'll be resuming our lives and whatever our duties are, and we may not remember this truth at the right moment whenever it is really needed. So let us write it down 3 times. Okay. Now, as we said, this is a spiritual technique. And the first step, you will never be able to realize or understand yourself until you accept yourself and celebrate what you are. As long as you fight with what you are, you will never be able to realize what you really are. So this is a very important truth again. We need to, in order to change, in order to manifest the best of ourselves, we cannot resist ourselves. We have to accept all the good and all of the bad. However we are at present, we have to accept ourselves and be very straightforward with ourselves. Many times the biggest obstacle to the success of this program and of the completion process that you all would have done is that we are not honest with ourselves. We are not ferocious with ourselves to see the truth. When things are messed up, we need to see the truth. When we are responsible for destruction in our lives, we need to tell it the way it is, and we need to see it the way it is, accept ourselves in our present situation as it is, and then only we can work on rebuilding and transforming. Okay? Now, usually we carry 2 identities within ourselves. One is the outer world identity, and the other is the inner world identity. So the outer world identity is what we present to the world, and this is how we want the world to see us. This is how we want to be recognized, how we want to present ourselves. So you can clearly see whenever you come in front of your family members or your colleagues, your friend, you immediately adopt a certain behavior. You want to show that you are very joyful, smiling, that as if there is no problem going on, or we all have a certain attitude that we naturally adopt when we meet others and when we face the people in our life. This is the outer identity, and this identity will always be more than who we really are. So for example, if we feel depressed, we will try to show that we are feeling great. Now the other identity, the inner world identity, is what we believe that we really are, and this identity will usually be much less than what we actually are. This is what is referred as low self-esteem. So your whole life is nothing but the fight between these 2 identities. Inside, we feel the pain of failure. We feel that we have failed in so many things, and we are identified with so many negative things. We believe negative things about ourselves, but on the outside we show the opposite, and we try to show that we are very positive, joyful, powerful, and we continuously show this image to other people. And this fight is the source of suffering in our life, because you constantly try to fulfill your outer world identity. You continuously try to be that person and fulfill that person's aspirations, how you show yourself to others. But this is in conflict with the inner world identity you have, because inside you feel as something, but outside you show yourself as something else. And this is why you're not able to continuously be authentic and powerful and feeling true to yourself, knowing who you are and remembering who you are in all situations. The struggle between you and you, the struggle between these two identities eats away your whole life. It is time now to stop this struggle, and it is time to celebrate whatever you are. Just accept yourself however you are at present and celebrate whatever you are. Do not wait to be perfect. Naturally, when you have to accept yourself, you have to see that you are not perfect. You could be better. You could be, you have so much possibility for growth, improvement. But as of now, accept yourself however you are and celebrate yourself however you are at present. And you will see that you will start realizing the real self, which means all the wrong identifications, ideas, negative beliefs that you have about yourself will be replaced. You will start recognizing your true self as Paramashiva, as the embodiment of all the best qualities in the universe. This realization will start becoming true for you with this simple thing. If you just today decide to accept yourself as you are and stop resisting, stop this fight between these two identities and celebrate yourself as you are. Now, the moment you stop the fight between these two identities, you'll see that both of them will disappear. You will never have the struggle of this outer image that you continuously have to fulfill. That is why so many times in situations when we are with people, we are bound. We are now prisoner of this identity that we have started showing. And in order to protect this identity, we run and we are dragged into doing so many things that we internally we do not want to do. But because we have created this identity, we are now bound to fulfill it, and we do not know how to escape anymore. And on the other side, we are tortured with this inner image that continuously pulls us down and makes us suffer. It is now time to stop this fight. And the moment you stop this fight between these two identities, you will see that both of them will disappear into the realization itself. Because these two identities exist only because of the non-acceptance within you. So here we've had quite a bit of powerful revelations and understandings, and we will be we'll be exploring this principle, this truth much deeper. We'll continue this session after the darshan. We will have more revelations. We'll hear what Swamiji has to say about that, and then we will also have an internalization exercise to make this into reality. Now, it is time to switch over to the darshan preparation, as Swamiji is about to come, and the darshan preparation has begun. So we are going to be switching over, and we will be meeting you all right after the darshan to conclude with the next sessions of this Paramashivoham Level 2. Thank you, and we wish you all a wonderful experience of today's darshan with Swamiji.
Sadashiva, going through the 5 phases of Sadashiva. The Panchakrityas, going through the Panchakrityas and forming the various different dimensions. Like Swamiji was reading in the Shiva Vidya, right? Whether it is the Nada dimension, Nada Tattva, then Kala Tattva, each one of them embody a certain principle. They're all the subtler dimensions of the universe. And it is only by understanding, building the right powerful cognitions, you actually literally prepare your brain to grasp the subtle truths of the cosmos just by even intellectually chewing on these powerful cognitions that Swamiji revealed to us today. Can I request all of you to post which is your favorite powerful cognition from the day? What was your favorite click? Can I request all of you to please post? Take a few minutes and please let us know. What was your favorite click? What was your favorite powerful cognition from the sessions today? We learned about, we learned about the 5 phases and 5 phases of Mahasadashiva. We learned about synesthesia, how the Panchakrityas happen simultaneously, spontaneously. And then we all also understood about how the Sattva Tattva, how the static matter, dynamic activity, and strategic existence are all one and the same. And we learned about the Shiva Vidya from Rigendragama. We learned about conscious elasticity. All of these ordinary powerful cognitions that Swamiji revealed today. Which part was your favorite click? Okay, see various different answers. Understand, today, through the initiation, Swamiji will be making all of these into an experience for us. Ma, I think Kailas Sanasi has posted number universe, how health, wealth, relationships are always manifestations of numbers from and Rigendragama. Absolutely, I think this is like an all-time favorite session. How many ever number of times you listen to this? It's like you could just, it's not enough, right? Like you want to keep listening to it more and more. And this is not a publicly available satsang. It's an exclusive session. I know, I think you guys had also had the blessing to attend when Swamiji was conducting this live. Oh my God, it was such a long session we had and such amazing revelation, right? The way, just by listening to this, the way how our brain starts responding to things, the way it starts cognizing things, like the way we perceive completely changes. Right now, how many of you, when you listen to this number universe session, you felt like actually your brain is physically expanding? You felt like something is going on over here. How many of you felt? Listen, that's because really there is something happening inside of you because Swamiji is directly working on your brain. When you engage with infinity, yes, I see both of your hands, Ma and Shri Divyananda. Both of you are like raising your hands so tall. See, actually, every one of us had that experience because when Swamiji is actually giving us the initiation, when Swamiji is revealing, literally, Swamiji is awakening so many non-mechanical parts of our brain. Actually, yeah, Swamiji will give us just listening to the session, you will feel like even the ability for us to engage with our business, what kind of decisions you want to make for the business, everything will transform, like it will become something huge because of your ability to engage with infinity. And actually, like Swamiji told, if we just take time to play with it, even just if you start engaging with it, even if you just start understanding it, cognizing it, the way we see, the way we will understand, Swamiji is literally given the source code software of the cosmos. Like we will know the different permutation and combination. And if we start grasping it, if we start manifesting powers based on this, the way we see the entire reality in front of us will change completely. Because we will start seeing the whole way that existence plays out in front of us in an entirely different manner. All right. And now it is time for all of us to prepare to receive all these extraordinary truths as an initiation. Today, even if you felt like I know many things of what Swamiji revealed is something that only we can experience, because Swamiji revealed some of the most sacred secrets. And Swamiji himself had also told in this session that even if you just try to just listen to it intellectually, maybe you may not grasp everything, but even if you listen to it, they'll go and get embedded into your inner space. And at the right time, as you keep maturing in life, you will start beginning to understand these higher truths. So every word that Swamiji revealed today, if you have listened to them, please understand they've all directly gone into your very bio memory. And just by listening to them, you will be able to experience that manifesting in your inner space. Now, it is time for all of us to enter into the darshan preparation. I'm going to request all the participants to come and settle down in front of the camera. It is time. Swamiji is going to be coming and showering us with the experience, all that he revealed from morning till now. Swamiji is going to be giving that as an experience to us. I request all of you to please take a few minutes, settle down in front of the camera. Actually, darshan is that time where literally you will see, have you all seen how the, the electronic, the mechanics, right? What they come and do? They come, the electrician, sorry. They come, if you see, they'll remove all the wires, they'll be rewiring something. Literally, Swamiji is going to be rewiring your brain like that. Literally, physically, new grooves in your brain will develop when you grasp these subtle truths. And for that, it is very important for us to have certain detox practices, the lifestyle methods that Swamiji has revealed, and also daily, again and again, watching the powerful cognitions, entertaining these right liberated thinking in your brain will make your brain start being able to grasp the subtle truths. And next, and the most important way for this is by doing the Jivartha Sadas. When you continuously discuss these truths, when you continuously when you discuss these truths, when you entertain these truths being discussed, and again, when you listen to others discussing these truths, these will continuously engage these higher powerful cognitions in your inner space. So now, today we all are really blessed because we are going to be experiencing a very, very, very powerful initiation where Swamiji is going to be rewiring our brains. Today we learned about rewiring brains. Swamiji explained to us in today's session how the very neural pathway in our brain is going to be rewired such that even the way you normally function, what we are saying as our autopilot mode, can itself make us to live in a much better manner. The way how you exist, the way your patterns are, all of that will completely transform and change. So we are going to be experiencing this very, very, very soon. I request all the participants to please quickly come and settle down. Let's enter into preparing ourselves for the darshan. Very shortly, we are going to be having the live darshan of Swamiji starting. The darshan as Bhagavan Mahasadashiva Murti. Kindly settle down. See, Mahasadashiva Murti can only be experienced, and many times when we are because of our unconscious lifestyle, constantly we create many samskaras, what somebody told us samskaras in the session, the patterns. When you again and again and again create these patterns in you, your brain will literally become clouded with these patterns, and that is what we call as, we become dull, we are not able to grasp things because we're constantly cherishing these patterns and incompletions. Like Swamiji said, when you just cognize the enormity of Mahasadashiva, who he is, if you just start entertaining and visualizing that idea in you, 25 heads, 50 hands, 75 eyes, when you start visualizing and cherishing that inside of you, you will start seeing how various different aspects of your brain, your ability to cognize, your ability to see the reality, everything, it will become so much more subtle, so much more powerful. Once you break one or two strong patterns, you will start knowing what is the science behind it. And now, actually science, in the field of science, right, we call this as neuroplasticity. How the brain can rewire itself to continuously create new connections and break the cycles of negative thinking and acting. Many times, like for example, every day morning when you wake up, you automatically go reach out to your phone to scroll through. You have to see your Instagram. We build this as an unconscious pattern inside of us. And neuroplasticity is where how your brain starts to rewire itself. Let's say you consciously create a new habit. Your brain can rewire itself and you will experience a new groove developing, which happens over time. It's not instant. But the same thing, when an incarnation initiates you, when Swamiji transmits that experience and initiation into you, you will see instantly his brain, the wiring of as it is happening in Swamiji's brain, will start mirroring in you. This is what we call as mirroring of neurons. That is why darshan is one of the most important aspects. Because many things which you cannot do or which may take forever with your attempts, with our independent attempts, just by sitting for a few minutes in front of an avatar, he will recreate his inner space into us. He will mirror his inner space into our inner space. This is an exact process that happens during the mirroring of, during the darshan, what we call as Shakti Pada. In scientific terms, we call them as mirroring of neurons. So today we are going to be, before we enter the darshan, we're going to be sharing with all of you what are these mirror neurons and why is it important that we understand it so that we grasp what is happening to us during the darshan. I have a question to ask all of you. How many of you feel, even without any conscious effort of yours, meaning you did not try something, you didn't do some kind of a sadhana, but automatically, the moment you are in darshan, the moment you are sitting in the darshan, automatically, all of a sudden you're blissful. You suddenly feel like, oh, I'm blissful. There is all the other things are just gone. It's just not like all my incompletions and all are just disappeared. How many of you experience this? Please take a moment and please post it here. Well, this is because there is an effect of mirror neurons that is actually happening in our brain. What does this mirror neurons actually mean? So in 1990s, there was a group of Italian scientists. What they did, they took a monkey and they had connected some EEG machines in there in the monkey's head. Actually, they had 3 different electrodes inserted into the monkey's brain. And they were trying to study what's happening when some activity is being done by the monkey. Whenever the monkey is eating a banana, there is whenever a monkey is, let's say it's taking its food, it was having certain type of neural activity that was happening in its brain. We all learned this today, right? Like how we have neural activity happening in our brain for every action we do. So the same thing was happening in the monkey. Every time the monkey took a banana in its hand, it had some kind of a neural activity that happened in its brain. The scientists were keeping a close eye as to what kind of neurons are being fired. So our brain is made up of trillions and trillions of nerve cells. These are called as neurons. And each neuron fires, like it gives a signal. It says, you want to blink your eye, there's a neuron that is firing an electric impulse that's coming inside your muscles and making you perform an action. So any action we do, there is a respective neuron in our brain that is getting activated. So that's the exact same thing that was happening even to this monkey. So when the monkey was having a banana in its hand, oh, there was a neuron that's getting fired in his brain. But we found something shocking. The exact same neurons fired when a monkey sees that action being performed by another person. Understand? It was not performing the action, but the brain of the monkey perceived as if that monkey is performing that action. So this shocked the scientists. They're like, how is this even possible? If you are doing an action, you have some brain cells saying that, hey, look, I mean, the neurons that are firing, giving the electrical impulses, which is showing that neural activity clearly, which means you're doing that action. So the neural activity is there. But here, the monkey is not even doing the action, but there is a neural activity being fired. So they tested this multiple number of times, and every time with every action, this was the same thing happening. Whether the monkey itself is doing the action or it was observing someone else doing the action. So here comes the question. Okay, this is about the monkey. How about the humans? Because the monkey's brain structure is